in. It's your nooner. It is a Wednesday. Jason Rossi with this handsome son of a gun, Christian D'Andrea. Christian, snow is in the air in New England. Where you are, I feel like it just snows just because all the time.
I got some drifts about 3 feet outside. Nothing new. It's a little too cold to snow out there right now. It's currently 6 degrees outside, which is right on that borderline of being like, yeah, we're supposed to get a little snow later. It's real bad. It's like I'm getting the snow Stockholm syndrome, where if we hit 8 degrees in the morning, I'm like, oh my God, it's tropical out there. I might go for a run.
Take the scarf off, maybe.
I'm not going for a run. No, I gotta keep the scarf on. It's very chilly out, and because I am a dad, I lock down the thermostat with efficiency. That thing's not going over 60 degrees. I'm not made of money.
Oh, wow.
Like Emerson. Yeah.
60 degrees. That is low. But maybe you have a good heating system. My heating system stinks. We do. We'll talk about it. Speaking about things heating up, we got the Jets, we got the Ravens. When you structure a lineup with this one, Christian, we're a minute before lock. What did you do here? Where did you aim to go? You can't reveal all the secrets just yet.
I know. This was a really tough one. I thought I had a great lineup all set and ready to go because there are so many unique, cheap options in this one. But then I was like, you know what? I got to get Lev Bell in the lineup. Not only is it a wild weather Wednesday, but he's been on fire lately. Actually had a little bit of a downturn last time. He still gave you about 14 points. So very, very useful. Before that, 27, 20, 45. Dude gets those numbers, which is a very distinct departure from his actual 2020 outcome. And I'm very sad for Lev Bell, Rossi. Aren't you? He picks the Chiefs. He's going to go chase the championship. And then the playoffs, he gets 2 touches.
I didn't even know he had 2. If you told me he had none,
the Browns. It was in the first. They didn't. Yeah, nothing against the Bills. Nothing in the Super Bowl. Poor Lev Bell. But here in Simland, he is still a fantasy beast. So I had to throw him in the lineup. Now that we've locked, I can go ahead and drop that on you. I captained Lamar Jackson. I went chalk because it is a snowy day. We don't know what the weather's going to bring, so I went with the safe option there. He's also been on fire lately, 200-plus rushing yards in last sim. Then you got to pay down quite a bit. I got J.K. Dobbins, Mark Andrews, because I think it's going to be a tight end kind of day. I'm not investing in Chris Herndon. That guy is bad. Chris Hogan, because he's been trending upward lately. I picked him over Breshad Perriman. That left me with just enough money to punt play a fullback. Patrick Ricard, 300 pounds of sweaty fullback meat rounding out my roster.
Yummy.
Jason,
I will say my lineup, well, there's Lev Bell in the first carry, going nowhere. Back to the line of scrimmage out of the shotgun. I captained, go with this one. Lamar Jackson, crazy. Got the Baltimore defense, Nick Boyle, Mark Ingram for the Baltimore attack. Went with Lev Bell and Chris Hogan, so similar from you, with the Jets. So we'll see. We'll take some chances. It's snow. There's always one big play. Could it be a receiver, a tight end, maybe a running back? Obviously, you know how Lamar goes. Gets his. There's a pass complete.
We'll probably do for a Lamar fumble today because it is the snow, but we'll have to wait and see. So the guy I did not play, Bresh Perriman.
There he is.
Pending free agent. Perriman has, up and down. He was a little bit cheaper than Chris Hogan, actually, about $400 less in the flex. Only 2.5 points last sim, though. Before that, 17. Before that, 21. So it can definitely give you that high ceiling that you need to find your way into the money at that low cost. The issue is whether or not a deep threat like him is going to get those looks on a snowy day. And the other guy I faded, Chris Herndon, one catch.
There he is.
Right there.
Darnold under pressure, scrambles out, makes the catch. We see you guys here, DK Sim Fam over on YouTube. He still hate me. Says ready for 200 yards rushing and 2 fumbles from Lamar Jackson. Let's see. We have a prediction that Lamar Jackson will get shut down from Jarrell.
The good thing is this Jets defense was the best part about their otherwise horrible, very bad, no good season. They did punch above their weight class. They have some nice pieces there. They got some beef up front. Marcus May, they need to resign him because he was the heart and soul of that secondary after Jamal Adams left. And they will get C.J. Mosley back if he ever does play another snap in green and white again. Opted out this season. Last season, barely played before getting hurt. So they're still waiting to see what that former Raven can do in this lineup. And that's a good news because you have a defensive-minded head coach there, Robert Saleh, coming over from the 49ers. Turned him into a top 2 unit in 2019, got him to the Super Bowl, helped get him to the Super Bowl, we should say. This year, team fell apart with injuries, still kept him in the top 10 in defensive efficiency. So Salah is going to have some tools to work with in New York. They're going to be feisty. The offense needs a ton of work. We don't know what they're going to do with that man who just got smoked on 3rd and inch.
That's going to do it. It's going to be a punt here for the Jets.
Yeah, the corner blitz on that one, and bang, bang, the veteran taking down the ostrich, Sam Darnold.
I like ostriches. Personally.
Ostrich, man, greatest scene in It's Sunny in Philadelphia, and there are a lot of them. But I don't think you're going to do any better than the Halloween scene at the bar where they're Rashamoning their way through who got Dee pregnant, and all of a sudden, in Mac's version, she is replaced by an ostrich. Pitch perfect, Caitlin Olsen ostrich noises, just everything about that scene. The whole episode is outstanding. You get the McCoy, you get Charlie, you get Mac screaming Viggo Mortenstein when he's trying to be Viggo from Lord of the Rings. Everything about it, just perfect.
Yeah, Madison asking, our producer today. We also have Bry Guy, Tom with us, as well as Derek and Ops. Shout out to our crew. Awesome crew. Smash the like for them. They're the hardworking ones. She said, did you see that video of a lady getting a hug from an ostrich?
I did not.
Neither did I. And I'm jealous because I want a hug from an ostrich like you wouldn't believe. I love ostriches.
I feel like they're very ornery. They're not going to do a lot of hugging.
Yeah, I feel like, they keep it low. They got the long neck. They're kind of... I don't know. They might be a useless bird, but I think they're beautiful, and they always give me nostalgia vibes of Super Mario Brothers 2. So that's really why I like ostriches. You could ride one in Mario 2. Here's Lamar Jackson on a 3rd and 6, going to take off. Christian's going to get it, and then some. What a move.
Whoa, nice juke there. That's the superstar trait in play.
The Truz. Banded Caterpie? I don't even know how to say these names here, you crazy Twitcher. It says... is that Rossi, the heart and soul of the DK Sim fam? It is me. I am not said thing, though. I appreciate your kind words. It's me and Christian today, 2 dudes. What do they call us? The congeniality crew.
Congeniality crew, baby.
Come on, get with it, people. I appreciate the compliments for all of us. Appreciate the criticism as well. Keep it balanced here. Can't get my head any bigger. Exactly. Our guy Buckle Bumfield says, Rossi, are you in the kitchen so you can show us your air fryer? How about this? You're right. I've been battling with people on the Dream stream about it. I will show the air fryer. I'll wait till halftime because
this is all a big flex. You said it before the stream. You want people to know how much money you have, how much stainless steel is in your kitchen. And this is a direct response to Emerson spreading his cash all over the Sims, telling us all how well remunerated he is. And meanwhile, you got your stainless steel. Emerson's got his oodles of cash. I can't even get one of those Yeti tumblers with the DraftKings logo on it.
You can't even afford.
Every week I bring this up, and every week I go out to the mail and I get 0 DraftKings swag. I used to get so much cool DraftKings stuff when I was writing at SB Nation because they would send out care packages to reporters, and they would try to get us to write about DraftKings. So you get a really nice winter hat and a scarf and a cell phone battery, stuff like that with the DK logo. And I still use that cell phone battery, but I never got the Yeti tumbler. I'm very sad.
Well, Christian, we can start a GoFundMe for you. We'll get it. We'll get it done for you.
I just need someone to break into Emerson's apartment and steal his.
Just steal his step and repeat. We have a 2nd and 2 here from the 47-yard line. Christian is the woes of his 60-degree temperature in the house as well. J.E. says,
I would keep it. 55 in college was where, if we got lucky, we could get the house up to. The windows only retained heat in the summer somehow. So, we had this old, nicer house, but it was old. It was decrepit. There was a lot of lead in the drinking water, which explains a lot about what's about to come. Yeah.
Tasty.
So, we Mark Andrews on a big 3rd down completion there. So I got used to bundling up in the winter. I kind of like it a little colder. It's a nightmare for anyone that has to live with me now.
J.E. says, Rossi, Train Island, Simfam, what it do? What it do for you, J.E.? Let's see what else we got going on here. We have a 1st and 10 from the 34.
Emerson's forehead. Christian can't even afford a haircut. How dare you?
No, that is a choice. That hair is by choice. Don't you ever disrespect those locks. If you
can't even get solid internet. Come on. Yes, I do now, though. It's not terrible. It's been better, knock on wood. It's not foolproof, but at the very least, I'm getting 1998 dial-up speeds back. And that's an improvement over the 1989 phone line issues that I was having earlier. As we get a check down to J.K. Dobbins, This drive continues for the Ravens. 0-0 at the end of the first quarter, but Baltimore about to put at least 3 on the board here. It'll be a 33-yard field goal for Justin Tucker if they don't gain another yard. That is basically as good as gold for him. He's not going to miss that kick. Maybe in the real world, but not here in Simland. As you see, our smiling faces here, me with the China hutch, Rossi with his beautiful kitchen behind him, changing up, change of venue, making sure, you gotta feel fresh. You gotta change.
I needed it.
We're not going outside. We're not socializing. Gotta do
Oh,
what
it's
you can.
freezing out there. I will also say that the other reason is it's just so freaking cold in my downstairs. I'm not at 6 degrees, but it's just cold. I said, let me change up. Wife, child out of the house for the day. Said, I'm in a meeting right now, so why move up and down? Let's keep it here. Appreciate you all being here with us. The over 400 you joined us on YouTube. We got around 100 of you Twitch homies. Appreciate you all being here with us. Brandon Garcia, I have to clear it up again, Christian. This is another one. It says, Rossi, you looked great streaking, but the slide before breaking the plane. It was not me who streaked at the Super Bowl. I'm not above it. I'm down for next year. LA, DraftKings can send me out, but I would break the plane. I would not pull a Nick Chubb. I would not be smart. I would go for the glory. Got one shot at this.
Go head first, because you slide legs first. They mark you down where you started your slide. If you go head first, it's when you hit the ground. It just foolishness all around. And if you're going to spend the night in jail, if you're going to drop 4 figures on fine, at the very least.
Michael Irvin says, Rossi keeps his air fryer on the floor so he can use a stool instead of a ladder to get inside it. Yes, that is right. That is right. I do, but I will show it off at halftime. Not a bunch of stats here. It's zip here. Baltimore Jets. Somebody critiqued the Jets kind of hard to see in the snow. You're telling us, dude. We're doing I'm doing a lot of this. Got my eye test tomorrow.
That's right. You're finally going to be out of time. Only one guy on pace for the bonus in either way. 15 rushing yards is the high. Belongs to Lamar Jackson. 25 through the air belongs to Mark Andrews. Rashad Perriman with 17. A couple other guys with 11. Just not a lot going on in this first quarter. The leaderboard is going to get shaken up in a bit here. 2nd and 2 from the 16 for the Ravens, knocking on the door in the red zone. Let's see if they can get a touchdown here, and let's see if it's going to be
nice run.
It looked like it was a little Hollywood Brown on the jet sweep, taking it inside.
Quick drop. Yeah. Michael Irvin, got to give him credit. That made me laugh. He said, Rossi looks like a gangsta garden gnome.
Really? Because Johnny H. Christian looks like an extra from the Harry Potter Quidditch scene. How dare you?
That you probably make decent cash. They're just making fun of me.
That's the best one I've heard since Christian looks like he always came in after robbing a snowman. Stealing the clothes.
I did notice Christian gnawing on a carrot. I didn't ask questions, though.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we can get here. 2nd and 10 here for the Ravens early in the second. Reed C, did you know? I said, is there any way you can get into the air fryer to show how small you really are? Absolutely not. You don't ask a man to go in his own air fryer.
That's dangerous, man.
It is, because what happens?
It would be a rough way. Your wife and kid come home, and the house smells delicious.
Yeah, it smells like bacon.
We're going to get some amazing dinner, and they come home and find your tiny body charred to a crisp. Delicious, but tragic.
Yeah, put some pineapples on me, eat me up, but yeah, that would be a sad way to go. Johnny H says, you guys are great. No, you're great, Johnny. DK Sim fam. Let's see if we can get a touchdown now. 3rd and 7 from the 9-yard line. In the shotgun, Lamar Jackson takes 3-step drop, looking, searching, going to try to take off.
In traffic. Wide open slide there. He had it. He could have, if he gets tackled and falls forward, he gets the first down there instead. Slides like the Super Bowl streaker, short of the goal line.
Come on. Yeah. 4th and 1 here, Christian, but we have seen the aggressive play calling. We're not going to see it here. Justin Tucker.
Chippy for JT, and if you stack the kickers.
I didn't do it today. I don't do it in the snow. Weather is it's tough. Wind you do never. I don't even play a kicker in the wind, but breaking the zip tie, that is Justin Tucker. Brian C says, who's more likely to be a Super Bowl streaker, Rossi or Christian? I vote Rossi. He's nuts. I don't know if that's a pun, but I would say whoever gets paid the most. I'm not going to speak for Christian, but I assume if someone said, hey,
I would need to be well enumerated, and I would also need a lot of beverages beforehand to convince me that's a good idea.
I got a big jug of water here if you want it.
Yeah, something like that. Something one of the ingredients is water, maybe some barley, malt, hops, things like that.
I appreciate it. You don't forget, follow Christian at Train Island. You make sure you subscribe to the Post Route. If you can go to postroute.substack.com. Email coming. Usually it sneaks by me on a Wednesday. I have not checked my email, but I don't think it's out yet. So we'll see what the Jets can do here. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Again, we have Bry Guy on the 1 through 7s, smoking them. Madison, our producer, sending me videos of ostriches hugging. It's amazing, actually. It could shed a tear.
She goes above and beyond.
She really does. Like we do have like with all the jokes, and I know there's a lot of like puns and making fun of us, but we have such a great like dynamic cast of people behind the scenes. Whatever you think of us, it's awesome. You got Madison, Brian, Tom, Derek today. Tom's one of our newbies. Derek's been holding it down since I've been here, so Derek's amazing. He's quick. We appreciate all of his hard work and effort. Tom's he's learning the ropes. So we get a pass here. Oh, look at this. The Jets picking up the first.
Bell, not a great first quarter, but adding some PPR value there as this drive stretches towards the 50. Jets responding here, but they are going to have to drive to, I would say, about the 25 before I feel good about a Sam Ficken field goal in the snow. Ficken is one of those guys, even if I am thinking about stacking the kickers, I will run screaming in the opposite direction from him. Although his story is great, man. A walk-on at Penn State, immediately thrown into the fire, missed some pretty big kicks for the Nittany Lions early in his career, came back to be a pretty solid college kicker. Has an NFL career, which is a big deal. I mean, you only get 32 of those guys each season. Well, you get about 40 because guys get injured. Either way, finding a role as an NFL kicker, that is a not very big pool. As
Bell just looked like he had a rocket on his back there, up to 28 yards. So he's starting to cook here. They get to the 37-yard line. What they'll do here, they stalled out last time, made a nice run, but look at Le'Veon Bell making moves directly up the middle, untouched, about 17 yards there. So here it is, a 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Sam Darnold under center, 3 receivers to the top. Give us the Bell, trying to get to the outside, fighting, scratching.
Yeah, it gets about 5 there. Okay.
Robbie Noble says, Brock Pot, Bry Guy on the 1s, 2s, 3s, and 7s. And then we have DJ Madison, Chopsticks. I don't know all the nicknames because I definitely came late to some of those. I don't ask questions. I've heard all sorts of things. Who cares? That's fine. Madison is here. She's great. Bry Guy's here. Also amazing. There's a first down.
Who's feeling it right now. And, of course, he's going to get all sorts of looks out there. Unless he gets fatigued, you're going to see him every down, every carry. And he gets those receiving back reps. So immensely valuable here in Simland, even though, like we mentioned before, a non-factor down the stretch for the Chiefs. And going to be very interesting to see what happens to him this offseason if he finds a home. He's basically going into the platoon back phase of his career, but I feel like he could redeem value somewhere.
Do you think he's another one? We talked about this with Antonio Brown yesterday. And is he another year-to-year guy, or do you think there's a team out there that would give him 2 years, $15 million? Is there a home out there? And do you potentially see a fit?
Maybe get a multi-year deal, but it wouldn't be any more than 2. He's got a lot to prove after that season. He's going to be 29 this year, which is typically the expiration date for running backs like him. And even though he sat out the year and didn't run a ton this year, he's got all that mileage from the Steelers under his belt. I mean, the Steelers rode him into the ground. He was a throwback runner and got a ton of looks as a receiver too. So a lot of usage, a lot of hits piled up on that body from Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, we got a third and 9, Christian. But here, let me ask you this. I agree with what you're saying. Let's hypothesize here. What are some teams you think would be potentially an ideal fit for his skill set? What he potentially still has left in the tank for the next? We'll go with 2 seasons as we get a third.
Yeah, I think he's looking at a spot where he wants to play behind an offensive line. Is a terrible screen there. Goes nowhere for Bell. He loses 3 yards. He's about to get a 46-yarder from Sam Ficken. This is going to be an adventure. I think that he's going to want to go someplace with a better offensive line. He obviously couldn't have seen things crashing down towards the end of the season with the Chiefs in terms of Eric Fisher getting hurt and Jeff Schwartz not coming back. He did not have a lot of space there as Ficken barely gets it out the back of the end zone. Terrible kick from
brutal.
36.
The snow.
Awful and terrible. I would like to see him go someplace with an established line in front of him. I'm not sure any of those teams are really going to be that much in the running for him.
Well, so what are we looking at? That's like the Colts. That's the Patriots. That's the. I'm trying to think of like the best.
Colts. The Dolphins did a decent job blocking. The Dolphins actually could be a pretty.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because they have employed a platoon running back operation before. They have a bunch of guys who are okay but not great. And after getting burned by Jordan Howard, they might still be willing to take a risk, but a much smaller one by signing Bell to a short-term small deal.
Yeah, I think Bell would bring so much more.
That is, in fact, Mark Andrews. He's just okay, Dag.
Yeah, I think when I look at it, just like from a 1,000-foot view, Mike, the first team that comes to mind for me, and I know you might like scratch up, like, do they really need him? But I just feel like this is a team that would sign him. I think it just makes sense for all the potential wrong reasons. Dallas Cowboys. They want to put some fuel to the fire of that Zeke Elliott, contract, and people saying, are they going to try to cut bait? Like, I just feel like Le'Veon Bell will be such a good hit with them. And maybe if it's just like, again, that might be a 1-year type deal. I think them, obviously the Steelers situation, I think there could be some, maybe return there just because they're going to need that help unless Samuel's back healthy. I like your Dolphins. That was one of on my short list off the top of my head because of the offensive line. And they just didn't get consistency out of that running back position. Maybe, I don't think he's going to be a bell cow, no pun intended, but could play a factor.
And also make the case for the Bills because they do have that very good offensive line. The running backs last year kind of let them down, although they have some young, intriguing pieces in Devin Singletary and Zach Moss. But if he can fill like a TJ Yeldon role up there where, he's a third back, but he can come in, give you a little change of pace, get some big key yardage. He's not obviously the same kind of runner as Yeldon. He's not a big power back, but could bring a lot of value, could give Josh Allen a little bit more to work with his receiving chops out of the backfield. Speaking of receiving chops out of the backfield, J.K. Dobbins goes nowhere. Screen pass in the middle of the blitz. Got a little bit further outside. That could have been a big one. Instead, loses 4 yards there.
Tough look. DK Sipin, what do you think? Or where would you want to see Le'Veon Bell? Shout it out. We're talking to Lev Bell. Brian on YouTube says, hey, guys, smash the like button. Please do. Tickle it. Do whatever you got to do to it. Just let it know it's there. Foghorn Leghorn of Blue Jay says, what up, DK Simpam? www.lfg. Is that like a website? I am way behind.
Wild Weather Wednesday, man.
Oh, thank you.
Weather Wednesday.
Oh, let me check the schedule. Is Emerson on today, or did he punt on the day like he normally does?
Of course he did.
Punted, yep. He's a bully to the weather. Enjoy the weather when you play Madden. You want the elements. Makes it more fun. Here is not going to get much there. Lamar Jackson connecting with just under 15 seconds. That's probably going to do it for us. Are they going to try a deep field goal? Call the timeout?
We got the one timeout left, so they can get something going here. Or maybe it looks like they're just going. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it's either going to be a 55-ish yarder from Justin Tucker, which not a problem usually, but we are dealing with the snow. 56 from here, actually. Or they can try a Hail Mary into the end zone. I would go Hail Mary, but you know what? You got Justin Tucker. Why not? You got much better odds of making it than, say, Sam Ficken from 46. It is going to be Tucker 55, from 56.
55, 56. Let's see. Right under it. The kick is up. It's looking low, but good.
Got it.
Wow. Get some of that. That's why
wow.
Stack them kickers, baby.
Best kicker in the game. Mr. Reliable puts it through from near midfield on a snowy day in northern New Jersey. You want to go get that air fryer?
I'm going to go get the air fryer. Yeah, I'm going to bring it over. Well, I'm trying. Yeah, I'll go get it. Hold on.
I'll break down the stats right now. You're a busy man. I get it. Lamar Jackson, perfect through the air, 11 of 11, but only 75 yards. A very wild weather Wednesday passing line. These guys combined only have 120 passing yards between them. No passing touchdowns, no touchdowns of any sort in this game. It's been a very Jets sim, and when you factor that in with the snow, you get 6-0 at halftime. Lev Bell on the ground, 7 for 38. Lamar Jackson, 4 for 27. No one else has more than 5 yards. So even the running game struggling to get started here in the snow at MetLife Stadium. And through the air, it's been a Mark Andrews kind of day. Lev Bell picking up some catches, decent work for J.K. Dobbins, and the tight ends doing a little bit of work as well. All right, Rossi.
All right, look at this. This thing is huge. I am small, but this thing is
it looks like
massive. Yeah, look at this thing. It's like an oil. That's what I call it. But yeah, this is my air fryer. This is what you need in your life, everybody. I don't care how big it is. This is like a Paula Deen version up. I'm a big Paula Deen supporter. But this thing is an absolute beast. I probably could fit in this Reese's. Did you know? I'll show you the basket. Freaking, I'm getting caught in things, so I'm like trying to keep my head down because headphones are caught. But anyways, look, this thing is up. I'm moving my camera. It's a disaster. But yeah, this thing's massive. There's a lot going on in here. Get yourself an air fryer, Christian.
Yeah, I gotta find one out. Yeah.
So air fryers are the bomb. Everybody, especially when you want to reheat something, or don't tell Kenny this, but again, it's actually healthy. You don't need oils, but anywho, that's the air fryer. It's very heavy. There's much smaller ones and probably.
Well, I think we can all agree that Kenny Ducey would not be able to lift it. Emerson would be able to clean and jerk it over his head. He would do kettlebell swings with it. But if you asked Kenny Ducey to bring that to your house, it would stay wherever it was because he would just be unable.
Oh, by the way, we want to congratulate Kenny on getting engaged.
Yes. Congrats to Kenny. Make sure everyone brings it up and congratulate him.
Please. While we're here at halftime, would you have your billboard with you, Christian? Because I need to.
Sure do. Let the people know. I think it just went out, postroute.substack.com, where I take a look at the 5 guys, the 5 candidates this off-season's biggest contract in free agency. Check it out, postroute.substack.com.
And while you're here with us, make sure you do that. Me and Christian will team up again for your 2:00 Bears Jaguars in the rain. Contest is up in the DK Sim Fam. We also are then going to be joined with Glash and Kenny, speaking of the heavy lifter, Chargers, Eagles in the snow. Then we're going to have pre-lock. Sherrod's going to be here. Then at 6:00, you got Seahawks and Panthers in the rain with Koff and Kenny. Koff is joined by Moose for Texans, Packers in the snow. Patriots, Bucks. Wow. They're going to have a lot to talk about in that one. Glash and Moose will wrap us up for the night there. So me and Christian with the double header here. Hope everyone's doing well.
Chicago sports, chicken nuggets, taquitos, and mozzarella sticks in the air fryer right now.
Yes.
I never thought of taquitos in the air fryer, but that sounds amazing. That sounds like you get a nice crispy tortilla on the outside, get a little bit of salsa, a little bit of guac, maybe some sour cream, just dip those straight away. That sounds amazing. Sounds like you can get them as crisp as you would if you were pulling them off the roll at 7-Eleven.
It's honestly, it's the way it goes. You pop. I actually had my nieces and nephews that are like in like the 6, 7, 8 age group, and pop those taquitos in there, a couple chicken nugs, 20 minutes, donezo. No preheat. You can preheat, but come on, this thing's the best.
Pizza reheated in the air fryer.
Best way, because it crisps it up.
What I do, I'm a poor. I don't have an expensive air fryer.
Would you stop with this money? These things are not expensive, Christian. They're not. I promise. I promise you that.
I throw the pizza either in the toaster oven or I'll throw it in a frying pan. That way you crisp up the bottom and get a little heat on the top. Yeah,
sounds good.
You don't have to.
I dig that. By the way, shout out to Derek again, our ops squad, crushing it, keeping things up to date. There was somebody. Michael Irvin jumps in and says, "Ross, you use that thing as a hot tub?" On occasion. Justin Blood says he has 3 air fryers. Woo.
All right, settle down, money bags.
Christian is, Kenny is to buy, is to thinking that it's healthy. Christian is the expensive. And I promise you could probably get one for like $20-something. Ray P says pizza reheat in the air fryers, boss. You are darn tootin'. DK Simfan, we appreciate being almost 600. I hope you're all having a great start to your hump day of the week. Me and Christian again with you now, with you for the 2:00. Congeniality.
Now we're into the is the air fryer healthier than the oil fryer debate, and I say to that slightly.
It's a million times. What do you mean? Well, it depends. It depends on the diet. How about that?
Yeah,
I should never say
it depends on what you're putting in there. If you're frying things that are meant for an oil fryer, guess what? They're probably not healthy to begin with. You know.
True. Ooh, this is a great question here. Tater Hater says, guys, what should I eat for lunch? Bry Guy jumps in, says, taters.
Taters.
If I had to tell you what to eat for lunch, just guessing what you may have in your home. Well, pizza, because I'm assuming you have a frozen pizza, because I feel like you're un-American if you don't, which, by the way, I don't. I would also say, you know what? You can't go wrong. I don't know where you live, Tater Hater. I don't know what you do, what your day looks like. You can't go wrong with the PB&J.
Tater Hater.
We're
lunch meats.
Oh, that's a good sandwich. I was thinking like a PB&J. You could always go with a PB&J, dude. Like, we'll see. Yeah. Anybody else have suggestions? Throw it out there. What should you eat for lunch?
Ooh, as
Lev Bell
continues his okay day. No one really standing out in this one, as you might expect from the 6-0 score. Justin Tucker, really the only guy worth mention right now. And if you did roster him, he might be the game's leading scorer at this point.
And him or the Baltimore D. You know, it would be because he's got a 50, and then what was the other one? Like a 40?
No, it was a chip shot. It was like a 20.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They stopped him at the 2.
Yeah,
here's Darnold.
Down like 8 points, 12 from the flex. And
look at Darnold doing his best, Lamar.
A little Lamar Jackson action. Yeah, right now.
Yeah, they have.
Justin Tucker has about 3 more fantasy points in the captain spot than Lamar Jackson does. So,
8.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. This is all you need to know about this contest, Christian. In first place in our contest, Skull Vikes, 24/7, 365. I'm guessing he's a big Packers fan. He's got Lamar in the captain, Lev Bell, Ingram, Tucker, Ravens, and Jets. He did the Ducey defensive double there. So that's all you need to know so far when the leading lineup is both defenses when Lamar Jackson's involved.
Ben Hilson. Pizza Ranch pizza reheated in the air fryer still tastes the same. Bad. Yes. Thank you. Pizza Ranch is terrible, and they deserve to have Kirk Cousins as their spokesman. Awful place.
Hey, excuse me.
For CC's, the other pizza buffet, which has sadly declared bankruptcy.
R.I.P. Hopefully somebody buys them out.
And you know what? I was never like CC's pizza isn't good, but it was $5.
Never had it.
You got a lot of pizza for $5, and at the end you got the cinnamon breadsticks. So it averaged out for $5. Like $6, you get like the drink too, so you could just sit there for a few hours, gorge yourself on middling quality pizza, like frozen quality style pizza.
Mama Celeste. That's a first down, by the way.
Better than
no!
I will say that.
Got stopped. Interesting. Tater Hater, by the way, says he'll eat tater tots if the Jets win. That's how much confidence he had. He says they won't. Also, Carl in his bet says, Rossi, you just said use the air fryer because it's healthier. Then call people un-American if they don't have the fat convenience diet that is extremely unhealthy. I don't think I said any of that. I believe I said, Tater Hater said, what should I have for lunch? I said pizza because I imagine that you have that in your freezer, and you're un-American if you don't. Then I said, I don't have one. It was a joke. Carl and his bets. But hey, hate away. You should. I just feel like everyone has frozen pizza. I just always feel like it. Like Mama Celeste, throw me a 99-cent. Come on. We talked about this last night. Got to have one.
Yeah. and Mama Celeste, I mean, you got to be in the right mindset for Mama Celeste. Like that was the pizza I ate when my mom didn't want to make dinner. She'd be like, guys, go heat up a Mama Celeste. And it would get burned on the outside. It would remain frozen on the inside. Mama Celeste pizzas do not follow the laws of physics. You could throw an acetylene torch on them for hours at a time, and the inside would still be frozen no matter what. The outside completely burned to a crisp. The inside would still contain ice crystals that somehow survived thanks to the insulation of the cheese-like material on the outside.
You know what? That's 100% correct. And also, I will say, Madison one-upping me. All right, here's what it becomes down to. Your just-in-case food. Most people have the frozen pizza. I do not. But I'm not against it. Don't get me wrong. But yes, the air fryer still, at the end of the day, is healthier than spraying stuff, putting it in your oven, by the way. But nonetheless, again, depending on the diet, if you're going for more fats, you can use more oils. Just do whatever you think. I just overall, if you just want whatever the product is, throw it in something. Air fry is the best bet, or microwave. But I don't know what that does. The devil's product there. But Madison says her just in case food always have like a can or one of those pouches of tuna. I feel like Americans either have tuna and or pizza in the house because I have about 5 things of tuna. I couldn't tell you the last time I had it, but it's always there.
Yeah, dude, I do tuna. Tuna is like if I'm trying to cut back, eat healthy, go lean for a bit. Like tuna is awesome for it because it's low calorie, it's got a ton of protein. And lately, I've been doing this, drain some cans of tuna, and then bam.
Get the pouch, dude. Get the pouch.
No. Drain the tuna because I'm not rich and fancy like.
Oh, here we go again! Damn it!
Yeah, come on.
It's 99 cents.
Buy the pouch. No, I'm gonna pay 30 cents for the can. I'm gonna drain it myself because I'm a self-sufficient, hard-working human being. I'm an adult.
Blue collar.
Middle America. A little bit of relish on there, and then I'll throw it on top of some iceberg lettuce with some like Italian dressing. Boom! A huge tuna salad fills me up. It's like 400 calories. Got good protein. Love it. Tastes awesome.
Truz, expert delay. He does get the first. By the way, our guy Bry guy on the 1 through 7 says hot take: tuna is nasty. I disagree. I can understand people don't like tuna.
It depends on when like tuna is not for everyone. It's not for me all the time. Like especially like a tuna melt to me is bizarre. I can't like hot tuna.
Oh yeah, give me it. I'll take all.
It's as we get a little Mark Andrews there. That's just it's too much. It's no. But like some cold tuna on crackers. Like I don't put mayo on my tuna either.
Come on! I put relish. I put a little bit of mayo. I put some chips if I'm not talking healthy.
Hot giardiniera or like chopped banana peppers, get a little spice in there.
You need it.
A little light Italian dressing, maybe. Outstanding. Lamar Jackson finally does have an incompletion, but neither one of the quarterbacks doing anything. No, 114 for Lamar, 61 for Sam Darnold. It's not a Darnold day, although he does have at least one nice run to his credit. The ostrich. Yeah.
Give me all the ostrich. Mazda says tuna, mayo, dill pickles, and everything bagel seasoning. Fire emoji.
That actually sounds pretty good. That might get me back on that one. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Also, our guy Tom says he loves Spam. I'll be honest with you. I hear good things. I've never had Spam.
Dude, I did like a 7th grade report on Buzz Killington. Subway tuna is great. You are incorrect on that one. Subway tuna is basically fish flavored mayonnaise. You are making a huge mistake. If you
Jim Gaffigan slays about that. He says, "Yeah, I'll take some of your tuna," and it's in some ways like, "Yeah, the soup. Yeah, can I have a little bit the mayo soup?"
Yeah.
I actually don't.
At no point should tuna ever be doled out so easily in an ice cream scoop. All right, that is a warning sign right there. Don't do it. Like I'm throwing this out there, but I'm not. Please. I go to Subway, I'm getting like the chicken pressed. Like the pressed chicken breast that doesn't taste like chicken, tastes a little bit like sawdust. I don't know why, but that does it for me. That gets
fresh, baby.
Pleasure zone in my brain if I'm doing Subway. Subway for me for a long time was the go-to lunch place when I worked in an office, and I have a lot of bad opinions about Subway. But the one good opinion I have is that the tuna is a train wreck. You shouldn't have to drain tuna when you're scooping it onto a sandwich.
Yeah, well, it depends on how classy you are. Mike Andrews, speaking about class act, the only one that's really within, a shot of getting the bonus in the receiving category. He's got 61. We'll see. It's been tough sledding. We have a 1st and 10 from the 33. Here comes Lamar. Stats.
Brandon Garcia, clearly, this is why you like Pizza Ranch. You're in Minnesota.
Oh, wait a minute. Gonna get it to the end. Got it! Touchdown! Baltimore.
Mark 2, 33 yards to the house. We got our first score of the game, and it didn't come until the 4th quarter. But hey, the Ravens likely putting a cap on this one.
Like Minnesota loves Spam, we love touchdowns here in Simland. Under center, going for 2. Lamar drops back, can take off, gonna get sacked. So it'll remain 12-0. The Jets are being blanked with 7:53 left to go in the 4th quarter. I'll take a quick peek at our contest here. Ooh, Train 1, not Train Island. Tied for first place with Levelone. Lamar Jackson, the captain, Bell, Andrews, Sneed, who's doing nothing, Ravens D, and Justin Tucker. Currently your winning lineup. I got to be close, right? 32nd. No, I guess not. Oh, he always kill me. Chris Hogan. Oh, Nick Boyle, goose egg. That was a bad call. I thought I had Mark. Well, I have Mark Ingram.
No, I got the goose egg on my roster, but it's from Patrick Ricard, so I can't hate on that too much. Lamar with that passing touchdown up to 22 points in the captain spot. Got me in the top 40 in the Nooner free roll. So
that's true. Brian clearing me up, keeping me on the straight and narrow. That's why I love him. He gets the first hug, by the way. He said, just a heads up, doesn't go down as an official sack, so don't go looking for those points. It's just a 2-point conversion. That's right. No interceptions. Really, all you can get is 2 points or not in the NFL here in Simland as well. It was an unofficial sack. That's going to stink for a player. Like, oh, I got a sack. It's like, yeah, it doesn't count, dude.
Especially if you have like a sack incentive built into your contract.
Seriously. That's a good point.
If that cost, imagine that cost you like $250,000. That was your 10th sack of the season. No, it wasn't.
Well, you hope that the team would be good to you in that case. It all depends on that relationship with the GM and coach and payout committee, which, by the way, there is in several teams. By the way, also, I know we've kind of been talking all over the place. And Nick boiled eggs, says Sean Griffin. That's funny. First down here for the Jets. The dumpster fire that used to be the Cleveland Browns. Remember how it was so fun to make fun of the Browns, all the mistakes? The Houston Texans said, hold my beer. Give me my crown.
They are filling that void, and I'm so happy. I thought it would be the Lions, and still could be. They do have but
this is
dedicated to biting ankles.
Yeah, they're gonna at least kill you on the way out. But the Texans have become borderline laughingstock. The firing, all these stories you're hearing about Deshaun Watson, the people he was close with have all been let go. Now they're principal owner or whatever it is, like GMs. The whole place is a disaster, and they're quote unquote, before they hired Nick Caserio, their guy who was running their operations was now seen doing really bad stand-up during a Catholic pilgrimage somewhere.
He was just such strong youth pastor at a camp you don't want to be at vibes. Just everything about it. Just like, oh.
Yeah, and that's the dude that's like, hey, yeah, let's make some moves. By the way, people in Boston always say, pack the car! Pack the car! I'll be honest, lived here my whole life, never once have heard that. And just like people in New York, I don't think they're walking around saying like, hey, what do you want? What do you say? Like, it's just it's all cliches Jack used to be. But yeah, the Houston Texans never going to stop with the headlines until they eventually move on from Deshaun Watson. Or I still think they'll keep him, but they need to do something because it is brutal out there. Tough to be a Texans fan right now, I can tell you that. Not that I
am. And they're like, oh, we think we plan on keeping Deshaun, and yeah, man, that's
have to.
You really need to, but you are running away screaming from that option every chance you get. As Le'Veon Bell keeps his team hopes alive with a big pickup there on 4th and short. 1st and 10 coming up. Jets on the happy side of the field, but the clock running out of 5.5 minutes left. They are down by 12. Dude, it just. The Texans, just Cal McNair just taking a hatchet to his dad's legacy as a team owner. Yeah. This is just such an easy thing to do. Just fire Easterby and things can go back to normal. You can actually get a proper rebuild going. You fired Bill O'Brien. You had the first step right, and now instead you're just trying to turn into Bengals South. It's just so
worse though. Yeah, I think it's the worst we've seen in a long time. Like, again, the real story is their president, Jamie Roots, quote unquote, resigned. But let's be honest. Let's be real. Like they were like, we have so many problems. We need to start. Heads need to roll. Oh, Deshaun, who don't you like? This is what I think.
No, the reports coming out are like, he was like, this is dysfunctional. I need to leave. He wanted to do that earlier. And they wanted to do that when Deshaun's unhappy news broke, and they convinced him to stay because he was mad that he was part of that GM search, that they went through all these steps. They recommended some guys, and then Easterby and McNair were like, nope, Nick Caserio's our guy. Who cares? We don't want to listen to you. He was mad then. They convinced him to stick around. They said things will be better. Your input will be taken seriously. And then nothing changed. So he's like, you know what? I don't care how good this job is. I need to get off this sinking ship before just having the stink of the Texans attached to me makes me toxic for any other job. And good for him. He will be much better off.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't know that part of it. I obviously just reading headlines over here, not doing my due diligence before we came on with Christian with that info, that NFL break.
It broke like 20 minutes before we came on the air.
Oh, it's all good.
Understandable.
Oh, don't give me any excuses. I got enough. I got a Rolodex of them. There's a catch by Herndon. Going to be a 3rd and 4. Big play here with just about 4 minutes to go. Again, 12-0. I saw some people asking who scored. It was 2 field goals from Justin Tucker. One was a chip shot, 3rd and 4 complete for the Jets. Looks like that was Perriman again. So
in the 33-yard touchdown pass from Lamar to Mark Ingram.
Yeah, so that's your score. They went for 2 points, did not get it. We'll see what happens here. Brandon Garcia says, hey guys, was my captain yesterday, Tyreek's 85 points last night, the best sim performance? No, actually close, but Lamar Jackson, you see on the field here, I believe had like upwards of 90 right before Thanksgiving in November here. It's a Saturday night, me and Moose. Whenever me and Moose team up, there's some wacky stuff that goes on, whether it's really bad or really good or just really foolish. We had a game where there was 3 fake field goals. But yeah, Lamar Jackson ran for almost 3. I think he went over 300 yards, and I think he scored in the 90s in the captain spot. But don't quote me, I don't remember. But Tyreek obviously was a beast last night. 2nd and 5 here, under 3. There's Le'Veon Bell. Fighting Chris. He's trying to do the best he can for this team, but man, it's tough sledding.
Yeah, this drive taking us way too much time too. We are nearing onside. It was almost certainly going to have to be an onside kick here, and the Jets are going to probably not get it. Going to spend their timeouts. Might get a chance to come back here, but this is good news if you have Jets wideouts. Good news if you have Ravens running backs, because we have seen this script play out before. We're probably going to get a Jets touchdown here instead of Bell running ball. Clock continues to run. Great thinking, fake Adam Bruce, brain genius. So we're going to get almost certainly a touchdown here. Then we're going to get a Ravens drive inside their own, inside Jets territory. They're going to run the ball at least twice. We're going to see some garbage time points here.
Are they going to get the 2 minute?
2 minute warning. You idiots.
I'm to get a little pre-workout in. I'm going to try, Christian, in between to get a run in. Yeah, we might get a whole different look at me when we come back.
Are you making a pre-workout beverage right now? Or are you going to get the flush going?
No, we're going to do – I'm a stim-free guy. I don't do caffeine, so there's very few out there that you get that can still give you a little kick.
Beta-carotene. What's the one that makes your skin kind of flush and tingly before you work out? I hate those pre-workouts. We get a
touchdown!
Who is it?
Is that my guy? Chris Hogan! Woo! Former lacrosse
hero, player. If you got him in your lineup. A pretty forgettable game until that touchdown is going to push him into double digits for the day. And, not a lot of opportunities here for the Jets. They do have all 3 timeouts remaining. If they can get a stop here, they might get the opportunity to escape their home field with a win.
Yeah, so Chris Hogan scoring, that helped my lineup a little bit. He's up to 11.9. He was owned in 30% of the contest. Hogan for the classics is Keek Murray, or Kiki, I don't know how to, Keiki. Don't make me say people's names. 157 remain. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, Christian. Like, I don't do caffeine because it gives me the jitters. There was this product, someone used to tell me, because, as a bigger guy, like, for weight loss, you should try this thing. And it's got a bull on the cover. I'm sure a million do. But basically what it does, it intensifies when you sweat. So not only did it give you the tingles, but when you sweat, it like 10 times, it basically got all the toxins out of you. It was one day I could not stop sweating. I do weddings on the side. I'm a what do you call it? Justice of the Peace. And so if anybody ever needs help, holler at me. Especially during these tough times, you can't leave your home. Maybe you can't get a big wedding. I'll come to your house. Anyways, so I had a meeting at 2:00. I took this thing, attended like a run at like 10:30. I literally could not stop sweating and could not get my heat down that I had to cancel on people that needed to get. I was like, I just can't come today. So
that's absolutely brutal and kind of hilarious.
It was absolutely like afterwards. It was a good laugh, but like they were like, "Are you?" I couldn't tell. I was just like, "I'm sick." And they're like, "Well, what's wrong?" I'm like, "Oh, I think I have the chills."
Yeah,
Literally couldn't stop sweating.
You had to make up stuff and not be like, "I just took too much pre-workout stuff," and I can.
And 4 hours later, I can't stop sweating.
Music, yeah. Oh man,
stim-free guy.
We're gonna have to get into this next sim because there's not enough time at the end here. Because that big run right there basically shuts the door on the Jets' comeback hopes. 2 timeouts burned, so 1 timeout left. 1:49 left. 1st and 10 here for the Ravens, so they can run it. Kneel. do whatever they want. But huge news, for me at least. HBO Max just ordered 2 seasons, Clone High. Clone High revival. What's up, everyone? I am thrilled about that.
Was that Cartoon Network or was that Adult Swim?
Clone High was MTV.
MTV, thank you.
It was like Phil Lord, Miller and Lord before they did Scrubs and all that, and it was Will Forte as Abe Lincoln. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal cartoon.
This is when like
hilarious.
Yeah, this is when they revived like Ren and Stimpy. They did a whole onslaught. Was that mid 2000s? I remember it, but like not specifically. Wasn't it around like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, somewhere around there?
It was the early 2000s, yes.
Yeah.
And it was just historical figures as teenagers acting nothing like their real selves, except for maybe John F. Kennedy. And Gandhi was an ADD-riddled lunatic, and people in India were not thrilled with that portrayal, obviously. But they're bringing it back, and that first down will seal it for the Baltimore Ravens. Get a little extra garbage points for Lamar Jackson. Going to put him over 150 passing yards. Hooray. So it was most disappointing performance in a while, but Wild Weather Wednesday, what can you do?
Yeah.
One kneel down and we'll be done for this game.
Yeah, not a great outing here. Christian, line up your player of the game and your babysitter Billy, because I'll say between Sims, we now know Christian's going to be just sweating the information about Clone High's return. I'm going to be trying to get my sweat on as well. But I might be looking at this.
Go watch Clone High while you're on the treadmill.
I might.
Go binge that.
Hamster whale.
It's perfect.
So 3 seconds.
Good show.
Yeah, wrapping up this one, Sam Darnold threw a touchdown pass in the fourth quarter to Chris Hogan to give the Jets some form of respect on this one. Lamar Jackson to Mark Ingram was your touchdown for the Ravens with no 2-pointer and 2 field goals from Justin Tucker. My lineup looked decent. The Ravens defense kind of let me down, just ending with 5. And Nick Boyle was a dumb play, but in first place, as we are finalizing stats, Derek smoking them. Looks like it's GPR for Sir Perriman in the captain spot of all guys. Lev Bell, Ingram, Jackson, Andrews, and Tucker. That's the winning lineup as of now. Christian, tough one here. Not a great outing by either team. Not a bunch of stats. Nobody hit a bonus. So who's going to be your player of the game?
Oh man, this is a tough one. I think I gotta give it to. Let's go with Mark Andrews because he's one of the lesser-known guys. Didn't find the end zone, but still nearly 13 points on a day where my 64.23 got me in the top 10 of the Nooner free roll, which is a terrible. And
it's all right.
Babysitter Billy, not my kid award today.
Yeah,
a lot of options on this one. I'm gonna run it back.
Can I give you one?
Let me take a look at the receiving stats on this one because there's so many viable candidates in this one.
I'll be honest.
Had
you make the call.
In the end zone. I'm gonna give it to Hollywood Brown. Sure, I guess.
I say Lamar. Lamar stunk today.
Lamar scored more points than I think anyone else in this sim. He put up 22 in the captain spot, so that means about 15 total. I mean, he probably outplayed everyone. Mark Ingram, yeah. Give it to Hollywood Brown, and let's seal this sim up behind the wall, behind the cask of Amontillado, and let's forget it even existed. Oh, no. Jamison Crowder. There we go. 1 catch, 6 yards. That's your babysitter Billy player, not my kid award winner of the game. So let's sign off for now. Let's say goodbye to your monstrous air fryer.
This thing.
So big Kenny Ducey could never lift it.
Yeah, I'll bring it over to his house.
We'll be back in the rain. Bears at Jaguars. 4 p.m. in the snow. Glash and Kenny, Chargers, Eagles. After the 4 p.m. sim. The NBA pre-lock show with Chirag. 6 p.m. Panthers, Seahawks in the rain. Kaufman and Kenny. 8 p.m. Texans, Packers in the snow. Koff and Moose. And 10 p.m. Madden After Dark. Patriots, Bucks in the wind. Flash and Moose, the dynamic After Dark duo. That'll do it for us for now. But we'll be back here in about an hour. We got through that one pretty quickly.
Billboard it. Show them the billboard.
Let them know.
So in between,
Substack.com. We will let you know all about Dak all about the highest paid free agents of 2021, and a little bit about the Buccaneers roster building. Postroot.substack.com, and it's free to subscribe.
Yeah, make sure you do that. Also free, go check out your podcasting app. Check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, new episode dropping tonight. We'll talk all about that and much more. He's at Train Island. I'm at Jason DeRossi for Madison, for Bry Guy, who's getting the first hug when everything's clear. Tom and Derek, we'll see you guys in an hour. Thank you so much, DK Simfan. Be well. Go eat some lunch. Do something positive for yourself. See you soon. Welcome back, DK Sim fam. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea with you. We got ourselves a 2 p.m.er here, Christian. We got the Bears, we got the Jags, two of the more teams as we kind of head into the offseason. Like,
how dare you say anything to besmirch the name of Madden Mitch? I cannot believe you, Ross. We have seen Mitch in the snow. What's not to like?
There's plenty of things not to like. This guy has not performed like he did in last year's game. They did not give him the love because he stunk it out last season. Can't wait to see what those stats will be next year. But when we come to it here, it's going to be Jacksonville, like we said, and I was about to say Jacksonville and Christian. Jacksonville Bears. When you look at this one, Christian, where do you, aside from all the disrespect I've put on the name of Mitch Trubisky, where do you kind of look at as lineups will be locking shortly?
So I'm maybe unduly influenced by our last sim. That was the snow. This is the rain, but mobile quarterback, targeted his tight end quite a bit. So I paid down the captain spot, got myself a little Jimmy Graham. Graham last game, under 8 points. Not great. Before that, 12-7, 13-1, 15-5. He is capable of going out there and giving you a solid game, especially if there aren't a ton of points scored. Wild Weather Wednesday means tight end values up, running back values up, although I was hard-pressed to go Bears RBs. I did get Chris Thompson in there because I'm happy to see him thriving in Simland. But I got Jimmy Graham. I got Mitch Trubisky. I got Chris Thompson. And I got a handful of other guys that I can tell you more about in 25 seconds when these lineups lock. Rossi, where are you?
I'll spoil you. My captain. I'm taking the dart throw. Last time I had the Bears, put this guy in the captain. I won the contest all in the fourth quarter, coming from 90-1, baby. Let's see if we can do it again. David Montgomery in the rain, captain him up for the Bears. I'll just tell you my Bears side of things. I got him, I got Mitch, and I got Pinedo. He's going to be my kicker. I don't know why in the rain, but it was all price point.
Dangerous.
Well, we saw it. Justin Tucker's kicking million-yard field goals in the snow, so I'm hoping we get a little bit of that.
Not from Eddie Pinheiro, from Josh Lambo, maybe. So that's why I threw Lambo in there. I had a little bit of cash. I got Tyler Eifert because I stacked up the tight ends in this one. This, to me, seemed like the sure-handed go-to guy against a bad passing defense. He can be a little hit or miss, but he is on a solid streak, giving you good production. 11 plus in 3 of his last 4 sims, and not too far removed from a 6-catch, 135-yard day against the Rams of all teams with their great passing defense. So we know he's capable going out there, giving us a nice little performance. And to me, he is the top wideout on the open market. I know, not exactly going out on a limb there. It's basically only that position, him and Chris Godwin. But I cover both of them in today's postroute.substack.com. We got a handful of new subscribers earlier today. If you're one of them, thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much that means to us that you joined us. But if you haven't subscribed and you want to hear about what the future holds for the highest priced free agents out there, including my guy Allen Robinson, including Chris Godwin, including maybe little Trent Williams, Justin Simmons, make sure you subscribe. Postroute.substack.com.
First carry of the game was Chris Thompson getting 2 yards. Jacksonville, and they're all blacks. They're looking Gardner over the middle. Eifert with the catch. Getting close to a first down. Looks like we're setting up a 3rd and inches. My lineup here, Christian. I told you, Montgomery and the captain. I went DJ Chark, Ted Ginn Jr., Minshew, Pinheiro, and Trubisky. So both quarterbacks leaving 900 on the table. Don't love that, but it's hard to find the fill there. You got the DK Sim Fam slowly rejoining us here in the 2 o'clock. Shane Thomas is back for some more Sim Fam. I've used 3 spots in my classic almost in the money as Chris Thompson's going to get the first down here, keep this drive alive and kicking at the 47-yard line. We got Evans. Boney says Raquel. Vulture time. Yeah, no vultures yet. We'll see if the vulture is spinning overhead today.
It has been a while since we had a good vulture call. And,
it has. It's been a hot minute.
Raquel, our host, go out to him. He seems to be the player that has been the most affected by COVID-19, tested positive, and then ultimately missed the entire season. So hopefully he will be back at full strength. A rotating cast of characters in and out of that running back room in Jacksonville. But ultimately it led to James Robinson showing up and showing out.
I agree.
Undrafted, one of the best rookie seasons from any undrafted free agent ever. A bowling ball of a running back out of Illinois State, and I was very surprised when he went undrafted to get DJ Chark on the board.
First catch of the game, DJ Chark bringing him to the 32.
First comment. It was
honestly, yeah, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't know. There's two teams. It's the Jaguars and the Steelers. I feel like all of them are in the teens, so they're stud receivers, should I say. But yeah, Conley gets the catch there. Highest owned in this contest as we get Minshew slips, takes back, gonna get sacked. Mitch Trubisky, 80%. Chris Thompson follows him up at 52. Allen Robinson but just under 47. DJ Chark right below him at 45. Minshew at 40. So Mitch Trubisky, head of the class in the ownership. See if he can pay off, especially in the rain. Could get some fumbleitis here.
Absolutely. The over-under on Mitch fumbles today is 1.5, and I am very tempted to hammer that over. But we will see here. You got to imagine he's going to put the ball on the turf at these times. Minshew in a similar boat. Two shaky quarterbacks, although Minshew back to Conley for another big strike. And just like that, the Jags fixing to take a lead on their home field, TIAA Bank Stadium. Not only home to the Jaguars, but home to one of the greatest wrestling matches of all time.
Oh, yeah.
AEW Stadium Stampede, and if you are here watching with us, thank you. But after this stream is over, go find the Stadium Stampede. You can find it on your less reputable streaming sites and give it a watch. It's like a half hour long, and it is all bangers. It's like an all Crunchberries mix of wrestling tropes and delightfulness.
It was a lot of fun from earlier in 2020. Here is a first and goal. There was a man who did backflips the whole 100 yards, quote unquote. Yeah, incredible stuff there. Let's see what we get. So we have a first and goal from the 6. Chris Thompson in the backfield. Look at this line. Like 18 tight ends, Chark at the bottom of the screen. Here's the handoff. Ooh. Right up the gut for a touchdown. Actually, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris Thompson. I always say it wrong because he doesn't look like he would be a 34. He seems like a 25 from his Washington days, but gets the touchdown there. Second highest owned in the contest. The line was dominant there. Jacksonville just ran it right down their throats. Couple passes mixed in as well. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Nice, efficient start for the Jags. You maybe didn't think they'd be able to perform like they did against this very tough Bears defense, but no issues whatsoever. The one sack, the only blemish on the Jags opening drive, and they chewed up a fair amount of clock.
Yeah, we appreciate you all being here with us. Smash the like on your way in, like our guy Tom Brady's the greatest. Formerly James Farrell says, "What up, guys? Like number 110 just for Rossi." Don't do it for me, do it for everybody. Our guy Germ over on Twitch says, "I was trying to write some Rossi short jokes, but the punchline would just go over his head." Right over there. Hey, let me catch it. Almost. Somebody asked me to go. Who was it? Let me see. Too many. Problem Kid Gaming says, "Stand next to your fridge so we can compare height. Do you need a stool to get to the fridge? How about the cabinets?" Yeah, I need 2 stools. I need a full ladder, 6-foot ladder to get up there. We see you, Carter, Barry.
She gets mad at you. She put your snacks up there.
Yeah, she goes top shelf on me. Which is where she hides the peanut butter. Like, no, can't be snacking.
Smart woman.
Got to be careful, right? You got to be good to everybody. Chris Thompson, the early classic, is 33%. He is the 3rd highest owned in that contest. So a lot of people feeling him today. There's a pass out. Nice catch and move. Trubisky getting the ball out to Tariq Cohen. He's going to be bouncing back from an injury come next season. We'll see. Will Trubisky be back as a Bear next year? I'm assuming he didn't make your top 5 guys that are going to cash in.
He did not, surprisingly. I think, the Bears are obviously going to be in the market for a few guys. And I know a fair amount of Bears fans that are saying, listen, give the Texans whatever they want for Deshaun Watson. He
right the wrong.
Immediately become the greatest quarterback we've had in the past 30 years, quite possibly the greatest quarterback they've had since Bill Wade. No, Bill Wade was a Ram. Was Bill? Anyway, I think it was just a Ram. Yeah. At any rate,
I get
that should absolutely go out hard and find. Bill Wade was a quarterback with the Bears. He is.
Did he also play? Okay.
11-1-2 in 1963 with the Bears.
The era was born.
Out of Vanderbilt. So a lot to like there. But yeah, Deshaun Watson, get him a spot. Get clear out of locker for him. Give the Texans whatever they want.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. But I understand the thought process is going again on the catch from Trubisky. Must be says Rossi the Giant midget wrestling legend. Appreciate you. Edmonds here said, who scored the TD? Chris Thompson was your touchdown. Thank you, Neil. Hatrick Harris. I love that name. You're new to me, Neil. I don't know who you are, but I already like you. You're moving up the ranks just for that punt. Yeah, could be. Here's a handoff. Run, pushing that line around. Cohen in the rain. We've seen the run game basically for both sides kind of highlighted thus far. Jimmy Graham had a catch across the middle. Now to the 33-yard line on their opening drive. Chicago wearing their vintage classic unis. Ones they went back to a few years ago. I do enjoy the Bears uniforms. Very classic.
Yeah, I mean, they don't mess. They're like, Penn State uniforms and that. They don't mess with them. They don't try to update them. They just go with a classic, clean look. It's something you would hope the Browns would have done, because the Browns have a very classic, the shoulder stripes, the brown and the orange and white. And, they went away from it for a while. They came back to it this season, and this season they returned to the playoffs. I don't think that's a coincidence by any means.
No, 3rd and 7 here from the 34. Mike Clark says, just made it to Simland. Let's do this, Jags. Trubisky searching, flag on the play, caught. Miller.
More on that one. Is it going to be coming back? Or yeah. So big 3rd down conversion negated by the hold up front. Cody Whitehair getting dinged there. 3rd and long now, outside of Pinheiro field goal range. Although if they pick up about 10 here, they'll probably give him a shot.
There's the pass.
And 4th down coming up would be about a 49-yarder here.
Come on, this is my guy. This is my kicker. We'll get to Brian C's question after we see what happens here. Could be the final play of the first, depending on how they time it. They are going to try to boot it. You're right, 49 yards. Snap, kick, not looking good here. It looks very shallow. Looked like it should be a 35-yarder at best, but not going to get there. Very sad.
Do you feel foolish now? Do you feel foolish now putting your faith in the
I appreciate the effort, but nope, don't feel foolish yet. Too early for that. Handoff to Thompson. He's going to try to make it to the left side. Makes a nice move. Stays in bounds. Yep, it's going to be the end of the first quarter. The question came over for us is Rossi, Christian. Brian C says, what did you goobers do in between Sims? Christian, what did you do?
First off, if you're checking out my Twitter, you know exactly what I did. I went and watched a whole bunch of Clone High clips. I watched Nothing Bad Ever Happens to the Kennedys. I watched Gandhi and George Washington Carver discussing whether how to pronounce say what. And I found the full playlist on YouTube, so I'm halfway through the first episode. Escape to Beer Mountain. Parentheses, a rope of sand. So I am very excited that we're going to have Clone High back with the original producers, with an original writer returning as showrunner nearly 20 years later. This is the best news I could have hoped for. Clone High is coming back, and
rejoice, world, because Christian is. Yeah, look at him. For me, I went for a quick little run, talked to my wife, took a shower. You're welcome for the visuals. Touchdown in this one, Chris Thompson scored from about 6 yards out. That's 7-0. Jags. Me on the hamster wheel. It was a blast. I don't have a Peloton. I use the Peloton app, and I use a different, cheaper treadmill because, as Christian don't let the old stainless steel fool you over here. We're still scratching and clawing. Blue collar man over here, like my shirt.
You saw the air fryer that's roughly the size of a 30-gallon cooler. So not buying that, man.
It's not as expensive as you imagine. It's a 2nd and 2 here from the 48. Got to get to the 50 for the first. Give to Thompson. Got it, and then some. Bears having a lot of trouble stopping the run thus far in the rain.
Thompson having a not bad day so far. Just gaining traction when the rest of this Bears defense is slipping and sliding around. We'll see if the run is going to set up the pass here. You do have Gardner Minshew, the man who is going to go to a more natural role as a high-value backup, just as a true starter, capable of over-delivering. Honestly, where I think Gardner Minshew is right now is he's going to be a younger Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's going to bounce around for a while. I think there are going to be times where we convince ourselves he can be a viable starter, and he's going to have some games where he pays it off. He's going to have some down games. I like Gardner Minshew a lot. He definitely has a place in the league. He can definitely carve out a decade plus bouncing around, especially in a league where Alex Tanney can stick around for 7 years. So, Godspeed, Gardner Minshew. There's no way this Jags team is going to look at you and look at Trevor Lawrence and go like, "No, we're good." No, this is going to be Lawrence's team going forward. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, actually, because they have so much money to spend this offseason. What I think they should do, and they got a lot of ways to go on this one. They got a lot of cash to throw around, and they're going to have the value of a rookie contract quarterback for a while. But I think they need to go out, bring Allen Robinson back in the fold, bring him back to where his career started, let him head up a receiving core. That's him and DJ Chark and Colin Johnson and Tyler Eifert. Is Tyler Eifert back? I don't know. But at any rate, I think Robinson would be a perfect addition to that receiving core. Surround Trevor Lawrence with targets, with skilled players who can go above and beyond and really ease his transition to the NFL. And, if you need $21 million a year to lure him back to Florida, that's what you got to do, Jags.
Should have done it 3 years ago, but I agree. It could be a nice natural fit, get as much weapons. They should bring Eifert back for the young rook. As we get a 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. Got to give a shout to producer Madison, Brian on the 1 through 7s. We got our guy Derek in ops, and we have our guy Tom learning the ropes. So we got a great crew. Smash the like on your way in. Likes are super low right now, and I'm not one to beg. I don't really. You do what you got to do, but like you're here, you're enjoying yourself, you're having some fun. We're talking smack or calling me short, calling Christian beautiful, whatever you guts to do. Smash the like while you're here. Much appreciated. If you like what you're hearing, or you don't, smash it either way. Here's the hand. Oh, I thought it was going to be a handoff. 2nd and 1. Nice catch. Quick draw by our guy, Minshew. Is that our O'Shaughnessy sighting? Who did we get there?
I thought again. I thought it was the most targeted guy in that offense, but now could be Thompson time again, although at the 3 might be time for a vulture. Let's see what they come out of here.
Looks like Thompson's still in the backfield, but I never know. I think Raquel's 30, so we could see drop back, looking, searching, scrambles out, has room to run. Oh, Khalil Mack!
Oh, no!
Huge
the
turn
worst
of events.
Possible outcome as Minshew puts it on the turf, and now Madden Mitch about to give us a 92-yard touchdown scramble.
Could happen. Looking, searching, throws a dime, caught with room to run. Nice play there. Big pickup there. Trubisky getting it to Anthony Miller. 2nd catch of the day. Big turn of events. Minshew had a chance to run that one said Khalil Mack. Waxing one of the best defenders in the game. Quietly untalked about. Could be a part of trade rumors again with the Eagles. You could read everything about this at this point. Carson Wentz, could he be traded today? We shall see.
Dude,
so
I don't know who is going to meet Philadelphia's asking price on Carson Wentz. He is a cap space albatross, and he just came off a season in which he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL, one of the worst starting quarterbacks. Granted, his receiving core was everyone got hurt. His offensive line fell apart due to injury. Again, it was a very unlucky season. But the Eagles are out here posturing like they're going to get a Matthew Stafford-like return for Carson Wentz, and that's just not going to happen.
Another fumble. It's picked up.
Right back.
Could he take it? No. Back-to-back fumbles by the quarterbacks trying to make plays on 3rd downs. Not going to get it. Here come the Jacksonville Jaguars. 4 wide. Thompson in the backfield. Snap. Looking around, dances, throws, has a receiver.
Who do we have here? It is finally DJ Chark. So his first catch of the day, I believe. And a perfect start to this one. 9 for 9, 111 for Gardner Minshew. The only blemish on his record is the fumble near the goal line. I'm sorry, that was Chark's 2nd catch of the day. 2 for 25 for him.
Here's the play from the 18, 1st and 10. Looking to throw again. It's been nothing but throws recently here. It looks like Eifert picks that one up for 9 yards. Going to be close to a 1st down. 2nd and 1 from the 9-yard line. Perfect way to open up the playbook here could be, Eifert's been getting a lot of targets down here. Christian Chark could throw it up to him, as well as maybe another run from Chris Thompson. See what we get. Jordan Lindenbaum saying I'm the new cough curse for poor games. Well, we'll see. It's still early, Jordan. I'll take your curse for now. There's the throw again to Eifert. It's going to bounce his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars.
What a day that guy is having already. That's something like 6 catches for him and 6 points now as the Jags take a 2-touchdown lead. 2:07 left in the half. So the Bears will have the 2-minute warning, all 3 timeouts, and a chance to answer as the Jags been just carving up this defense with impunity. Those are 3 should have been scoring drives. One that was erased by the fumble, and then a short field there, and no problems whatsoever for Minshew and Eifert.
Mo says boo. No, they're saying Eifert. Maybe not. Here is 14-0. Thompson on the first touchdown. Tyler Eifert catches that touchdown. Gardner Minshew throws, as you mentioned. Gardner Minshew on the last drive fumbled at the 3. Then it was a fumble from Trubisky. They cash in on the turnover. Just a few seconds left before we get to the 2-minute warning. McPepper says, Rossi, sit down already. Unfortunately, I don't want to kill the gimmick, but unfortunately I am sitting on my booster chair. It's like when you get a haircut when you're a kid. You just got to get those like phone books to get under. It's the way us littles take care of business. Here's a first down play. Trubisky drops back, looking, searching, sacked.
No. Wow. So Mitch trending hard towards Babysitter Billy status in this one. Not even at 2 points in this sim, and we've only got 2 minutes to go in the first half. So Mad Mitch may have deserved your disrespect the way he's been playing, Ross. So you might have been right on this one.
He stinks. He stinks today, but he hasn't played great recently. We'll see. There's a screen pass, almost intercepted. Makes a play. Tariq Cohen almost gets all the yards back.
Play, but only survived by the skin of its teeth there. Could have been a sack. Could have been an interception. Instead, 13 yards for Tariq Cohen, and the reception there as it's been a running back and tight end dominated game.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from Allen Robinson. Haven't seen much any Ted Ginn yet. Here's Mitch Trubisky looking, has a lane. He's going to take off. He's got it and then some. Is he going to slide? No. Takes the hit again at the 41-yard line. Nice run by Mitch, but got to be careful, especially in the rain where your awareness dips, the fumbles go up. He already has 1 fumble. Here's going to be the play from the 41. They still have all 3 timeouts here, Christian, being conservative. Don't want to give maybe enough time for the Jags to get the ball back. Trubisky drops back, has a receiver wide open, goes and throws it into difficult coverage, bounced around. It's like me playing hacky sack. A couple of hits, and then the thing goes flying the other way.
The ball got pinballed through, and Mitch, lucky it wasn't an interception, but hey, the incompletion stops the clock. 58 seconds, 3 timeouts left. You need, based on what we saw from Eddie Pinheiro earlier, you need about 15 yards before you start feeling good about a Bears field goal here.
Robinson, man in motion. Wide open across the middle of the field. Gonna go there wicked late. That's a Boston. There's your Boston term of the day.
So a 2-yard gain there. We get a Ted Ginn sighting, old man Ginn, given nothing to do on that crossing route. Can't even use that burner speed that he still somehow kind of sort of possesses to turn it upfield. And we are still outside of Pinheiro field goal range, even though Matt Nagy might trot him out there anyway.
Here's the play, looking around, dancing, goes to the left, throws it across his body, has the catch.
Get someone! Are you kidding me? That play had disaster written all over it, but somehow Mitch escapes and unloads it to Ginn for about 20 yards on 3rd and 8. So now Bears fixing to get at least a field goal out of this one. But
we saw last time. Don't hold your breath on Pinheiro here. Needs probably another 5-6 yards because that last one was brutal. Here's Trubisky, has a wide open running back in Cohen. He's looking around, dancing, gets sacked, and fumbles the ball.
Oh, no. There it is, the overhits in the first half. 2 Matt and Mitch fumbles.
Not a good start here. They call the timeout with just 36 seconds remaining. One timeout, 2nd and 24. We have our guy, Costello over here says, Mitch is like a very poor man's Lamar, but sometimes he's just homeless. Hey, throw him a couple quarters. Be good to him. Here's Trubisky in the gun. Looking, searching, throwing. Again, poor decision. Only gets a few yards. This is another, if they need to pick up about 10 yards, give or take, to even give Piñeiro a shot.
What? Yeah, this is just, great for Jimmy Graham. He did get his PPR point there, but a nothing play. Like you said, not quite in field goal range. In field goal attempt range, but based on what we saw from Piñeiro earlier, wouldn't mess with it. It's Graham again. That's going to make it
looks like it's enough. It looks like it should be enough to get.
Should be doable. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he tried a 49-yarder, was about 6 yards shy, so not going to, a different side of the field here. Piñeiro wearing number 15, looking like a quarterback. We'll see what they try to kick this one in to make it a 11-point game, as the Bears have been sputtering offensively. Piñeiro looks, lines it up. The kick is up. The kick is good. Points on the board for Chicago. 14-3 now. Jacksonville in the lead for your 2 p.m. in the rain. It's a wacky weather Wednesday. Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi, producer Madison, Brian, Derek and Ops, and our guy Tom checking everybody out. Bruce Malcolm says, Rossi, I'm 5'5", want to team up, stack those kickers, stack Rossi and Bruce, and we can reach the peanut butter, PB. Hell yeah, Bruce, I'm in on that. We'll be giants together. We'll be like 8 foot. Come on.
Yeah, you guys can sneak into amusement parks in a trench coat and ride the roller coasters together.
Finally. Here comes a return. Thompson returns it, so if he ever breaks one, there's some extra points for you. Should be the last play. Oh, wait, no, that was Dede? Still, another offensive player you can actually draft. Here's Minshew. Give to Thompson. He's going to be stopped. Are they going to let it go to the half? They are.
Use that as a sign to just go into the locker room nursing that 3-point lead, or 11-point lead, rather, because it is 14-3. As some good drives in that first half. The Bears sputtering out in Jacksonville territory, sputtering out when Mitch put the ball on the turf for certain. Jags playing a lot better, looked like the better team. A lot of long, sustained drives, really without that one Minshew fumble. We're looking at a 17, maybe a 21-point half from them. Big day for Chris Thompson, 32 on the ground and a touchdown. Big day for Tyler Eifert. He's got the other receiving touchdown. Big day for tight ends, because I know Jimmy Graham is having a pretty solid one, 4 for 44 in the first half alone. And other than that, not too much to write home about in this one.
No, it's the story of the defense. There's been a lot of fumbles in this one. JJ Fat over on YouTube's says big second half for the Bears. DST coming. It could. We saw Minshew fumble at the 3-yard line. It was a turnover. Then they coughed it right back as Mitch Trubisky with his 2 fumbles thus far. Only 1 lost, but we'll see what they're going to get out of the second half. As you mentioned, Eifert just dominating in the middle of the field. Those 6 grabs. He's got the touchdown. Will we get a bonus in this one? No bonuses in the 12 o'clock. Wacky Weather Wednesday can bring a lot of. It's a mixed bag. It's a fickle lady. What do you think? Do we get one?
Have to break one on the ground if they're going to get the rushing bonus. The passing bonus, I don't think we're going to get there. But Eifert's got a shot. Graham's got a shot. Chris Conley, we haven't seen him since the first drive of the game, but he's at 40 yards. So maybe, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical in this one. I feel like we're going to have a very wild Weather Wednesday finish to this one, which means some low-key runs and a few kneel downs.
Yeah, I'm in 116 in our contest. Shadow Man 1012 is leading the lineup. Getting the captain, interesting enough. Mitch Trubisky, Minshew, Thompson, Eifert, Conley. As we're going to get to the second half action momentarily. Our guy Derek cleaning up all the numbers, making sure everything is correct. Working his tail off back there. Smash the like for him. Oh yeah, where's the poster of Billboard? Man. There it is. Look at that thing.
.substack.com. I know we got a few new subscribers today. We are so very grateful. Thank you so much. And we're going to have plenty of off-season content, including free agency stuff, including TV breakdowns, including including reviews of your favorite adult beverages. So be sure to join us at the Post Route. It's completely free. A thrice weekly email. postroute.substack.com.
Go subscribe. I'm going to read mine later. Here comes the second half action with Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi. Follow him at Train Island. Follow me at Jason D. Rossi. Got the great crew of Madison, producer Madison, woogity woogity woo. Brian on the 1s through 7s, our DJ extraordinaire, just making it all happen. Derek and Ops got everything cleaned up, ready to roll here for the second half. And Tom with our in the learning chair today, learning how to get all this stuff done. We'll be getting a lot more from him. Appreciate you all being here with us. Hope you're having a great day. It's halfway through the week. Hope it's a good week so far. Hope you're having a heck of a day. And if anything's keeping you down, hopefully this sim, a little escape, a little fun, and a little sprinkle of positivity in your life, and or not, you can just drop your trash and move on afterwards. Just drop some hate and be like, this stinks, or get it off your chest and get back to the real world as we get a big run. He breaks the tackle. Anthony Miller.
Look at the yak on that guy as Mitch. The yak helping him get up over the passing yards. So Bears in business early.
The easiest pass in the world, just the drop pass. It's amazing. Bruce says, imagine Train Island's hair flowing out in the window of a train. Luscious. Oh, it would be. I'll tell you, once everything's all cleared up, me and Christian, we're gonna go convertible, get the hairs flowing. I'll grow my beard back to the bushiness. It doesn't really move much, but it'll be fun to just drive in a car. Remember those days when that was like the thing to do, Christian, when you just drove around? Driving.
I remember being a teenager and trying to find things that would be open late that, weren't bars that I could hang out in. And the only thing was like over in Cumberland, Rhode Island, they had a 7-Eleven. So we would spend a lot of time in there.
Parking lot?
Yeah, pretty much. Going in, refilling our double gulps and putting down like...
Good times though, right? That's the best. I don't care what anybody says.
Time.
Couple of random comments here. Again, Ryan says, Rossi, how much was your bail from streaking internet at the Super Bowl? It was not I. It was not I. I'm down for it next year, though. Bruce says, all love, but imagine being married to Ducey. I'm not in for that's nightmare fuel. Don't do that to me. You can talk to Kenny, congratulate him on his engagement during the next sim. He's very good at taking jokes.
There's one easygoing member of the Sim fam that you can definitely joke around with casually. It's Kenny.
The Freak of Nature says, do you put gel on your beard? Gel? No, I put beard oil occasionally, or I just let it dry up and do its own thing. I do not. I don't know what gel. Like, you mean like hair gel? I'm not really good with face. Like I'm not like a, I don't know what the best term. I'm not a beautician. I'm not one of those guys that's obsessed.
Rossi, we just missed a 16-yard punt.
Darn it. Those 16-yard punts, they get you. Yeah, we've had some really great punts since the update, and then you also have those trash punts that puts them in a really good position. So we'll see what the Jags
really hit her with those coffin corners, and that was a pretty big miss. That was a Tommy Townsend in the Super Bowl style misses.
Oof, that was a rough one.
Yeah, charging up the middle and immediately.
No.
The Jags in good field position after that run, but nope, just gave it all right back on that sack.
Yeah, that was a great play designed to avoid the sack too. You had a double fake, a fake to the receiver coming across, the pump fake or the fake to the running back, and then sack. So 3rd and 8 here from the 28-yard line, 14-3. Minshew takes the snap, has a receiver wide open across the field. He's thinking about it. He's wondering. He has him. Thompson, go.
It looked like he got it to me. They do back to him. Fresh set of downs. Now the Jags back in business. Got the big bend don't break to start the drive on start the third quarter on defense, and now a chance to make this a 3-possession game with a touchdown here. Still got a ways to go.
36-yard line. Ooh, Thompson breaking one to the left side. Or is that actually Armstead? There he is, getting involved. Must be tired after being in every single play. was Chris Thompson. Michael Irvin.
3.2 fantasy points per game. A guy who does show up. He gets a handoff pretty much every game.
He's a vulture.
Hasn't had more than a single point in a long time. Although, if you go all the way back to Sim number 90, this is Sim 104. Sim 90, out of nowhere, 105 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns.
Nice.
25-point performance out of nowhere. Just shocking. He's had multiple negative point games, but yet for 1 week, Raquel Armstead was one of the greatest Sim performers in history.
Really is. For that price? Are you kidding me? Here's the handoff again. Nice first down on a 3rd and 2. Tell you, the Jags are having their way on the ground with this Bears defense, who has the vaunted front 7, but just not playing up to speed. Maybe it's the rain. Maybe it's the real grass. Traction could be an issue. But Wacky Weather Wednesday, again, we'll tell you the lineup. We have ourselves a day ahead of you. We obviously got the snow, the rain here. Snow will be in the next one. Chargers visiting the Eagles. That will be with Glash and Kenny. It's another run stop there. You're going to get the rain with Koff and Kenny at 6. Then you'll get snow returning over in Christian's area in Wisconsin with the Green Bay Packers hosting the Texans with Koff and Moose. And then Patriots Bucks in the wind, which I think is going to be fascinating because obviously, the Patriots run the ball a ton here and use Devin Asiasi a lot. So it's fascinating to see what you get from Madden After Dark. Is Minshew on a 2nd and 7 that ball's dropped.
Drop there. So Chris Thompson costing you about 1.6 points there and costing his team a shot at 3rd and short. So once again, drive in danger of stalling out. Thompson saved him last time on 3rd and long. 3rd and 7 coming up here from about midfield.
And the shotgun. Here's Minshew, 4-man. Here comes the delayed blitz. Didn't go to the receiver, but has a man wide open down the middle of the field. Is that Conley? DD Westbrook. It's his first grab.
Yeah, Westbrook, one of those guys who didn't work out the way that the Jaguars had hoped, and now they're going to have to make a decision about his future. Westbrook, Keelan Cole, Chris Conley, a whole bunch of wideouts going to be available from that Jaguars offense. And honestly, I feel like most of them are going to be hitting free agency without too many obstacles in their way. But,
could be a good
project for some team out there.
Yeah, should have been an interception there. That's why they play defense, and that one's dropped. Problem Kid Gaming says, Rossi, if kickers get over 100 total yards, should that be a bonus? Ring it upstairs. Madison, we have to talk after the sim. We need to go through points, please. Here's the handoff. Nice moves. Actually, just looking like an NBA crossover there by Chris Thompson. Had the ankle-breaking move there. Gets 7 yards on the ground, making it a manageable 3rd and 3 with 2 minutes, 40 seconds. 2 minutes left directly on the clock here in the second.
Thompson continues his good day. Still pretty far outside the bonus territory, but if this holds and the Jags are up big in the 4th quarter, he's going to get a lot more carries.
Oh, no. Stuff there. So it's time. Get the keys out, warm up the Lambo to try to go back up 2 scores, or do they get aggressive, Christian, and try to push it down? Bears haven't been able to do anything offensively.
Exactly. Thompson's been having a very nice game. Now they're going to take the easy points with Josh Lambo. 35-yard attempt coming from the veteran kicker. It's up, and it's good.
Officially, 2 field goals, 2 touchdowns in this one. So hashtag stack them kickers is a good play thus far, even in the rain. Michael Irvin says, Christian D'Angelo, where's my shout out for predicting St. John's upset of Villanova last week?
Dude, Michael Irvin, you killed it, man. You were the first person I thought of when I saw that, because I saw the first half score and I was like, all right, this is kind of going like it did for Providence, and now Villanova's going to take over, and never happened. St. John's, man, you were dead on with that one. You were right as hell, and I am very impressed. So, yeah, if you were fading me on that one, congrats, you got me there. If you're fading me on the Super Bowl pick, congrats, you got me there. Rough week for my predictions, although I did call Gronk having that big game. That was pretty much it. That was pretty much the only thing I got right the past 2 weeks.
Hey, as long as you got something.
Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. TK says, Packers drafting another quarterback, Christian?
I would lose my damn mind if they did.
I think Aaron Rodgers would as well. I think literally you would see a man internally combust. Here's a 1st and 10 handoff there. Is that David Montgomery?
They're going to be at wide out at the end of the first round of this year's draft. In the second round, if they don't take a wide out before day 3, and they don't spend big on bringing a free agent in, and that's going to be very difficult. They don't have a ton of cap space, so they're not going to get a high-profile guy. But listen, this is got to be we hear your concerns, Aaron. Here you go kind of offseason after giant screw you that was last year's offseason. The Devin Funchess and no one else offseason. We're going to trade up and draft Jordan Love out of Utah State offseason. This needs to be a mea culpa year for a quarterback that went out with a chip on his shoulder and proved he can still be the guy, not just this year, but into the future. Don't screw this up, Brian Gutekunst.
Mitch gets that way, throws a catch. Oh, no, dropped. Nice play by Mitch to keep it alive. But
he very nearly made it work, but after
is that Allen Robinson?
Deep in their own territory, the Bears offense cannot keep that momentum going. 4th and 5 coming. Got to imagine we're looking at an O'Donnell punt. Here he comes. Last one only went 16 yards. This one should be better.
Let's see, though. Yep, already looking better. Not great, though. Not a super deep, but gets to the 20. Nice return. Over on YouTube, Bucky Brumfield says, where the heck is Robinson? I think he's sitting on the bench. He's owned in 47% of this contest. So
0 points for him. I don't even know if he has a target in this game. The good news is, trailing in the 4th quarter, they're going to have to throw it a lot, and no one is more reliable than Rob, as we get a nice little completion there. Probably going to take it through the end of the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, so 17-3, 2 field goals in the game thus far. Touchdowns for Chris Thompson, Tyler Eifert, Mitch Trubisky being basically shut down, his high ownership. So that'll do it for 3 quarters here in simulated Jacksonville, where the rain's coming down on a wacky weather Wednesday. Snow is going to be falling in your next one. Plan your lineups accordingly, Christian. So again, I don't think we're going to see a bonus in this one, but crazy things can happen. Both quarterbacks not even touching really all that near 200 yards.
Now, Minshew outplaying Trubisky, even when you consider what Trubisky's done on the ground. 171 and a touchdown for him, and obviously the Bears going without one Eddie Pinheiro field goal. All they have in this one, nothing at Allen Robinson, like we mentioned. Not much out of David Montgomery, not much out of Tariq Cohen. And Chris Thompson, he and Tyler Eifert have been the driving force between this Jaguars team. 14 carries, 55 yards on the ground for Chris Thompson. Tyler Eifert, on the other hand, pretty dang solid, 54 receiving yards rather on 6 catches and a touchdown. So those are the 2 guys you want to have in the lineup. Maybe even a little Gardner Minshew. Maybe that Jaguars defense, because they 3 points allowed, 1 forced fumble. You might get another one because it is Madden Mitch. And hey, while we're here.
There it is. I think back it up a little bit. Back it up like a couple inches right there. I think that's the sweet spot. I think so. We get a delay over on the YouTube. So, by the way, we do have people. You got to subscribe. Go over to thepostroute.substack.com. By the way, I'm not taking full credit goes to the billboard for these subscriptions. Just talking about it was one thing, Christian, but the advertising, the billboards, it's all over Wisconsin, people. If you're driving in the that Green Bay area, the better Madison, Wisconsin area, you will see the billboards everywhere with Christian's handwriting, which is beautiful, by the way. Not as nice as the hair.
These eyebrows.
Oh, come on. Look at that.
I get one of these.
We have a solo leader in the
postroute.substack.com. It's very expensive, but it's worth it. People
absolutely. Advertising, it's tough these days. The YouTube ads will be coming soon as well. We have a 3-way tie over in the free showdown in our Christian Rossi contest. Rob Ban, I think that's the way you would say that. Rob ran 63 points. Shows the kind of scores we're having here. Eifert is your captain. Mitch Trubisky, Thompson, Dede Westbrook, Jimmy Graham, and David Montgomery, who in my captain spot, 1 point. I'm currently sitting in 123rd. Will I have another comeback story? Last time, same scenario, 2 long touchdowns by Montgomery in the 4th. Will we get the repeat performance? Here's Minshew looking, searching, has a receiver. It's Eifert breaking tackles, makes his way to the 46.
That guy bulldozing his way into enemy territory. Bam.
Kareem says, making a grocery store run during mid-sim. You guys need anything? Yeah, if they get the Kraft fat-free cheese, could you pick up like 1 pack of that, please? Appreciate that. Frozen pizza for Bry Guy. He's been working his tail off. He's looking for it. And also tuna for him as well. And some Spam for Thomas. And Madison will take some everything seasoning to put with her concoction of tuna, mayo, pickles, all the good stuff. Rossi, what has been the highest scorer on Simland? Alazar, I believe it would be the 93 points put up by Lamar Jackson the weekend of... It was in the captain. It was the most points we've ever had in a single performance. If you mean by an actual team, or like you're a drafted team like me or you, I don't know. Somewhere probably in like the 200s. I'm sure somebody went buck wild once or twice.
Yeah, I was looking through the DK Sim fan. I'm pretty sure there was a CEH or a Poppy Herb that was well into 200. You can sort it by like highest score ever, and a contest won or cashed in, those kind of things. So I was admiring the commitment from our Sim fam high rollers, and
absolutely,
we have to create some contests and make sure. I got those DK promo bucks from filling out the
Super Bowl lineup stuff. Yeah.
I gotta work in the trickle down Simonomics and spread the way.
Oh, there's a run on a 2nd and 5, 5:20 to go here. It's gonna be a 3rd down. Choker says, "Fat."
I don't want anyone to take my hard-earned Sim bucks. I want to make sure it goes to the members of the Sim fam who are always here.
Choker says, "Fat-free cheese. What the hell is it made out of? Protein, bro. Just straight protein. Take all the fat out. Zip it out of there." Again, all depends on what you're looking for in life. Here's the pass. It's going to be a touchdown. Gardner Minshew on a 3rd and 2. Bullet to D. I can't tell if it's DD or DD.
Westbrook. Yes. And that's going to put this one in the books. Just like that, the Jags cruising. And Minshew, 2 passing touchdowns for him now. He is outperforming expectations.
Yeah, he was huge in that one. D.D. Westbrook, you had to pay up a little bit, $7,000 for him. He was put in the captain, just 3.2. Lowly owned at 33%. Minshew, 2nd touchdown, 40% owned in the free showdown, 5% in the captain. And a lot of opportunities in this one. You're seeing the scores. It's 24-3. Don't think we're going to get a big comeback here from the Bears, but we'll see. Good if you have the receivers. Ted Ginn's been quiet. Allen Robinson's milk cartoned. Decent game from Jimmy Graham, but here's the opportunity to see some of these guys start to shine.
Yeah, really, really could use a little Allen Robinson out there. Nearly half of you rostered him, and he has been milk carton. He is trying his best to get that Babysitter Billy award. And you know what? Maybe he can outplay Mitchell Trubisky at the end here and force his teammate into that, because Mitch has been just god-awful. Just horrible today. It's absolutely deserved your scorn.
Yeah, it looks like we have a flag here on the play. Holding, so that's actually a good thing. You want it. You want as many yards to be gained in this one. So basically, now you have 84 yards of potential points here. So Mitch Trubisky in the gun, Tariq Cohen next to him, Robinson top of the screen. Mitch is looking, searching, throwing. It's caught. Is that Anthony Miller? Who do we got here? Ted Ginn, the old man River. Still a speedster in this one.
Yeah, 3 for him now. And he's still a Bear in this one. I remember late in the season watching a Bear game, seeing number 19 and being marveled that it was not old man Ginn. He did not finish the season out. Could be the end of the line for him, although he is such a solid locker room and practice presence. I wouldn't be surprised if someone kicks the tires if he is so inclined. I mean, the guy's been in the league for almost 15 years now. I remember him breaking open the national championship game, 2007, starting Ohio State off right with a kick return for a touchdown, giving the Buckeyes a 7-0 lead, and then they went on to lose by about 28. But Florida Gators.
Nonetheless.
T-ball. Yeah.
Second and 4 here from the 43. Mitch Trubisky's going to take off. Whoa, makes a move on the linebacker.
Wow,
back.
Joe Gilbert retired, buddy, after that one. 3 for 34, and more importantly, Mitch doesn't fumble, but he does keep the clock running as we are into the second half of the fourth quarter now. 3:20 left on the clock, and this Bears team needs to hurry up, even if they're just going to get you a couple of garbage time possessions. This one well out of hand. No way we're getting 3 touchdowns from the Bears in this one. In fact, if this one goes to overtime, this will be a ghost pepper kind of day for us, Ross. Does that work for you? If we get overtime, ghost pepper?
Right. Ghost pepper. I'm in. I'll chug the salsa. I have that. So I have ghost pepper salsa that I can't eat. I told you about the cheddar. I still have that in there too. But I have a ghost pepper salsa from Miss Renfro. I will chug the whole thing if we go to overtime. I'll do it on camera as we end.
I got the ghost pepper Melinda's hot sauce. I got the ghost pepper mustard from some German sounding.
By the way, everybody, Allen Robinson.
Look at that guy go.
Good to see you, buddy.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game, we have our first Allen Robinson sighting. Very, very sad. If you, like me, saw him and was like, you know what, they're going to need someone sure-handed. Nope. Didn't even think about Allen Robinson until this game was already decided. You stupid quarterback.
Oh, there is a wait! Eat your words! Eat your words! Oh, I thought he was gonna break it. Thought he was gonna do it.
I did one broken tackle away from finding the end zone and making this a solid Allen Robinson day. But you know what? When we get in these situations, they typically let the guy who got him there finish it off. So at least one Allen Robinson target coming. You gotta imagine he is split wide to the top of the screen. Looks like he is going to deal with some double coverage and some safety help.
Yeah, is Mitch Trubisky looking, searching, has a man. That Anthony Miller across the field down to the 5. Germ over on the old Twitch says, Etrain Island, I tell you your hair is beautiful, but I've been conditioned not to. Germ, don't quit your day job, but appreciate these.
Going on in the Twitch chat, but
it's like stand-up comedy.
They've been throwing they've been throwing that. Just the pickup lines at me, the jokes at me. I have no complaints.
Out of bounds there. Catch again. Anthony Miller on the grab. Bad. Michael Irvin says, Rossi, does your wife take the jar lid off the peppers for you, or do you? Of course she does. I loosened it, though. I loosened it. Let's see what we get here. Minute 30 left at the 2-yard line in the shotgun. Would have been nice to see Dave Montgomery, but not on the field. Looking, searching, good coverage, goes to Robinson. Got it, touchdown, Allen Robinson, late, but you got those garbage time points you were looking for.
Yeah, and we might get another Bears possession here late in this game. Robinson into double digits now, so he's going to hit his season average all on one drive, one completely meaningless drive, but for the Bears, most drives in that way.
Here's the kick, Pinheiro. Getting himself a couple extra points here. We got some stuff to let you know after the sim about basically an easy way for you to collect this Sunday. And it is Valentine's Day, and we're all looking to get some. So I'll tell you how you can get a little lucky on Valentine's Day. Stay tuned for that after the sim. Jordan Lindenbaum says, don't quit your day job. I hear you, Rossi. I'm tempted to say that same thing about 75% of your jokes here. It's all good. I won't quit my day job. Don't you worry. The reverse jinx, baby. Yeah, Neil Hatrick Harris says, taunting, TD revoked. So there's going to be a big hit. Let's see. 3 timeouts remaining. It still have a chance to get another score here. Or could maybe Thompson make a big run?
Fired up because that onside kick was so shallow. The Jags basically start with this one.
Look at that. Nice run there from Thompson. Thomas, he gets about 5 yards on the carry. Bruce says, what's your guys' ages? I'm curious. None of your business, Bruce. How dare you ask? Never ask a lady your age. 530-60 on YouTube. Smash the like. It's Wild Weather Wednesday with Christian D'Angelo, Jason Rossi. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We did 2 for you. We're going to be making our way out after this one. Put a man in motion. Second and 3.
Are you back tomorrow for the nooner?
I'm not. I'm going to be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. with, speaking about microwaves, me and Tommy Freeze Pops after my eye exam. So we'll see. Will I be heading to Glasses Land as all of you make fun of me because I can't read and I squint? We'll see what happens. You back? When are you back tomorrow, Christian?
I am back for the nooner tomorrow.
Ooh,
So I was wondering if you and I, or for noon, that seems like it might be a cough, maybe a Glash, perhaps even Emerson getting the best friend squad back together as Jags have the leverage now to kneel this one out. Bad news, we got Gardner Minshew. He's about to get negative 0.3 on these 3 kneel downs. Sorry. But great news for me because I don't have him, and I'm currently 7th place in the Jet Rossi and Christian 2 p.m. Singing in the Rain free roll, 7th out of 128.
Hey.
Should have entered it in some paid contest, but I was just like, you know what? It's Wild Weather Wednesday. I'm too unsure. I'm too cowardly to donate my money back to the SimFab. So that's on me.
I'm in 127th, and I'm just going to shut my mouth about that. Jordan Lindenbaum says, I wasn't even saying your jokes, Rossi. It was overall. In fact, I'm pretty sure you at least 30% of your jokes hit, which is above average. Well, hey, batting 300, I'm pretty happy with that. And you know what? If I make you laugh, great. If I don't, that's cool too. Just appreciate you all being here. Hope everyone had themselves a great start to the day. Me and Christian had a blast with you guys. Again, we will make our way out here in just a moment. What did he say? First time playing Fortnite. I remember when Rossi used to join us on the Twitch chat. Now he's above us and only chats on YouTube. Hey, listen, I'm not above you. I'll be honest. It's a switching around thing. I always check on Twitch, but usually Christian, I know he has his eye. Madison, I know when the crew is holding it down, but I will say this. I'm absolutely with you, Twitch fam. I will jump in the chat, and I appreciate all of you just like Christian does. So that'll do it here, Christian. This game was a sloppy mess. Sloppy mess.
Good. Yeah, this is why our highest paid commentator, Emerson, opts out of Sim days because Wild Weather is a very sloppy
on the bus,
beat.
baby. Woo! This is what I'm driving around. This is my height. This is my actual car. This is how tall I can get on. So
it's perspective right now that we can't tell. But
yeah, you can't. But look at that. Look at that. 5 foot or 4'3", however tall I am, and a million pounds. That's the sweet spot. That's where my tush goes, right on there. Anyways, Christian, this game was interesting, sloppy, tough one to get through for these teams, but we did get some nice performances. Who is going to be your crusty Christian player of the game?
You know what? I captained the wrong tight end because the crusty cough player of the game going to be Tyler Eifert. A shade below 20 points from him, 7 catches, a very nice 69 receiving yards, and the touchdown. Give him the Krusty Cough Player of the Game award. And as far as the babysitter,
who are you going to go there?
You know what? I think I might have to go give it to your guy. We saw nothing out of David Montgomery.
Crash. 1.5 in the captain. 1.5 is how much you should get, just getting on the field.
Total. Allen Robinson came alive at the end to save himself from babysitter Billy Honors. No such luck for David Montgomery.
Tough one.
And real bummer of a performance for him. Jaguars win by a lot. And your boy here, 6th place.
Good for you, Christian. There he is. Now listen to the man. He's getting back. He's getting hot. And speaking about getting hot, if you didn't do so well as Christian in this contest, and shout out to our winner who was, sorry, I'm way down in the hundreds, 360 Flow, getting that W, just beating out our guy Rob Rand by literally by 5/10 of a point. Or 0.5 points. Anyways, if you didn't get lucky here, get lucky on Valentine's Day because the LA versus Denver total points, if you hammer the over right now, if they score a total, Christian, hold this one, ready? If they score 1 point, you win. So not in the first quarter, not in the first second, in the entire game. So basically get over and hammer the over in your DraftKings. You'll see it on your the front page as soon as you open up the app, go over your NBA contest. The LA Lakers Denver game this Sunday, Valentine's Day. Hammer the over. It's at 0 points. So basically go enjoy some monies because you can win it this Sunday. I'm not telling you what to do with your money. I'm never telling you to do anything except for to just stay positive, have a good attitude, drink a lot of water, but there's some chemicals in there. Don't worry about it. But I definitely suggest on Sunday, you go ahead and enter that contest. With that being said, Christian, we're going to make way for Glash and Kenny. They're going to have Chargers, Eagles in the snow. But Christian, aside from the fact that the folks have to go to your billboard, where is it? Get it up there. Booyah. You got to go check out, go subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. What else? Anything else you want to leave the fine folks with until you're back with Emerson tomorrow at noon?
No, come join us tomorrow at noon. I'm sure we will get better games than the two that you and I just had, because it would be very difficult to get worse. And I look forward to rolling this hubris over after two very good sims. I'm going to make a lineup, and I'm going to get overconfident about it. And it's going to be absolute dog crap. So if you're here with me today, make sure you fade me tomorrow, because I know how this goes. Things are going too well for me. The fall is coming. I'm going to drive this car right off a cliff. Won't you?
Be careful. Just be careful. Yeah, we'll join you again tomorrow there again. Like we said, Glash Kenny, I'll be back tomorrow at 8 on behalf of Madison. Big shout out to Madison. Great job. Bri from the 1 through 7s. Tom, congrats on second day here, crushing it. And Derek, MVP of this, just making it all go so smoothly, making sure the stats were updated, doing a great job. He's Christian DeAndrea. Follow him at Train Island. Subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. I am Jason Rossi. Follow me at Jason D. Rossi. And to the guy who has a Jason Rossi, you haven't tweeted in 9 years, bro. Give it up. Give it up. You can also subscribe. We got a podcast with Babysitter Billy called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. 3 words. Tonight we are going to be making dual playlists for Valentine's Day or love songs. And you'll get the drift if you check it out. Much appreciated if you do. And if you don't, just stay here. Keep it locked, because hashtag Team Always Here will be back. Kenny and Glash will take it over at just about an hour from now. Have a great day. Stay positive. Drink tons of water. Be a good person, the best you can be. And we'll see you soon, DK Sim fam. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm having a blast already. The sim hasn't even started yet. Tom Brady is out to lunch getting off the boat in Tampa. That's awesome. Fantasy Hawk is in the chat. He's made it out of the Tampa Bay jail after storming the field. And we also have a sim. Chargers and Eagles. Ducey and Glash. Ducey, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. I'm just submitting my lineup right now. I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it should be a very good game. I am fading the Chargers as always. Hate the Chargers in this one. Absolutely hate them. And there you go.
Okay. Did you make a lineup?
I did.
Okay.
At the death. Would you like me to tell you who it is? By the way, don't be thrown to the people in the chat. This is a new camera angle for me. Trying it out. Gonna see how it works. But
no, it looks good. Seriously. I think it looks good.
Just on top of my monitor instead of in the ring light, because I wanted to use my ring light to clamp my phone. Long story. So my lineup: Marquise Goodwin, wide receiver 3, shout out in the cap spot. Carson Wentz, Deshaun Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, going with a nice little Eagles stack, and then I am coming back with Justin Herbert and Joe Reed. How about you?
I've got Sanders in the captain spot. Eckler, Herbert, Ertz,
Hibbett,
Goodwin, and it's Rager, right? Jalen Rager?
Yeah, sure. That's what he is.
Yeah, I know he probably won't touch the ball, but he's the punt play today. We're in the snow. It is Wild Weather Wednesday. I'm so happy. I'm so happy Fantasy Hawk's here. I'm glad you're okay. Before the jail rumor, I thought maybe it was because it was Hawk hibernation season.
Can we address something, by the way, real quick? Speaking of what you're talking about, speaking of the guy who ran on the field, this whole notion of he won this money because he ran on the field is ludicrous. I don't think anybody would, in their right mind, take action on that. So, I think that is a way to make him look like a genius. But would a genius tell the whole world about a great scheme they just pulled off? Like if you rob a bank, right, and you do it so stealthily that no one knows, and then you you tweet like, "Yo man, just robbed a bank. All the haters eat it," right? You're not a genius. All the genius things you did to rob the bank, they're not genius. You're an idiot because you told everybody.
So you don't believe the story?
Oh, I don't believe it for one bit.
Okay.
And the place that supposedly rewarded him for running on the field came out and said, that they were looking into it, and they were gonna people who might have thought that he would run on the field, they're gonna still be nothing's gonna change there. But I think that basically they're gonna look and see if this guy really was rewarded for what he did, what dumb thing he did. And so if he was, then not gonna be rewarded anymore, not gonna look too smart. So I just don't understand. I got that sent to me by a friend, and oh, what a genius move by this guy. I'm not genius to tell everybody about it. It becomes the opposite of genius.
My father actually just called me and was Adam Kaufman. So we're in Boston. Adam Kaufman included the story in his sports update this morning on radio. And my dad was like, "Is that true?" And I'm like, I don't think so, Dad. He's like, I should have done that.
Doesn't feel like it's true, man.
I'm like, Dad, I don't know about that. I am just so happy. We're going to get a field goal attempt from 52 yards out from the badge. And no. Oh, no, he got it. Wow, he made it. I mean, I know Emerson and I can kick in the snow. What a heroic kick by Badgley. 16% owned in the free showdown. I'm so happy Fantasy Hawk is here. You are loved, Fantasy Hawk. We were worried about you. I just find it convenient the days you decided to take a break right after the Super Bowl. Interesting. Evans in the chat says, thank you for the tennis tips yesterday, Kenny. Cashed in the big GPP. Venus Fade was clutch.
Venus Fade was the play of the day. Was play of the day? Who else called the Venus Fade but this guy? I post 5 picks normally, and I was up on 4 of them. The 5th one was a brutal loss. Riley Opelka losing the 4th set after being up 5-1 in a tiebreak. Absolutely crushing to have him lose. But other than that, yeah.
Eero in the chat says, we are all dumb. Quoting Kenny Ducey.
El Paso number 1 wants to talk about how Nick Kyrgios used the crowd to mount a comeback. Yeah, down match points against Ugo Humbert.
Here's Wentz. He'll dump it off incomplete. Good for a first down. Carson Wentz, 2 for 2. Fantasy Hawk, you weren't here after the Super Bowl. Don't lie. You were nowhere to be found. You went into hiding. Hibernation season. That lasted long. Can anyone else back up Fantasy Hawk? Was he here? Is this? I think he's lying. There's no way he was here. Freak of nature. I was truly worried about you, Fantasy Hawk. I called all the Tampa Bay jails looking for him.
What did you ask them? Is it Mr. Hawk there? A Mr. F. Hawk? Fantasy Hawk?
Yeah, that's him. He was not here the day after the game. No way. That's as big as a lie as me saying he was the guy who streaked the field.
Actually, not a terrible theory, to be honest. It definitely could be him, right? Who knows?
So, now the chat's backing him up. Tony, Barry say, yes, he was here. Okay, all right. For a short time, though. Herb on Twitch says, more Brady talk, please. The salty hatred, the tears make me giddy. Bucky says Hawk was here. All right. Fair. If he was here for a little bit, I'll give him credit. Fantasy Hawk, I'm done with this guy. LOL, he spoke to me. Dude, but I'm just happy you're alive. I'm glad you're out of jail. 3rd and 5. Oh, it made my day. Here is Carson Wentz. He will deliver and complete for a first down. Alshon Jeffrey. Kenny Ducey, do you have any feeling, take on the Carson Wentz situation? It is an Eagle sim.
Oh, I thought the color commentator for this one was the chat, and you were just gonna go read the chat the whole time. So I appreciate you asking for my input here.
No problem.
No, I don't have any strong feelings on the Carson Wentz situation. We'll have to see where he goes. I mean, obviously, everyone knows by now, right? Not the answer there in Philly. I think he's going to be fine wherever he goes. I think that he just had some weird mental block this season, like he lost his confidence, and I think that he'll absolutely be back. Whatever team wants to take on that giant contract, maybe it'll be the Colts. I think that they'll be happy. I think they'll be happy that they did it. I think that he'll come through. He'll look fine. Again, it's just going to take a second, a new place somewhere where he's looked at as the starting quarterback, where he's respected, and then I think he'll be fine.
Oh, Marquise Goodwin, touchdown.
WR3.
Slot guy.
I hate to be a broken record about this, but it literally is like every single sim. Every single sim, one of the wide receiver 3s goes off. People in the chat have actually called me out on how much I bring it up.
25% owned. That feels low, to your point.
Too low.
Too low.
Too low. Troy Tulowitzki.
Fantasy Hawk in all caps. I addressed the Sim fan the day after the Super Bowl, and Brendan Edward Brady was there. All right. I don't remember.
Freak of Nature wants me to sing Freebird in honor of the Hawk.
That'd be awesome.
Down, 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 down. That's the part of Freebird that
Wanna
I'll
fly high, free hawk.
The best part of that song is when they go.
That's Guitar Hero right there.
That is the single greatest piece of music. That guitar solo, to me, the greatest piece of music that I ever heard with my ears. Fantasy Hawk says, Kenny, all the times I defended you, and this is how you repay me. If you're ever if you're in actual trouble, let me know. People actually think that was you. I'll just help. Chris B, Deucey, what you thinking for tennis tonight? Well, my targets are about to go live, but here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Fabio Fognini at $8,600 smashes tonight. I'm thinking Matteo Berrettini at a $700 savings off Daniil Medvedev. I think that Matteo Berrettini is the high score of the night. And you get I don't hate paying up here. Rafa's got the back issue. He has not been like totally sharp. He didn't play in the ATP Cup. Med, I think, will roll. But like, I don't think that you need to pay all the way up here. If you're going to pay up for you can get Berrettini at 10-5. And, it'll help you have a little more maneuverability so you don't have to dip down into the $5,000 range. Because last night we had Irani, we had Fiona Ferro, but I don't see the same really, names really popping off here in that range. I mean, I think like Cabino is interesting at 6K, Krejcikova at 56, but to me, there's really not many great options down here. And I love that mid-range again. I love Radu Albat is the lowest. I'll go 6,500. Love Radu tonight as well. I think he's just been absolutely slapped in the face with this price. $6,500 for the legend Radu Albat is just ridiculous. One of the steadiest players on tour. I like Lloyd Harris. I think Lloyd Harris wins $7,900. I think Casper Ruud is a nice value too at 7,700, but that's like maybe a 5-set match, so probably not as much of a smash. But to me, the two spots I love are Fognini and Berrettini, who's going to have like 30 aces in this one. He's just going to absolutely roll Mahak off the court, who only advanced really because of an injury in the first round. This is going to be his 14th career outdoor hardcourt match. He's just not going to be ready for the power that Berrettini brings on the other side of the court. And then I haven't decided what else I'm going to do. But those three guys I love, and then if you do that leaves you with about 8.1K to spend. So Dom saying thank you. I'm feeling the love now. I think everyone in the chat thought I was just worthless. Like they didn't think I brought anything to the table, and now that tennis has started up again, everyone's like, oh wow, wait, maybe he knows something. That's like the one thing I'm hanging my hat on. My Madden picks, my NFL picks, whatever. The tennis. Jeff knows what I'm talking about.
Just don't fade Marquise Goodwin and take the tennis advice. You can find Deucey's work on DraftKings Nation, dknation.draftkings.com. So is tennis, of course, and you'll get into baseball season once we get there. So NBA too. I should leave out the hoops.
Choker's asking, should we be targeting the best of 5 as opposed to the best of 3? It varies. It really does. It's tough, but I think the best of 5s you generally get more points, but it's difficult because like you can get some 70 to 80 point nights out of the best of 3 matches with women if you hit it right. But it's got to be a real domination. Like straight set win at 6-3, 6-4 is not going to be a huge win for you. But then again, it's it is easier to get a straight set win in the best of 3s, so that's why it kind of changes, But I would say the best of 5s are my favorite. Also, I'm much stronger on the ATP side of things. I just know the ATP better, and that's where I side. But yeah, I would say best of 5s.
Want to shout out the Twitch fam, Derwin, who pops up on Twitch from time to time, right now leading the free roll. Carson, let him go. 4 p.m. Snow Sim. Goodwin has the touchdown. Badgley made one from 50 yards out. Wentz picks up the first. And he connects with Zach Ertz.
I'm getting asked about NBA. We got asked about NASCAR. I don't really have that many NBA takes for tonight, other than I think the Pacers win. I think Doug McDermott's a great play. Nets defense is real bad, real tired, and McDermott, he has a good matchup here because the Nets don't really defend small forwards very well. They don't defend they don't defend anybody very well, but McDermott's had like 30 minutes a game over the last 2. Weird slate. Not that weird of a sim though. I guess it's weird if you thought maybe the Eagles weren't going to have a good time.
Yeah, they want to have fun there in Philadelphia. Carson Wentz, 7 of 8, 80 yards and a touchdown. Herbert, 5 for 9, 50 yards. Thanks for being here in the chat, guys. About 500 watching on YouTube. Twitch fam is up and at it. Sanders, 2 for 11 yards. Eckler, 2 for 7. Blake Knight is asking about hockey. Do that hockey. Bruins or Rangers? Who do you like?
I don't know anything about hockey except for I'm a big Rangers fan, so I always say take the Rangers, but it never works out, so I'm not going to answer that, but let's take the Rangers. Well, did you see? I'm looking at the YouTube stream. They zoomed in on my face. I feel very special. Like it was just like the shot, and all of a sudden it was like the Ken Burns effect. Zoom in on my face. It was amazing.
We have a great crew here. Bry Guy. We've also got a new member to our team. We have another Thomas, another Tom joining our production team.
So many Toms.
He is shadowing Bry Guy.
Some tomfoolery. Got it? Brian's explaining the pan now. I mean, it was a great pan. Or pan? Reframe? I don't know what it was. Look, we're working with a new camera angle for me, so this is new. I have the camera on top of my monitor. Never been done before in history. It's worked out well. Oh, he said my face was barely over the lower third, but there you go. And also it allows me, I don't have to look directly into my ring light anymore, which is amazing. Now I know how you feel.
Yeah, I've got my ring light on, but backed up a little bit.
Right, but I usually stare. My camera was screwed in directly into the middle of the ring light, so I had a tripod. So I would just stare right into the light, and it would really kill my eyes.
I follow. Yeah, my light is slightly above the camera, above it, so I don't have to look right into it. So now I understand. We've also got Derek from the Game Ops team. Shout out to Derek, producer Madison. Dan Russell says, stack the Bruins top line. Love how everyone's just firing their takes about any different sport in the chat.
So many takes.
Terrific. We can appreciate takes on this program.
Have a take, man. That's all I say.
Are you familiar with Deucey's Diaper on Twitch?
No.
But I'm sure it's Deucey's Diaper.
Sure, it's a big fan of mine.
Unreal. Come on. Enough of that.
I just want to know when everyone's going to catch up to my lineup in the free showdown, not in the free showdown, in the Glash and Ducey contest.
Where are you at? Oh, you're in 8th. Okay, I see you. You're tied with Germ from the Twitch fam.
Yeah, hanging out right there, right beyond Choker. About a point beyond choker.
Derwin in fourth. There's Mark again. Mark Mantelli. Rob Rand's also always at the top.
It's all about Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. Here's a secret I'm going to let you in on. I did not want to play Justin Herbert today. I hate playing Justin Herbert. But I had so much money left over, I felt obliged to play Justin Herbert. I felt not obliged. I felt obligated. And you know what the funny part is? I have never once played Miles Sanders in an Eagles sim. Never once. I think I've done like 12 Eagles sims. I've never once played Miles Sanders.
Why not?
I don't know. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me this. I haven't.
Oh, well, I thought you might have had a reason. You have a reason to play Goodwin.
Yeah.
I thought you might have had a reason to fade Sanders.
I just like the Eagles receivers too much. I like playing Wentz. I like playing Alshon Jeffrey. I really like playing Marquise Goodwin, and I like playing Deshaun Jackson. So that's why it's difficult. What am I supposed to do? I like playing all four of those guys. I can't play the running back too.
This is true. It's always good to have options, but you have to be very careful. Must buy in the chat says the world's most annoying human and Kenny. What's up? Yeah, we had Marv Albert on the sim last night. Marv was an excellent get for the Dream Stream. He was very great.
Actually?
I didn't know Marv could even work Zoom, but yes, he came in and delivered. So, yeah, I mean, it was good to have Marv Albert stop by. We've had Buck and Aikman before. Coaches around the NFL have stopped in, so it's a good time here on the Dream Stream. Even though it's the off season, still plenty coming your way. 3rd and 2, converted for a first down to the 33. Smash that like button, guys. We're almost at 200 likes for the day. 500 plus watching. Germ on Twitch says, Ducey is so good at tennis. His talents are wasted here. Let him stick to tennis articles in middle of the night tennis streams. Yeah, but you're getting tennis info here. It's using the platform.
I don't know, man.
We can go into anything here on the Dream Stream.
We sure can.
7-3. Goodwin with the touchdown. Ducey's doing well in the free roll. Right now he's in 4th. Public showdown. We have a solo leader. Lou Natick. Wentz with another complete ball to the 24. It's now 3rd and 1. Ertz with his 5th catch.
Do not have Ertz though, so.
Okay. I think I do. Yeah, I do. I have Ertz. I'm in 65th. Not awful, but could be better. Charlie, hey Glash, did you see Brady throw the Lombardi Trophy to Gronk from boat to boat? Sure did. Tom Brady had himself a good time at that parade today. Good for him. Good for Tom, for once being relatable. We've all been there. If you haven't seen it yet, go look at Twitter. There is a video of Brady getting off the boat, and boy, he is. He's had a. Let me put it this way: he's had a few. He's had a few. So it was good. Having fun.
He watched a few Madden sims.
Yeah, exactly. When you watch 6 straight Madden sims, the way Brady looks, he's just all over this world. 1st and 10, trips to the left from the 13. Here is Wentz. He'll look, spin, tuck it and run, and slide. Jordan Lindenbaum says, Clash, I don't know about last night. There is a limit to how many non-stop bad impersonations I can take. You're still my guy. Take it as constructive criticism. That's fair. I mean, that wasn't planned. It just kind of happened. And Freeze Pops challenged me to do it for the rest of the game. So I did. Does that mean it's going to happen every night? No. I just wanted to thank our guests.
Got him.
We got a touchdown. Yes. Is it Goodwin again?
It
Sure
is.
Also, so Goodwin's crushing it. 25% in the flex. Banded Caterpie says, we got to talk about Brady's toss of the trophy. Oh, we sure will, because tonight, Madden After Dark, Patriots and Bucks. Patriots.
Oh, don't take this back.
Dream.
Wow. That is amazing.
Patriots, Bucks in the wind. Oh yeah, we'll talk everything, nothing about Tom Brady tonight. Me and Moose, that'll be fun. I strongly suggest you might want to mute tonight's stream, if you want. I want you to watch. But yes, Bucks, Pat.
I thought they actually might call that back.
No need to worry, Deucey. So you put him in the captain, right? Goodwin?
Of course I did.
Oh, boy.
How am I only number 5?
Mambo number 5.
How does that make any sense? Yeah, why?
Oh, there's a scoreboard.
Doesn't seem fair.
Fantasy Hawk, if you've got errands to run tonight at 10 Eastern, I would do that tonight. Okay? Especially with Jeff. Jeff had it rough. We were doing Leaderboard Live during the Super Bowl on Sunday. Oh boy, Jeff was mad. He was angry. Honestly, Jeff and I did so many, and Kenny, you did too. Leaderboard Live was new to the Dream Stream this year, and it has its pros, it has its cons, and we're gonna try, take the off season to work on stuff and be better and get better, like constructive criticism. And but the halftime show we did for Super Bowl 55 on Sunday was maybe the most fun I've ever had on Leaderboard Live. Of course, bias taking into consideration, but just seeing how mad Moose was, it was just he was fired up. It was great. It was great. So, Moose.
I do love working with him.
You love working with him?
Yeah, he's the best. He's like me. When he gets fired up about something, it is hard to calm him down.
Yeah, and Jeff's like a really nice guy, so he's one of those
right.
people who don't want to get upset.
Here it is. We have to have the 2-minute warning. Must have it. Need to warn people that there's 2 minutes left.
14-3. Goodwin has both touchdowns. The final sim of the early classic slate. And of course, the showdown's available to you on this Wild Weather Wednesday. Herbert fires on the run and out of bounds.
Is there a worse saying in sports than this is the 2-minute warning? Have you ever been happy to hear that once in your life?
You want to get rid of it.
I know. I say it every single sim because it's the stupidest thing ever.
TV, man. TV timeout.
In what other sport do we just? No, but it's not though. You have so many TV timeouts.
Steven says, I trust you have your 5 a.m. film sessions scheduled to review Leaderboard Live tape. Steven, not at 5 a.m., but I go back and watch stuff. It's important. It's not the funnest thing to do, because you cringe hearing your own voice, but you got to do it. There is Eckler. Hello, Austin. Second catch in the passing game. Fantasy Hawk Glass used to be the GOAT. Not sure what happened to this guy. Fantasy Hawk, it's because you left me. You left the Sim fam for a few days. I'm just so happy you're okay. Herbert! Oh, he's got to catch that. Come on. If Ducey was the commissioner of sports, 2-minute warning, done, gone.
That's right. I'd axe the 2-minute warning. Absolutely just can it. I would sack the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, but you also, I mean, the Twitch fan makes a decent point too. Like in college hockey or college basketball, when you reach a certain under, so in college hoops, the under, you know this, Colin Hoops, under 16.
Yes, I know that they have the immediate timeouts. But they suck too, right? But at least they're sprinkled throughout the game. And it's also not as late in the game as, look, I hate that too. But the NFL's doesn't make any sense to me because there's so many ads, there's so many TV timeouts, and it's at the absolute worst part of a game. Like the under 5, like whatever. It's, you get your, well, also here's the other thing is basketball is unlike football in that the clock just always stops in basketball, right? The clock stops all the time.
Yep.
You know, out of bounds, fouls. The clock is not really stopping that much in the last few minutes of a football game. I don't know, man.
You know, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s makes a great point. If it wasn't for the 2-minute warning, DraftKings would have lost a commercial.
Maybe I should shut my mouth then.
Yeah, man, come on, Jesse Cofield getting out there to the people. We would have lost that. I don't mind it. I also think it plays into strategy if coaches use it right and use the clock appropriately. That was on display when Green Bay played.
Rossi made the point that it might actually take more strategy to not have the 2-minute warning, because then your timeouts really matter more.
Well, right, and also you'd be taking away something that we've had forever. Yeah. Herbert, quick release inside the 5 to the 3. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I don't know. I've never really gave it that much thought, to be honest. We got 2nd and goal coming up. Chargers trying to show they have a pulse. Rob Rand, I like this comp. Run play with Eckler down at the 1.
Austin Eckler. Yes.
Hey, come on, man. We can't do Marv every day. Rob Rand says it's like last call at a bar. You hate to hear it, but you have to know the end is nearing. I kind of like it. Herbert, come on.
Out of the back of the end zone. Pathetic.
Yeesh.
Everyone wants to see Uncle Verge.
Dan Russell, did I agree to giving you a pizza? I don't know if I said that, but congrats on your win. And the Chargers are going to settle for a Glash and Emerson length field goal, 18 yards.
You did say that you were going to give me some DraftKings swag.
Yeah, you still haven't sent me your address.
You haven't asked for it, so.
I kind of have. I mean, you might not even wear it. You're living in that sweatshirt.
Dude, I'm so cold. I am so cold in this room.
You're so cold.
So cold. I am freezing. I can't turn the heat on. The heat just goes on.
What?
Yeah, the building controls the heat here.
Give him a call.
I do have a radiator, but it's against the mattress, so I can't turn it on. So I have to rely on this one other pipe that heats the room. So it gets very cold in here.
Put a winter hat on. It is snowing in Simland.
I could do that. Yeah, I could do that.
I'm just trying to help. I'm throwing out ideas.
I mean, I'm just explaining why I'm in a sweatshirt.
But it all relates to how I haven't sent you anything to keep you warm.
Sure does. It sure does.
All right. Well, I take responsibility for you being cold, I guess. Dice 960 in first place right now.
Andrew Dice Clay, congrats.
First place in the public free showdown. In our free roll, Rob Rand is in first. Rob's in the chat. John says, Glass, you're the worst. Where is Kaufman? Kaufman's coming up at 6 and 8. So almost done. Almost done. Ducey, are you here for the next one too?
I am with Jared Goff.
It's good. I don't like Jared Goff that much, so I'm kind of behind that.
I'm waiting until I do another sim with Reed, man. The last time Reed and I were on a sim was 2 weeks ago. We were talking about I was talking about, hey man, they're talking about Jared Goff potentially, the Rams might potentially get rid of him. And Reed was like, no, they're not going to get rid of him. Where'd you hear that? That's ridiculous. Like, that's just like, they're just saying that. And then like a day later, he was gone. Haven't heard from Reed since.
Poof. Yeah, it's Reed gets those fancy schmancy invites to Good Morning Football. He's too good for us.
It's true.
He was on network TV for a day. Gone. Never hear from him again.
One of my favorite shows.
Problem Kid Gaming. Koff's got the Anchorman voice thing going on. Luke Murphy. Yep. No dice. Jordan Lindenbaum. If you live on the third floor or above, it just raises from the floors below.
Yeah, that's cool because I live on the first floor. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Must Be says heat rises, but Kenny has the bottom bunk. Oh God.
I'm engaged. I have a bunk bed. I don't get it.
It's a pretty cool made-up life.
Is it cool?
You have a DK sweatshirt.
That's not made up.
That's true. Sorry. Let's think of more made-up stuff. Were you up late last night watching tennis? That's like middle of the night stuff.
Oh, no, actually for once I was not. I've been up late.
Oh.
Pretty much every night watching AO, but not tonight. Not last night. Last night I went to bed early, and then I woke up at like 6:30 to watch the end of the Kyrgios match, which was electric. Amazing.
Reed Tees, did you know? Watch it over there on Twitch. Come on now. CJ71 reports Scotty Miller dropped Chris Godwin's phone in the water during the boat parade. So Brady and Gronk can throw a trophy back and forth, but Scotty Miller and Chris Godwin can't do a little phone exchange. That sucks. Must be. What kind of homeless animal do you have under your shirt, Clash?
Right here.
Oh, you reading this from Madison?
Wow.
I think you should read this. Speech. Madison, you should turn your mic on and apologize. Madison, speech. Madison has shed some light. Madison, take responsibility. Be accountable. You need to tell the Sim fam. Speech. Wow.
Speech.
So we thought this was a Latzia Cofield misunderstanding, and as it turns out, do you want to read this or do you want me to read it?
I will read it.
Okay, read it.
Because I haven't really played a big role in this sim. It's just been you in the chat going back and forth. So Madison is saying that the engagement rumor is her fault. It's her fault. She wants to own up to it. She was on the other day with Rossi. They were talking about, like, first of all, she's saying Rossi speaks a million miles a minute, right? So, and they were talking about me. And so they were talking about Aaron Rodgers talking about his engagement, right? And because Rossi was just talking so quickly, saying so many words in such quick succession, she thought that they were still talking about me when they were talking about the engagement announcement that Aaron Rodgers had. So Addison was like, wait a minute, Kenny's engaged. And then, now that is all understandable. The line that I'm having trouble with here is Madison says, he was like, no, but we're keeping that. So that makes me think it's Rossi's fault, not Madison's fault, because Madison just misheard. But Rossi was the one who's saying, nope, we're going to say it. We're going to say Kenny's engaged. Jordan Lindenbaum says he thought Rossi made it up. You know what, Jordan? It kind of sounds like he did. And then here's what happened. Of course, everyone knows after that, I went on the sweat, and all the chat was saying, hey, congratulate Kenny on getting engaged. The whole chat. So Emerson and Jesse, being, people of the people, saw those comments and said, Kenny, I asked you, you engaged? And I was so thrown off. I said, no, I'm not. Don't know where that came from. So I thought it was just manufactured, but apparently it was a misunderstanding by Madison that Rossi decided to run with. So there you go.
Unreal. So to give you my context, I was doing Leaderboard Live with Jeff, and I popped the stream on to watch the end of the sweat. And in the chat, I'm seeing all this engagement fodder, and then all of a sudden, Jesse asked you, and I'm like, oh, like the chat started this, but really it wasn't the chat. The chat just took a small piece of material and made it big.
No, I definitely thought it was the chat that started it. Absolutely. Especially when that guy, Mo, tweeted at me.
Yes, Mo, that was who I read in the chat. Mo was like, dude, Ducey's engaged.
He was the leader of the charge, man. He was like, oh man, this guy's engaged. So I'm going to say my rankings for who I blame, my blame rankings, number 1 is absolutely Rossi. Number 2 is Mo. And number 3 is Madison. And then I don't know, I'll just say
buy stream trash, those 3.
And I'll say I don't know, who doesn't like me in the chat? Let's see.
Bucky says, oh well, sorry I said congrats. I take it back. No wonder you weren't saying thank you. I just thought you were being a bleep. Being a butt.
Wow. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying thank you because there was nothing to congratulate me about.
Guys, he was just lost.
Ron Spadoni has this to say. He says, nobody cares.
Ron's probably right. But I'm glad producer Madison cleared the air.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it.
Hey, a catch in traffic by Jeffrey. First down, Eagles up by 8. Wild weather Wednesday. As mentioned a few moments ago, you get Koff and Ducey in the rain next at 6. Panthers at Seahawks. I'll be back for Madden After Dark. Patriots at the Bucks. In the wind. Oh, it's going to be windy. Bring your pirate hats. Also, bring your hoodies. I'll make sure you tell Jeff. And there's a stop on first down. Sanders, good call to fade him. He's not doing much.
Well, there you go.
How you doing? Where are you sitting in the free roll?
Number 1.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, the thing is, some of the most gullible...
Excuse me.
What?
Did you hear what I just said?
What, you in first? Oh, yeah, you are in
Yeah.
first. Yeah, you are.
I said, number 1, and then you just... Jordan Lindenbaum. No offense to Jordan.
Would you like me to
Me
congratulate
and Jordan are friends, but, I mean, geez, act like you're a little bit impressed, that you're, a little bit happy for me. My goodness.
I mean, you didn't say it with that much like, oh, look, I'm in first place. Whoa.
Yeah, maybe I wanted to. Maybe I, wanted to slip it in there. Like I, win first place all the time, but this time,
Well, we'll see if it holds. Ducey's in first.
we sure will.
Bry Guy says Glash only cares for winners, not leaders. That's the spirit, Bry Guy. Lindenbaum says the thing is, some of the most gullible human beings are in the chat. I remember some truly believed either Emerson or Glash were fired when they had a few days off. I took like 4 days off in the summer, and everyone thought I was getting suspended. So I rode with it. Yeah, I'm getting suspended. Emerson
Congrats.
absolutely started the bunk bed thing.
Yeah, no, he definitely started that. I know that for sure.
So Jordan then says, the point is, start a rumor about an announcer, and a very good chance it will work. Oh, man. On 4th and 1, they'll punt. Yeah, they're up by 8. Gives the Chargers some life, though. Starfighter in the chat. Whoa, I'm in first in the classic free roll. Nice. Excellent. Ducey, if you get first, here's what we're going to do. If you hold on for first place, you're going to, off the air, give me your address, and I will send you a DraftKings t-shirt. Like now.
Okay.
All right? But you have to remember to send me the address.
Boy, now you're really making me watch this sim with some intent.
Yep. I will send it to you like right when we sign off, I will package it and send it.
Boy.
Then I can stop listening to you and tell me that I won't do it.
There you go. But only if I win, right? So
Hey, if you still really want one, I can send you one. But I won't feel
I'll
as
be.
won't be
Yes,
as
I
urgent.
do. So
Yeah.
come on here. Let's get Joe Reed the ball. How about that?
Glass is half full. I know what you mean. My wife thought I was on a vacation for a while. Then she realized I never went back and the lights were off.
Oh, Joe Reed has 2 catches. All right, there you go. Get one more.
We are not putting the address in the chat. No.
Absolutely not.
Bry Guy, I think I've won the Sim Fam free rolls we've done. I think I've won 3 times. 3. Pretty sure it's 3.
Yeah, with what? 30 people?
No. 200.
No.
Bleh. Oh, hey guys, by the way, we're almost at 200 likes. If you haven't already, please smash that like button. It's a good reflection on the stream and to just ensure these are not going anywhere. So please, 500 plus watching. Let's get to 200 likes. Be greatly appreciated. Hit the subscribe
do it.
button. Smash it up.
You'll make me
Twitch,
smile.
follow us on Twitch. What's our following at on Twitch? We're at 2.2 thousand followers. Love to see that on Twitch. Follow us, subscribe, hit the like. Glash is half full, wondering about the weather. The next 3 sims, 6, 8, and 10 Eastern. Rain, snow, and wind. Rain, snow, wind.
R, S, and W.
There you go.
What is that? What is that throw? How does he make that? That's very dumb.
Oh, man, 46 yards.
Well, I think I can kiss my first place goodbye now.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. You're still sitting there.
I guess everyone below me doesn't have Keenan Allen, so I'm okay for now.
You have a 2-point cushion.
I'm actually going to get overtaken, I think, by, what'd you say, 46 yards?
Yep.
Yeah, so Jerem is going to overtake me here.
I mean, you got Herbert, though, which helps.
That's true, actually. All right, so maybe he'll be in second. I'll be in a narrow first. All right, run. There you go. This is what I need, Glass. This is what I need. Get in there. Oh, my gosh. How does he not score there, Glash?
That does it for you right there. Now, if you get a Reed touchdown, so now Derwin's in first. But these rushing yards will help you for sure.
Right. No, I'm going to go back into first, but I don't understand how I don't get a touchdown there. How does Justin Herbert not dive into the end zone? He's soft. He's weak. Joe Reed touchdown, and this place is up for grabs. Realistically, I'm just looking for Herbert to run it in. No, let's not do that. Okay.
Oh,
great,
no.
Awesome. No one wanted to see that. Absolutely nobody wanted to see the chalkiest player on the slate score a touchdown. Just big congrats to everybody who was so brave to roster Austin Ekeler. What a bold move there.
And down Ducey.
No one ever could have predicted that Austin Ekeler would be good. Yeah, chalkiest captain now in the captain spot give me a break. Give me a break here.
How often do you use that phrase, give me a break?
Not that much.
Okay.
Great, Austin Ekeler again. Amazing. Oh no, it's not. It's that Verge? Who was that? Was that 8-9?
Let's see right here on the replay.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's Verge. He's 88. Jason Moore is 89.
There you go.
So Virgil Green catches the 2-point conversion, and we're tied at 14. Fantasy Hawk, I love you, man. So happy you're back.
I'm up to third now. So let's see what ends up happening. Look, all these people, all these squares out there, they stacked up the Chargers. Like, this is a Chargers stack beating me. You're in for a rude awakening here. Now I'm getting upset.
Dude, it's fine. Still a long way to go.
Yeah.
Fantasy Hawk didn't want to hear about Brady for 16 hours. No, that's how we started the sim. We addressed that. Some others, though, came in here and wore it, just so you know. They were brave. They were brave soldiers, unlike you. And you just can't take responsibility for that. It's too bad.
You can't take responsibility for running on the field?
That too. He won't admit to that. He doesn't have to admit to that. He just can't admit that he didn't want to handle it. He played keep away.
Yeah, it's fair.
So, but if say I was off on Monday and Chiefs won Sunday night, where's Clash? When you take the day off, couldn't handle me in the chat.
Yep.
That would have happened for sure.
You're right.
And he'd be like, nah, I wouldn't do that. Oh, he would, and I wouldn't blame him. Lisa Robinson, love to see you too. Fantasy Hawk now says, can we move on, Clash? I would like to continue to spend my money here. LOL. It's all good, man. I'm really just truly excited you're here. I didn't think you'd come back. So we'll move on. I promise. After the sim, I promise we'll move on. Sanders, 11 for 36. Ekeler, 7 for 29 and a touchdown. Wentz, 3 for 5. Ducey is in third. He's in third, so he's in business.
6th place. I'm trying to smear my name.
Ertz, 6 for 59. I'm just laughing because I just keep seeing Fantasy Hawk all caps. Jackson, 4 for 48.
It wasn't me.
Goodwin, 4 for 33, 2 touchdowns. Allen, 3 for 73. Henry, 3 for 22.
You okay there?
Yeah, I'm good. This is great. This is going to be a good week. Good week. Some people can't handle it. It's too bad. Oh, God. It feels good. Feels good.
Jeez, Clash. What is going on?
Nothing. So Germ from Twitch is in first. Derwin's in second. You're in third. Choker's in fourth.
Yeah.
So right now you're getting bronze.
Get bronze, yeah. Gonna get gold though. I know I am.
Third down and 9. Fourth quarter underway. Shout out to our great team. Derek from Game Ops. Thomas shadowing today behind Bry Guy.
New guy Tom, NGT.
The new guy. Producer Madison. We might need to give Madison a new nickname, like the Confessor. She confesses to her sin. Her confessing to her sins in
The
Simland.
pot stirrer. The culprit. How about that? The culprit. Now Rossi's the culprit. Rossi. Oh yeah, let's just take Kenny's engaged. It'll be fun. Let's just do that. Let's not ruin his reel or anything. You know, maybe he doesn't want that for his demo tape, right? Let's just make it real weird and have the host ask about his engagement the day of the Super Bowl.
I know, really. Talk about putting you in a tough spot. You could have just said yes and like take all the congratulations. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Fantasy Hawk now says, I demand a trade. I'm done with this team. I can't win here. Well played. That's good. Now Fantasy Hawk says, hey Madison, ban me before I say something I regret. Oh man, you guys are good. Good sports. Good time. And one more thing. Fantasy Hawk, if we took our little deal, you took Mahomes, I took Brady, I would have won.
Wow. Rubbing it in.
Sure am. He would do it to me. I have no problem doing that.
Madison now throwing Brian under the bus, saying Bry Guy controls the YouTube chat. The Fantasy Hawk.
Bry Guy gonna get you.
And he's saying, I don't. Wow.
Hey, we're up over 200 likes. Great work by the chat. You guys are awesome. For real. Having a good time.
I know you're not throwing him under the bus, Madison. Just messing around.
Hunter Henry at the 37. Murray needs Herbert to Eckler. Good luck. Spoke it into existence, hopefully. The Twitch fam, 60 plus on Twitch, really bonding right now. Love to see that. Twitch, you know, I know that YouTube people like, you know, bark at Twitch, but I really like the camaraderie of the Twitch chat.
By the way, an absolute cracker going on in the FA Cup between Tottenham and Everton. 4-4 now, late in this one.
Good stuff. I mean, I'm not following along.
Yeah, Harry Kane, a great diving header to equalize for Tottenham.
You ever call soccer?
I try to, actually no, never.
It's hard. I don't love it, to be honest. Second down and 8. Under 5 to go. Fourth quarter. Eckler. These two teams are fighting for every yard. Lindenbaum. Thank you. Jeez.
Yeah, see now I'm all the way down in 6th place. You know why? Because you spoke it into existence. You said, Kenny, all the way down in 6th. Oh, you're in 3rd. And then that's what happens. And then I actually go into 6th place.
Yeah. Blame me.
Because you wanted it to happen. You said it. You manifested it.
Rob Brand says, you may have won if you only took ex-Patriots. In this sim?
No, I think you were talking about the Super Bowl, right?
Oh, right. Duh. Right. Gronk, AB. Seriously. Let's run the football some more. Eckler to the 32. You will have a Seahawks sim coming up, so I'm sure Koff will want to discuss Russell Wilson and what the heck's going on in Seattle. Dan says, put it into the universe. We're working on it. From the 32. And we got a first down. The Verge. Virgil Green.
Verge, baby.
AE812. Can we have Williams points for Herbert? Just looking his way. That might be the only way he gets points. I wish we could do that for you. That's not how this works. 2:50 left in the fourth. Herbert.
Get some more points, Justin.
Fantasy Hawk. Yeah. Even a garbage can gets a steak every now and again. Glash, spare me, please.
Is that a saying?
I never heard it.
I guess it makes sense. Like, you throw out steaks in garbage cans, so I don't know. I think a garbage can gets a lot of nice things, not just steaks. You're gonna need the rushing touchdown here, Glash, in a big way.
Maybe that's the meal they get in jail when you streak on the field. You get steak out of a garbage can.
You know what line I think about a lot from movies? In A Wonderful Life, where Mr. Potter's like, "Happy New Year to you, in jail." You ever think about that?
No, not really. Until today.
You know the movie, right?
Yes.
Great line. "Happy New Year, Mr. Potter. Happy New Year to you, in jail. Go home, they're waiting for you." What a movie. What a character. Mr. Potter has to be one of the, my favorite movie characters ever. Just a fantastic movie character. Alex wants to know any DK advice for tonight for tennis. I said earlier, what I'll say.
Uh-oh. Sorry, dude.
Oh, you know what? No, we don't even want to acknowledge that Austin Eckler just scored. No one wanted that. So Fabio Fanini, $8,600, steal of the night in my opinion. I'd make him much more expensive. I think he should win pretty handily. First round match he was just exquisite. He was hitting he was hitting everything. I'm also going to say. You don't have to pay all the way up on this slate. I'm probably fading Nadal. I like Medvedev a lot, and I like Berrettini a lot. He's my guy. So that's what I would say. And then the cheapest option that I love is Radu Albot. But we don't have I have to get that out of the way because we don't have a whole show coming up for tennis picks. It's for basketball picks. So
that's right. NBA pre-log coming up.
Got to get them out while the people want them. I got them all warmed up for you guys, Shirag and Matt. They're all ready to ask a bunch of questions. So
Shirag Hira, Matt Meiselman, they are going to deliver analysis to all of you in regards to the 9-game slate in the NBA. So after the sim concludes, stick around. They'll take your questions. They'll go around the NBA, DFS, Sportsbook, the whole 9 yards. So don't go anywhere. We'll see if the Philadelphia Eagles, for their sake, for the NBA guys, I hope the Eagles don't score and spoil their time because we might get overtime if that's the case.
Yeah, that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot to deal with. It's too cold in this apartment for overtime.
What do you plan
It's really just this room. The living room is nice and warm. There's plenty of heat in the living room. But in my room, it's frigid. Reminds me of those cold early season games at Yankee Stadium when you're in the press box and you can't move your fingers. You gotta type and it's like 45 degrees and you're just like Tommy Kahnle, you can't do anything.
So what do you plan on doing to get warm after the sim?
I might take another shower. I also might just have to put on maybe a sweatshirt underneath my sweatshirt, maybe just double layer.
Wow, you're
You
that
know?
cool.
Yeah, man, it is real cold in here. The cold air comes in through the window pretty easily. And the window's shut, like it seeps in, and I'm on the bottom floor, so it's probably seeping in through the floor somehow. Quite cold.
Dan says throw a blankie on.
I have one right here. I've been using. That's what I was using when I was writing earlier. I was draped in a blanket.
Oh my God! What a fumble! Oh my goodness! The
recovered.
Eagles were going to be inside the 10, but fumble on the catch. Oh no!
Oh,
Wow.
I thought they had recovered that. I was mistaken.
No, it's Chargers football.
Wow. Drama.
I'm looking at YouTube right now. I want to see who caught that.
I love looking back at YouTube. I always do that.
Oh, and dude, it was Marquise Goodwin who fumbled.
Oh, dude.
That doesn't help you.
Kicking club. Ducey, you knew that Drew Barrymore's uncle absolutely did. I had to watch that movie every Christmas. Still do. So I am I know every fun fact about that movie. We've seen they have like the special versions of the movie that come on the DVD and they explain the fun facts and all that. I know every in and out of that movie. That when Uncle Billy was walking down the street and he that scene when he clanks over the garbage cans and he goes, I'm all right. That was actually not scripted. He was just walking off set and he ran into a light or something and it knocked it over. And they kept it in the movie because it was so funny. There you go. See, I don't know if you knew that about that movie, but now you do. Real interaction.
I still can't get over this. So Tom Brady just tweeted 4 minutes ago about his video of him getting off the boat. There's nothing to see her. He misspelled here for her.
Nothing to see her.
He mentions avocado tequila. God, the guy's a legend. It's amazing. All right, one final kneel down, and the Chargers are going to win this sim, 21-14. Ducey, despite the fact you will not get first place, you did tell everyone to play Marquise Goodwin, the wideout 3, in the captain. I think he was I think he's the player of the game. What do you think?
I absolutely think that Marquise Goodwin's the player of the game. Look, he let you fit in Austin Eckler, right? 7,000 in the flex. He was 10.5K in the captain spot. He was a fantastic play, and in the captain spot of the leading lineup because of it. You didn't have to pay all the way up to 15K to Austin Eckler. Save 5,000. Get Eckler in there at 21.9 DK fantasy points. I loved Marquise Goodwin's performance today. 2 touchdowns, despite the fumble. He is the POG, the player of the game.
And how about the Not My Kid Award?
It's a tough one. There's a lot of great candidates here. Mike Williams, I think, did enough. I'm going to say Miles Sanders, who was owned in just about 3/4 of lineups out there. 5 DK fantasy points. He had 1 catch for 4 yards, 36 yards on the ground. An absolutely dismal performance by the Eagles running back Miles Sanders. So I'm going to say he is the LVP of this one. The POG, but the W silent. The POG.
Okay.
The worst player of game.
What did we end up getting here? I'm looking at receivers right now. So Ertz 6 for 59, Goodwin 6 for 77. We'll scroll down here and see Williams.
You want to know about the quarterbacks?
No, Williams. How much did Mike Williams end up having? Okay,
only like 6 points, I think.
3 for 39. Okay,
6.9 points. Yeah, not great.
All right, cool. Shout out to Germ from the Twitch fam. Right now, as it sits, Germ is in first in the free roll that we created. Choker is in second place. Finished 20th in the big free roll. Won $1.69. Fantastic. And where did you end up finishing? You finished in
12th.
12th. Lindenbaum was right in front of you.
Upset I didn't win. Lindenbaum,
And,
my man.
Tate from Game Ops.
Jets are winning the offseason. You see what they did today? Hired Leon Washington.
I did see that.
Ever since firing Adam Gase, this team has not caught a single L. Unbelievable.
All righty. That's going to do
All
it
right.
for us. In the, real quick, the free public showdown, three-way tie first place. The build was Goodwin captained, Wentz, Eckler, Allen, Jeffrey, and Badgley. All right, enough from us. Ducey is here at 6 with Kaufman. They will have Panthers and Seahawks in the rain to kickstart the late free classic. Also, the paid contest we have available and one of 3 showdowns on the night. But first, plenty going down in the NBA. 9-game slate tonight. We need to find out if it's a LeBron night too. Chirag here. He runs everything over at DK Live. He's the content manager. He also has Matt Meiselman joining him. They'll get into Sportsbook. They'll get into DFS. Without further ado, here are the guys.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you to Kenny as well for warming the people up, getting ready for the show. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Pre-Lock Live. I'm Chirag, and joining me today is Matt. He's filling in for Julian, who thinks it's cool to take some time off. So how you doing, brother?
Doing well. We almost had another overtime game there. I think we had one 2 weeks ago, so we would have had a more fun Madden to watch. But yeah, I guess we're on earlier than expected. The Eagles almost had us that one.
Right. Well, I mean, I think it's the most interesting thing that you said to me right before we came on. It's another Thunder slate. Yes, Brendan, it is potentially LeBron night. I did say it the other night. He was the featured article player for once, breaking the curse of the article of all players that play end up giving me the ice. But finally, LeBron James was the top player. But can we go back to him against the Thunder with such a large spread, currently sitting at 12 on the DK Sportsbook?
Well, if the Lakers are going to keep playing overtime every game, I think you kind of just have to play everyone. It's 3 overtime periods in their last 2 games. We don't know if Anthony Davis is playing, so that's obviously the big thing to pay attention to. But I really think we should just get the Thunder to sponsor our shows, because every time I'm on here, it's, they have 4 or more guys out, and it's just like which of these below average basketball players do we need to have in our lineups?
Well, let's start with the question of Isaiah Roby. 3,700 coming back in here. Does he make sense?
Yeah, I think he does. He's just really, really cheap. And at the moment, this is a slate with not a ton of cheap value. There are a few guys who are decent value plays. I'm sure we'll get into a lot of them, but he's kind of the standout. That isn't to say he's not fadeable, though. I think this is just, well, for one, it's heavily dependent on whether Davis plays, and maybe we get that news before lock, maybe we don't, but whether or not Davis is in has a huge impact on the Lakers defense. So Roby going up against Kyle Kuzma or Markieff Morris is a lot different than he would be going up directly against Davis for the majority of his minutes. So that's not an ideal thing for anyone. Roby is not a great player by any stretch. He just doesn't cost a lot and should play 35 or more minutes. It's it's hard to say without knowing where Davis is right now in terms of his status. So I don't know. Do you think Davis will play tonight? Should we start there? I feel like that's kind of the key question for the slate.
I don't think so. I'm leaning on him not playing. Honestly, I could see him sitting out this entire week and maybe even 2. Like, the Lakers were unable to figure out the root cause really of the Achilles soreness. There's no management plan in place right now. So I think that there's no real need to rush him back in. You've seen Utah just ripping off wins, and they're the number 1 seed right now in the West. But the Lakers are trailing right there, right behind them. And I don't think they feel like they've even turned on the gas yet. So playing Anthony Davis in a game against the Thunder, yes, it was an overtime matchup in their previous one, but I think that they come here and take care of business and don't need Davis to play again, because the size that the Lakers have now with Kuzma, Harrell, Gasol, we saw them get decent amount of minutes, and the size was an advantage for the Lakers. And I don't think that they're going to have to need Davis.
I think all of that makes perfect sense. So I would have two counters, and that isn't even to say that I disagree with you. I think Davis very well could sit. The Lakers just haven't been that cautious this year. LeBron never sits. So
Yep.
I just don't trust their judgment that much. That would be one reason. And the Lakers have also gone to overtime in back-to-back games at home against the Pistons and Thunder. So maybe they're looking to play a little better. So it's not like they're going to force Davis on the court if he's hampered, but if he says he feels fine, maybe they just say, okay, you're good. I really do think it's 50-50. So I certainly don't think you're wrong, but I don't think we can be that confident that he doesn't play, although it would definitely make sense to not play him.
I mean, considering that you've seen Kobe go down to an Achilles injury, I don't think the Lakers want to press Davis here.
Yeah, maybe this is a specific type of injury where they figure to be more cautious. That is true.
Yeah. Let's check out some more value options that are already on the slate. Thing that's crazy that I found about this slate, bunch of close spreads, but the ones that are not close is where you kind of have to look for the value. So looking at, the situation with the spread with the Clippers and the Timberwolves. Karl-Anthony Towns expected to play tonight after missing 13 games due to health and safety protocols. But, we have a situation here where, yes, Kawhi Leonard can be a really nice option with Paul George already ruled out, but there's something to say about what Nicholas Batum could potentially do, what Zubac can potentially do now. Reggie Jackson, his salary has come down a little bit, but he's still starting. And if Patrick Beverley remains out, then it makes sense to play these guys. But also, Luke Kennard, when he starts, he's not great, but he's one of their more cheaper players just because of how the kind of injuries have stacked out, but they're not entirely overpriced either. So I don't know exactly what to do with that because of that matchup. And is it just makes sense to go and plug in Kawhi Leonard 9,400?
This is another one where the injury statuses for the opponents are a big deal. So if you're playing Clippers players, you really want D'Angelo Russell in the game because we've talked about this before. His defense is bad. He's a good scorer. He'll help the game stay close. The pace will be higher with him in. So it's not as good for the Clippers that Towns is playing. It does help the game stay close, but Towns is good at protecting the rim, and he's a massive upgrade defensively over guys like Naz Reid and Jared Vanderbilt, at least in terms of helping out at the basket and helping, maybe not man-to-man defense so much, but just being a presence on the floor. Towns is a big deal compared to those guys. He's much bigger than them. So you probably are happy Towns is playing if you want Clippers guys in terms of the game staying close.
Yep.
But I think you also want Russell out there, and that might even matter more because of the pace. And then Beverley is a big deal too. So you definitely can't play Jackson if Beverley is full go. His price has gotten too high for a bench role. But if Beverley's out, yeah, Jackson could do very well. And the other thing is that Beverley being out helps the game stay close too. So if I want players from this game, I want Towns to be playing at least some regular minutes. I think he will be limited.
I think that I'm projecting him at like 26 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, I think that would be enough to be confident he helps the team keep the game competitive. Maybe that Towns wouldn't be viable for DFS at that point, but at least he helps the Wolves stay in the game. So you want him in playing some minutes that aren't really, really low. You want Russell playing full minutes, and you want Beverley out. And in that situation, this could be the best game to target of the night, especially if people are scared off by the blowout.
Yeah, that's true. We do have some questions already coming in from the chat. If you guys have questions, make sure to plug it in. If you're from Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, wherever, we will do our best to get on these questions. So Blake Knight is asking, what's your thoughts on Schroeder with Anthony Davis potentially sitting out tonight? Stacking Schroeder in there makes a lot of sense against his former team. He did play well. I thought when I watched that game that those minutes were the part that really stuck out to me. Was, yes, there were overtime games, but he still was a lock for 30 plus minutes, and he hasn't been really a lock for 30 plus minutes in the last couple of weeks. So with AD out, that really helps his floor be really safe. And at 6,200, does it make sense to attack that?
Yeah, I think he's viable. I think it also matters whether or not Alex Caruso plays, as strange as that sounds. So he's been out the last 2 games, and I think he's still questionable and could be back tonight. I think that not having Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the other side hurts the upside for this game as a whole. But yeah, Schroeder is in play for sure if there's no Davis. I would also probably want Caruso to be out to be a little more confident in the minutes, because if the Lakers are up 15 points in the fourth, even without Davis, which is certainly still possible against this Thunder team, maybe they pull the plug on the starters a little earlier. They have had a pretty packed schedule lately. So I'm not as confident in the minutes if Caruso plays, and I'm not 100% confident in the minutes anyway, because the big difference between this game and last game is there's no SGA for OKC. And I think that does have some impact. So he's a good play, but I think there are ways it could go wrong.
Right. Another question from Twitch. What are your thoughts on Russell Westbrook and Sabonis tonight? Russell Westbrook coming off that rest game, and then Sabonis, who has been playing well with his usage rate up, but the fantasy points just aren't. He hasn't hit a double-double in his last 2. His shooting is a little bit off. What are your thoughts on those 2 guys?
The game the Pacers played 2 games ago, where Sabonis didn't close down the stretch, it was just an unusual situation. But last game he went up against Rudy Gobert, not necessarily directly because Miles Turner is the center, but Gobert being on the opposite team. I mean, for a player like Sabonis who makes his living at the rim, that's just, you couldn't have a worse matchup. So I think Sabonis should be just fine. Obviously the matchup, I would say it's gone from the best possible or the worst possible matchup against Utah and Gobert to the best one against the Nets and some combination of DeAndre Jordan and Jeff Green and Reggie Perry. I mean, with no Durant, the interior defense for the Nets is even worse. So Sabonis, I think, is totally fine. Westbrook is totally fine. He still is kind of cheap, and the Raptors have been playing a little bit more of an up-tempo style. So yeah, absolutely fine with both of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, those games have the highest totals on the DraftKings Sportsbook right now. I'm looking at it and seeing that Pacers Nets 235, and then we have Raptors Wizards at 234.5. So these 2 spots are really big upside plays, and I like kind of playing Russ coming off that rest situation. You know, just playing off of some rest. He has a chance to expand. 8,400. He's down. His salary is down lower than it's been all season. Yeah, this is a season low right now at 8,400 for Russ's salary. So you're getting him in an ideal spot if you want an upside play.
Yeah, that $8,400 price tag is just really appealing. I have 2 mild concerns. One is that OG Anunoby may be back, and then that gets you less small ball from the Raptors, better defense. But even that's not a direct matchup for Westbrook anyway, so that's not a huge deal. And then the other would just be that he'll be pretty popular tonight. So if you have other ways to differentiate your lineup, then Westbrook is fine. But even as a popular play, it's for good reason. And I think that there's no reason to just fade him outright. It just would be something to be cautious of.
On the DraftKings Sportsbook, Patrick Williams is showing as 19.5 points, rebounds, and assists. What are your thoughts on the over or under on that one?
I think it could go either way. It's definitely a cop-out answer, but the Bulls have mixed up the rotation a little. Garrett Temple got some more minutes last game. So it's just difficult to predict where the minutes will be. It's been solid for Williams lately, playing a lot. Yeah. But I could definitely see a scenario where they just ride Thaddeus Young and Garrett Temple and Denzel Valentine more if Williams isn't playing well. So it's like, if he's playing well, he'll hit the over, and if he's not playing well, it'll go under. And that sounds very obvious, but I think the issue is just that his minutes will be flexible based on how he's doing. So it's hard to say.
I feel like them running him up as a small forward, he's going to be focused more on guarding Brandon Ingram and not really being focused on the offensive side of the ball, whereas LaVine and Kobe White can carry the offensive side of the ball. And then you have, Thad Young, who's still taking double-digit shots since his boosted role. He has not had a game under 10 field goal attempts since getting that boosted role. And so I think that just sets up where Patrick Williams likely just has to focus on the defensive side of the ball, guarding Brandon Ingram. And then when he switches down, he'll probably have to guard Zion if they play small ball 4.
Yeah, they don't have Lauri Markkanen, they don't have Otto Porter. So having Williams guard Zion for any significant stretch, I think just increases the likelihood of foul trouble. And guarding Ingram is not exactly an easy thing to do either. So whether or not Williams hits that prop, I would say is largely dependent on if he can stay out of foul trouble. And rookies, he is a very strong defender for a rookie, and he's good defensively for any basketball player. But rookies do tend to foul more, and he's not really an exception to that. So I would just be a little bit worried, but he does seem just like a guy who's starting to produce more and more for the Bulls.
Yep. With all these totals kind of being inflated a little bit in these games, there's another one that we didn't touch on was Atlanta and Dallas. Is there any viability to stack this game, or does Luka stand out? Does Trae Young stand out? Trae's been extremely consistent this entire stretch, basically since the calendar turned over to January. He really started picking it up and has scored 50 fantasy points in all but one game since January 16th.
The Hawks side of this game should be really contrarian, I think. And it's a good matchup. So that's not really what the cause is. It's just that the prices are pretty high across the board, and the Hawks just have a lot of players who can score even without DeAndre Hunter. So I kind of like it. If you're playing Luka, you probably do want someone from the Hawks. I don't think an outright stack makes sense, but getting at least one Hawks player in a lineup that has Doncic is probably the way to go. And there are multiple players on the Mavericks that are viable. I mean, Porzingis went nuts in his last game. He always has an upside. Maxi Kleber has been playing more. So even though the team is healthy, the usual starters and usual rotation players are seeing their minutes go up. So Josh Richardson, Dorian Finney-Smith, it's not really good for Tim Hardaway, but there are a bunch of guys on Dallas that are worth looking at. I think it's not so much that you want to try to stack it, but you don't want to play 2 or 3 Dallas guys without someone on Atlanta to just have that correlation.
Makes sense. We're looking from from Twitter. We have a question asking about Valanciunas rebounds prop, with the Charlotte Hornets kind of having Cody Zeller as their only big man, and Valanciunas coming off a 20 rebound performance. What are your thoughts on his 12.5 rebounds prop?
That's a hard one. He seems like a really high variance player in general. Valanciunas tends to do a lot in not that many minutes. He came back not having played in a couple weeks and scored 13 real points in his first 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's right. Maybe someone can correct me on that, but I think it was a very quick just outburst from him. He didn't even start the game and came in and just was really, really effective right away. Yeah. So Valanciunas always has the upside for just a massive game, but I think that he has the downside too. So I would just kind of look at this as a situation where it's harder to predict than it might seem. And I think he could repeat his last performance, but it wouldn't necessarily be that easy, even in a plus matchup.
We have another question from Sean Griffin on YouTube. He's asking about Miles Turner. My lean right now is to avoid Miles Turner just based on his shoulder injury. Since he's injured that shoulder, he just hasn't been the same guy. Yeah, it's a really nice spot against the Nets, but if you're leaning towards a big man from this game, I think Sabonis is the right way. Do you agree with that, Matt?
I think so. Turner will be popular too. I think both of them will be among the highest owned players, although outside of the Thunder, there shouldn't be anyone whose ownership is too crazy that you have to really be that concerned. But I think that Turner being popular makes it an easier call, where even if he wasn't, you have reason to be concerned about him anyway because of the injury. I think there's also a chance this game goes smaller. The Nets go to their Jeff Green at center thing. Doug McDermott plays more. So that might be my favorite player from, at least from the Pacer side. I think we can definitely talk about Harden and Kyrie and how strong of plays they are with Durant out. But as far as finding cheap pivots who may not be owned, I think McDermott could play extra minutes in this game if it's a small ball versus small ball thing. And with the Nets being so bad defensively, I think I probably would look at McDermott before Turner.
That makes a lot of sense. 4,800 for Turner. He's played 32 minutes in consecutive games, and you can see that directly correlates with their lineup changing with Turner taking out, because those minutes have come basically from Turner. So that makes a lot of sense there.
At times, Goga Batadze is playing a little extra, which
Yeah.
I think is just bad for Turner and not really good for anyone else. But I think this matchup, so last game they were going up against Gobert and Favors, where you need more size, and
Yep.
against the Nets, you don't need the size. So it's just this matchup would be more conducive to getting extra McDermott minutes.
Is there a guy that you are looking at as a must play for tonight's slate?
So I don't think I would ever answer yes for this question unless we have a small enough slate where it's just you need this guy, or it's too good of a value spot that it's just you can't afford to not have him. This is a big enough slate, so any slate of this size, it'll be no. But if I have to name a player that's close enough to it, I think it's James Harden. It's just the Pacers are not really a good defense, as good as Miles Turner has been, at least in terms of counting stats. I think he is a solid defensive center, but
yeah,
it's just without Durant, the usage is so high. And it does seem, I'm curious what you think about this, but it does seem that Harden has benefited more with Durant being out than Irving has. They both benefit for sure.
Yeah.
But it seems like Harden is more inclined to take over the game without Durant playing than Kyrie does.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing that you get from Harden is the assist upside. You know, he's had double-digit assists in now 6 straight games, whereas Kyrie, it's more of a dribble out, try to create the ball, and he doesn't give you that upside. Yes, Kyrie can score just as well as Harden, but the upside for the assist make Harden the better play. And you have to take into account his salary is kind of down, actually. $10,400 is actually cheap. The last time he was this cheap was near the time when they're playing the Hawks and he went off for 72 fantasy points. So he's not exactly expensive. $11K, yes, I can say maybe not considering, but his salary is down in relation to where it's been usually. So I think he makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's his ownership shouldn't be that high either. It's a little hard to predict this, but there are enough players in the 8K range that seem like they'll pick up traction. And then, so the common lineup build might be a few guys that are around 8,000 to 9,000, like Sabonis and maybe Kawhi Leonard and Westbrook. And then you have all those OKC guys.
Yep.
Maybe Doncic gets in there before Harden. So it's not like everyone's playing him either. So he's a little underpriced. He has a good matchup. The team is missing their, a player that affects usage dramatically in Kevin Durant. So it's just, I wouldn't be looking to fade Harden at 15, 20, 25% owned. That still seems pretty reasonable unless he was 50 or something. Okay, fine. Maybe we look to someone else, but he should be in the same tier as a lot of the other expensive guys. And like you said, he's not that expensive. So I think I wouldn't hit the lock button on him, but I think he's closer than anyone else on this slate.
We have some news that came in about your favorite team, the Thunder. I'm just kidding. Mike Muscala
now, very excited.
Mike Muscala is available to play. So does that impact Isaiah Roby at all? Mike Muscala hasn't been playing a lot of minutes, but when he does get some time, he does get 20, 22 minutes and then hit up 25 fantasy points potentially.
This will be interesting to see how quickly we can calculate the effect to the whole team, because it matters, and I'm just not sure how much. So my first reaction is that Roby will lose a little bit of ownership because this might scare a few people off, but he's not going to lose that much.
Right.
Just because he's still the only really appealing player between 3,000 and 4,000 on this slate for now, at least until we get other news. So I think it could make him a better fade because he should still be very chalky and he has more downside now. It could also be true that Muscala is just there in case of emergency and he is dealing with concussion symptoms and he won't actually play.
Yeah.
So I would say just look out for a starting lineup and that will give us the kind of indication we're looking for. But one, Muscala doesn't usually start, and two, it's the last game of the night, so it's not really that useful anyway. So I don't know, where are you at now that I've given you time to process a little rambling on over here?
I mean, I honestly think that Roby is fine, and Muscala sets up as a guy that will play. They need his offense, and that's where I see that he's going to come in. And if he's not hitting his threes, then they're just going to send him back to the bench and go back to Roby and Horford as their bigs. but I think he is going to get his shot there. But I wouldn't really outright play him. And when you're, like you said, there's not a lot of guys under 4K that we can feel confident about on the slate. The other guy that's really standing out is Willy Hernangomez. We've seen Steven Adams' minutes kind of trend in the wrong direction. I'm not sure if that's going to continue, but Hernangomez has stepped up over the last 5 games since that one injury that Adams had. Now, what do you make of that? And it doesn't make sense to play him considering he's a center and there's a bunch of viable centers on the slate too.
Yeah, he's in play. I think it depends how popular he is. He's not a guy I would want if everyone's kind of onto him now, which it seems like we're getting there. I don't know if we're quite there yet, but that's definitely a hot hand situation as far as I can tell, where if Hernangomez looks good and it's a matchup that's working for him, then he'll just kind of stay out there. And in the matchup last night against the Rockets, Cousins didn't play in the fourth. He doesn't usually play down the stretch. The Rockets go small and play PJ Tucker at center usually, which I guess we can debate whether or not that actually is a good idea. They weren't doing it when Christian Wood was the center, but they do it with Cousins. So Hernangomez was just crushing against guys that are way smaller than him, and there just was no reason to have Adams out there.
Right.
But
it was basically a 20-point win. Sorry.
Yeah, so
win.
it's pretty matchup dependent, I would say, whether we want Hernangomez. I don't know. What do you think about? They're playing the Bulls, so it kind of sets up similarly where they don't necessarily need the size from Adams again.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you need that salary, go for it. But I could see a situation here where he doesn't play a lot of minutes again and he gets back into that kind of 15 fantasy points range when everyone's expecting a 30 block from him.
Yeah, maybe even the Pelicans go with Zion at center for some stretch too. I think the thing that you would have missed if you were just looking at the box score from last night is that Zion was in foul trouble the entire game. So there was more of a need for Hernangomez to be out there for the stretches where Adams wasn't out there. Yep. So they were running a lineup where Josh Hart was essentially playing power forward and Hernangomez was at center. Josh Hart went nuts, and we should talk about him a little too.
Yeah, Josh Hart, 17 rebounds, career high, 40 minutes in that game.
It was pretty wild. I know you as a Laker fan might be, anytime one of these role players that used to be on the Lakers, Jordan Clarkson is probably the best example I can think of where it's just like, why didn't we hold on to that guy?
The reason why was so that LeBron could come over. That the whole reason set up for IT to get traded to the Lakers, and then IT got left out, and then the contract situation opened up, and LeBron was allowed to come over.
You've thought about this enough, I guess.
Many times.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. That's how I see it.
But the Pelicans are interesting. Just I think there's upside for everyone on that team just because the matchup is so good against the Bulls.
Yeah, for sure. A couple more questions coming from Twitch. Best play in the 5 to 6K range tonight. Anyone standing out to you there?
5 to 6K range. I feel like we haven't gone there yet. So Valentine is priced up. I think that gets his ownership down a bit. He has a chance to be in the mix. I think Chris Boucher's upside is very real, kind of always.
Yeah.
So maybe that would be my pick. Who on OKC is in that range? I'm just kind of thinking through it quickly. Darius Bazley is just above.
Horford is just above that. Horford just comes in just a hair above that 6K range.
So if we're including 6.1, if that's still allowed, then I would say Bazley in the scenario where Davis is out. I think Bazley is a really good pivot off Roby. He played really well against the Lakers last game.
Yep.
And I think the price will have people going to some of the cheaper OKC guys, and he might get lost in the mix a bit. But I would definitely want Davis off the court for that play. I think Bazley's playable with AD in, but I think he's a really, really strong play if AD's out.
Let me give you 3 names that I'm also considering in this range. Kyle Anderson with Brandon Clark out. Then we have Darius Garland, who's seen his minutes spike up now that he's kind of back from that injury. And Will Barton, who's seen massive amounts of minutes now, playing with that whole backcourt kind of having issues with Gary Harris, and then Jamal Murray in and out.
Those, at first glance, they all kind of seem okay to me. I think Garland's upside is more appealing. I don't know. Will Barton is hard to figure out. The Nuggets are mostly at full strength. They're missing Gary Harris, right? That's the only player who's still out for them. So it's really easy to see how Barton could just not be a huge part of the offense for a game where, Murray plays really well or Michael Porter Jr. plays really well. But his upside is there too. I just think the upside for Garland may be higher. And the ownership is probably the key element here. So I'm sure there's a little bit of fear that the Cavs don't keep the game close.
Yep.
Maybe that affects Barton's ownership too, but I think it would affect the Garland ownership more. And yeah, I'm kind of lukewarm on all of those guys. I think they're all playable, but I'm not that excited about any of them. What are your thoughts?
I mean, those minutes that Barton's been playing has been really just where it's at for me. I look at that situation and say, all right, I have a chance here for a guy to give me 30 fantasy points. And whereas the other guys, Kyle Anderson, yeah, he's seen a bit of a boosted role with Clark down, but he's not going to give you 38 potential minutes,
Yeah, I think, well, the answers to the last two questions have illustrated that this is a tough price range because the 5 to 6K answers we've given, it's been hard to really have anything too concrete. So I think it's just an indicator that the average person tonight will fill out their lineup with players between 3 and 5K and then between 7 and 9K. And you won't see too many players in this price range having a ton of ownership. I don't know if it ends up working out that way because we still have some to be determined injury status updates, but for now, that's kind of where it's looking like.
Question for you on a value guy that might pop off here. RJ Hampton. He's seeing a little bit more minutes recently. What are your thoughts on him at 3,200?
I think you probably need the blowout for that to work out. So if you want to play a lineup that anticipates that, I think that could make some sense. It's probably a little too big of a slate for me to want to do that, but Jermichael Green probably also benefits.
Yep.
I don't know if there are Denver's a really deep team. So I think in a really large field, Hampton, he could be the value play that works out. He could outscore Roby. I don't think that's crazy at all, but I think there's also a chance he gets 5 fantasy points. So it depends how much risk you want to take, but especially in a blowout, I think he has a lot of upside. So I would just keep that in mind.
And there's a turbo slate with 10K to first place that you can potentially play him in here. It's a 2-game slate, New Orleans, Chicago, Cleveland, Denver, and he might make some sense there.
I've told you in the past that 2-game slates are where I like to do the garbage time stack thing. Last year, there was a Monty Morris, Mason Plumlee combination that took over for Jokic chalk and Jamal Murray chalk and just dominated the Pistons, I think it was, at home.
So I think, Hampton and Hernan Gomez as your chalk value guys here, 3,400, 3,200, really set it up nicely.
So we did just get some more news. D'Angelo Russell is not going to play tonight.
Well then, well. Does that change your approach now to the Clippers?
I think we need to see how many minutes Towns is playing because the blowout.
And now he's questionable. He was expected to play. Is that a status change or is that just the Timberwolves being overly cautious here?
Yeah, apologies for looking down at this. I'm trying to get the update. So who's questionable? Towns is now questionable?
Towns is listed as questionable. Towns is due to the reconditioning. He's expected to play, but listed as questionable. And then Russell was the one that was downgraded.
Yeah, and this is
go ahead.
This is confusing. I'm just trying to figure out if we can get the right, I don't know, just the right read on the situation. It's hard to say. So with Russell out, we definitely have to look at Beasley and Edwards, and Rubio, and then maybe Noel and McLaughlin. A lot has opened up for Minnesota, but this hurts the Clip. This is the worst case. I think worst case situation on the LA side is that Towns plays 20 minutes and Russell plays 0.
Yeah,
because you have the blowout back in play and you have more defense on the court.
Yep. We also have more news from the Raptors. OG Anunoby will remain out, but now they have their little Utah Watanabe, he's also going to be out. He's been playing a little bit of a role for them, kind of impacting Chris Boucher's role. Does that really open up Boucher now with Watanabe also out?
It's hard to say. The position's a little different there. I think it solidifies Norman Powell's minutes a lot there with Anunoby out in particular. Powell's price, though, he's up to 60. Is that right? Am I reading that right? That Norman Powell is
6,800 because his minutes have been off the charts.
Yeah, so I don't think you can go there. I think you would have needed Lowry, Van Vliet, Siakam, at least one of those guys out to really play Powell. It might just be the case that the Raptors have gotten too expensive, at least in terms of their supplementary players, that you can't. I mean, Terrence Davis probably gets a bump, but with all of the usual starters in outside of Anunoby, I don't think we really want to count on him either. So Boucher still, even if he doesn't directly benefit from this news, I still think Boucher could be the best play from this team. Maybe he gets a couple extra minutes with the roster a little bit less deep, but I just like him in general. So I think that even though it doesn't change much for him, I just liked him to begin with anyway. And there's always upside for Chris Boucher.
Well, and he's that guy that you mentioned that we're looking at in that 5 to 6K range. So that's one of the guys that has more upside than most of the people here.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to play someone in that range, but if you're going to, I mean, he does make some sense. Just kind of scanning through it again, I kind of want to go back to him. Like Josh Hart really still has, we saw it last night. His upside is not always big, but I think he kind of gets lost even after that good game. So he's below 5K, but just kind of looking now at who the cheap players that might not be as popular are. And he kind of sticks out. McDermott, who I mentioned before, sticks out. I think I would go with them over some backup Raptors guards, even though that could be the intuitive thought process with Anunoby and Watanabe out. I still think that those kinds of guys like Hart and McDermott are better plays than, let's say, Terrence Davis.
Yep. We are just before we head out, want to bring the NBA injury report up for everybody. Couple things to stand out. Drew Holiday still expected to be out. He didn't make the trip to Phoenix with the team. Chris Middleton was the main facilitator in that game. So I think that's something that really needs to be looked at coming off that monster 12 assist performance. Now we can see him again being a main facilitator here because Bryn Forbes was able to start for Drew Holiday. He played well too, 25 minutes. So I think that's a situation where we really need to consider. But also looking at the other side of that game, it's Chris Paul, questionable. Jay Crowder, questionable. And with Chris Paul potentially sitting, do you want to go back to Ayton and Booker? I know that you had a really nice lineup where you played both of them and you stacked with Chris Paul out. What are your thoughts on going back to that well?
First of all, I'm glad you mentioned this game because we would not have been doing our jobs right if we forgot this one. This is a really key spot, and it's especially key because it locks at the same time as the Lakers Thunder game. So if we're waiting for news there, you have some flexibility to swap in and out of this game too if you're kind of holding the positions open for whatever happens late. So I think that is probably the right move, is to have a few slots open that you can maneuver based on the news for these two games, especially if it's coming later on, like if we haven't gotten it by lock. So if Paul doesn't play and Crowder doesn't play, that definitely is a pretty big boost to the matchup on the Milwaukee side. Those are two of their best defenders.
Yep.
And with Bridges probably guarding Giannis for most of the game, not having Paul there, I think would be pretty direct benefit to Middleton. Not having Crowder there is a benefit to the Bucks too, because Crowder maybe would take some time on Giannis and Bridges could guard Middleton. And then it's a pretty big trickle down effect for the whole team. So that is worth keeping an eye on. And then, yeah, I love Devin Booker again. If Paul doesn't play, wouldn't have to worry about Crowder too much for the Booker situation. But Booker essentially is the team's point guard when Chris Paul is out. I'm not sure if too many people realize that. Like, that's how the Suns are able to start each one more over Chris Paul last game, who is not a point guard. And Booker racked up, I think it was 9 assists. Maybe he got to 10. So Booker gets a huge bump with Chris Paul he got to 8.
Yep.
Yeah. So I would definitely be looking at a low-owned Booker whose price has come up, but if Paul's not playing, even against Milwaukee, it's still a good spot just because the price is too low for the role if Paul isn't there.
Before we jump off, I did want to also mention that Frank Kaminsky is starting for the Suns. So I think that Giannis makes a lot of sense, especially if you're playing the late slate. Take some shots with Giannis because he is, with a lot of studs on this slate, I think he can go overlooked. And this is supposed to be a close spread right now. And if Paul plays, this game could stay really close. And I think Giannis is the guy that you need to consider.
Yeah, that's also why I think Jay Crowder matters a pretty substantial amount, because if Crowder plays, I don't think that Kaminsky stays in the starting lineup. I think they would have to start Crowder. Like, I mean, if you know it, that Giannis would demolish Frank Kaminsky, I think that the Suns know it too.
Yeah.
And so they may have to start Frank if Crowder's not there. They just wouldn't have the bodies. But if Crowder's available, I think he probably gets the start. So this is a slate where it's always worth keeping an eye on the injury news, but it's pretty significant with how impactful the news that's coming is and how late in the slate it's going to be.
Yep. Before we jump off, just want to let you guys know, Jesse will be taking over the Dream Stream, and coming up next is Panthers and Seahawks in the rain with Koff and Kenny. Thanks again, Matt, for hanging out with me on Prelock Live. I will see you back here on Friday.
Yep. See you on Friday, Sherrod.
Well, hey there, everybody. Welcome in and welcome back, obviously, to the Dream Stream. If you've not been with us all day long, shame on you, but that's okay because you are only halfway through an eventful day of Madden simulations here on the DraftKings YouTube, Twitch, and various other channels. So thank you again for being with us. I am your host, Adam Kaufman, and I will be doing some other things as well, as you can typically get yourselves ready for. Lineups have obviously locked for the first game here. Let's tell you about what is going on, and then naturally, we will move along to the game here. Of course, we have got a 3-game late classic Madden simulations. Those showdowns all featured in the Madden Stream $5,000 Wednesday night special here in a Wild Weather Wednesday. As I mentioned, lineups have locked, so hopefully you did yourself that favor and got yourself in those contests, be it free or paid. Naturally, the classic contest was $10 to enter, features $5,000 in prizes, $1,000 going to first place. Tonight's schedule beginning here momentarily. First game, it's here's a real shocker for you. Seattle, it's going to be raining in Seattle in this matchup between the Panthers and the Seahawks. I will be on that call with my pal Kenny Ducey, so stay tuned for that in a moment. 8 o'clock Eastern time, the primetime game. It is me again with Jeff Ulrich. Moose, we will be coming at you with snow for the Texans and Packers. You can get in the lobby and certainly get in those contests for the showdown for 8 o'clock. And then 10 Eastern, Madden After Dark. I bid you farewell. Moose comes on back, and he will be joined by none other than Brendan Glasheen. The duo together to wrap up a Wild Weather Wednesday, a windy contest between, get this, Tampa Bay and New England. That's right. There's going to be a lot of Tom Brady talk in that one, especially on the heels of Parade Day in Tampa. And Brady was, well, he was worse for the wear, if we're being honest, but I think he had himself a good time. So those games coming up here in a moment on the Dream Stream, but want to tell you what else is going on at DraftKings right now. Plenty of NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including the NBA $500,000 finger roll contest. Pays out $100K to first for just a $12 entry fee. Lineups locking for that in a little under an hour at this point in time. Daytona 500 is coming up this weekend. The let's see, huge contest to get you ready for the action. $1 million America's Race contest features a $1 million prize pool, naturally. $200K going to first place. Pierce Dietrich has offered plenty of great insight on that you do not want to miss. It is available to you here on the Dream Stream as well. You can reserve your spot in that one right now for just a $15 entry fee. And then UFC 258 from Las Vegas. Lots of tips from Tim Finnegan on that one, and it is a featured contest for the event in our MMA $600,000 258 special. $600K in total prizes, $150,000 going to the winner, provided, of course, we have a solo winner by the end of that event. Entry fee is just $20 for that. And do not forget, check out all the action on the DK Sportsbook for NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA. You can get MLB futures at this point. There's a lot of great stuff available to you. Now, all that being said, let's turn things over to Adam Kaufman and Kenny Ducey for the call of this first game on a Wild Weather Wednesday. It is the Panthers and Seahawks. Well, thanks, Adam. Kenny, how are you, buddy?
Well said, Adam. Thank you. I'm good, Adam. How are you?
I'm great. We're going to leave that guy in the past, get back to him in just a little bit. But it is good to be with you, my friend. As noted, lineups have locked. We're going to get to this simulation awfully quickly here. We know that. But even though you were just, lazy. You were lazy. You didn't get in the free roll. Shame on you. But tell me, who do you like in this one, just in general, Carolina and Seattle? Had you filled out a lineup, do you like it as a pay-up spot in the captain for be it Russell Wilson or, of course, Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I think this is a CMC pay-up spot. I always love the Seahawks defense because of those X factors forcing fumbles. So I would probably have the Seahawks defense as well. Curtis Samuel, wide receiver 3 theory. It hit last game. It'll hit again here. Wide receiver 3 is monsters in these sims. So I would play Curtis Samuel. And that's sort of where I leave it. I usually don't like to play DK Metcalf that much. Carlos Hyde actually is a pretty good play, I think, here as well. So that's sort of where I'm at. I think I'm playing Samuel, paying up for McCaffrey at the captain. I probably would also play the Seahawks defense just because I'll probably get a couple turnovers. That's where I sit. How about you?
My lineup, because I did jump in the free roll, I kind of had to. I created the thing. So, you know, you got to get into it. And this one is called the Happy Hour, the Will Russ Force His Way Out of Seattle free roll. And we know that's not going to happen, but it is an interesting conversation that we will get into here in a little while. Again, lineups have locked for this one. So I've got Wilson in the captain spot because, you know, I considered McCaffrey, you know, obviously what you were just talking about. It is a good pay up spot for him, especially in the rain. You got to think he's going to get a fair number of touches on the ground. I don't know. And I feel drawn to Russ, especially, you know, with him being the namesake here in our contest. So put him in the captain spot. McCaffrey's there. Bridgewater's there. Greg Olsen, the Seahawks DST, as you mentioned, and also great value playing Carlos Hyde. I've got him as well. 7.2 points per sim, just $2,600 in the flex. So it left me about $600, you know, extra, which is not a huge amount of money. I was really between Greg Olsen and Ian Thomas. And ultimately, as mentioned, I went with Olsen. So I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, Greg Olsen's always hit or miss in these sims, I feel like. But I have a good feeling about him. I think that you'll profit from that spot. I mean, not physically profit, but yeah, he's I don't know. I've had some flops with him. I've had some good times with him. The one guy that I can't ever really figure out on Seattle is the whole running back situation. Like Chris Carson, he has good games, he doesn't have good games. So I don't know. I could see a low scoring affair in this one for sure, though. I think that both defenses have value. I think that you know, you do have a lot of speed on the Carolina side, but you also have a lot of speed with the Seahawks, and we all remember Jamal Adams is rated very well in this game, so that's something to certainly look out for.
I'm just happy to be with you for a 6 o'clock sim, because I know you were very skeptical the other day
I was. Yeah, we got to talk about that.
I stay away from these simulations on account of making sure that my lineups for NBA and NHL are promptly set for 7 o'clock Eastern. But here I am. We're going to make sure it all happens at once, my friend. It's going to be great.
Looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good time seeing you on camera, maybe adjusting your lineups, maybe not adjusting your lineups. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Do us a solid, folks. Smash that like button. Thanks for being with us again. Second half of your Dream Stream day getting underway here on a wild weather Wednesday with rain in Seattle between the Seahawks, the hometown Seahawks here, and the Panthers. Lots to get into. With Kenny Ducey, I am Adam Kaufman. We got producer Mike Daniel, our technical director Jim with the Game Ops squad, and appreciate everyone hanging out here with us. Just taking a look through the Chat Kings conference room. Fantasy Hawks is every time I get in Kauf's contest, I bomb. Well, you know, hopefully you'll do better tonight. I don't want you to beat me, but hopefully you'll do a little bit better than bombing. We don't need that. Fantasy Hawks says, what? No Brady talk, Kauf? Fantasy Hawk, we just started.
For Kauf's sake.
For Kauf's sake. John says, Kauf, do you by any chance collect DVDs? I'm glad that you noticed. There are a couple on the wall. John says, Ducey, can you please tell Kaufman that I said Glash was the worst, and where's Kaufman last game? Glash is not.
He did say that.
Glash is great. I love Glash. Glash is going to be along with you for Madden After Dark.
He did say that. Something like.
Well, I appreciate the support, but at the same time, you know, there are ways to compliment without obviously bringing down others. But we all know that. John, you're great. He is the worst. No score as we are just underway, and we'll see what happens. Carolina, Christian McCaffrey, who's very boomer bust in these simulations for a 99 overall guy with all sorts of X factor and superstar traits, as we know. And you know, people, you can't fade him, right? He's $9,600 in the flex, 72% owned in our smaller contest with 172 entries, about 19% in the captain spot. Popular player.
Yeah, Teddy Two Gloves here. Teddy Ball Game, whatever you want to call him. You know, he always goes off when I'm in Sims. I just got to say that. So I'm making sure everyone knows.
James Farrell, what's up, Kauf? Happy birthday. Well, thank you very much. It's a momentous time to be 39. McCaffrey gets a touch for 5 on the ground to start things off. Are you going to get in some NBA lineups tonight there, Deuce? Have you been focused on that? Absolutely not. Why not?
You know, just because I'm focused on tennis. Just only watching tennis.
Well, I did see the Juicy Picks Twitter account that I didn't even know existed until the other day, and it looks like you are, doing quite well offering tennis advice at the moment.
Yeah, I like to post my tennis picks. The people in the chat, have taken a liking to my tennis picks, which is no surprise.
That's great.
But this is like Christmas for me. Like, this is what I wait the whole year for. It's the Grand Slam, because this is when I can actually show people, like, yeah, maybe it is worth following me on Twitter for like these 4 tournaments every year.
Are you?
But hoping to eat again tonight.
You one of those tennis diehards that will set the alarm for 3 a.m. to get up and watch matches?
I wanted to, but I was given the strict veto.
Your girlfriend doesn't allow you to do that?
She said, absolutely not. You're not setting an alarm for 4 a.m. to watch Nick Kyrgios. So luckily her alarm woke me up at about 6:15, and I sprung out of bed to watch the 5th set today. Very exciting. But that's the thing. Jason Mack, you're a hater. You're a hater.
Second and 8, 2 minutes
gone. You ain't got no haters.
First. How many
popping?
How many Sims here have ballpark? Like, you've been on a fair amount since the Super Bowl, or is today your first day back?
No, it's not. I've been on like 3 since the Super Bowl.
Okay, so you've had plenty of time to let all of the great juicy analysis from the Super Bowl be heard and be known to those out there in the chat.
Yeah, we don't even talk about the Super Bowl anymore. You haven't.
I haven't heard you talk about it, so I want just some. I don't want to spend the sim on it per se, but I would love some recap thoughts. What were your big takeaways from
the abridged version?
A dominant defensive performance and Brady getting number 7?
I mean, that's, you said it. I think that, so the one qualm or bones to pick that I had was and it was with Glash. So I mean, the bone wasn't with Glash, but I brought it up with Glash, so naturally it was very difficult to talk about with him because he took offense. Like, he took a lot of offense. But
you actually offended Glash. You heard him.
Oh, I did. I heard Glash bad. But the thing, Koff, okay, is that we have the quarterback position. The quarterback position is overrated. And what's annoying to me is that we can't give, and I think that I feel like all the love for the Bucs defense, all the love for, Todd Bowles, I feel like it's not genuine whatsoever. It's not. Because we never, ever, ever give anybody but the quarterback credit when they win a Super Bowl. Like, it's not like the last time I can remember the media and the nation as a whole just flat out denying that the quarterback had anything to do with the Super Bowl was like Trent Dilfer in 2000. Like, I
wildly disagree with that. What about?
No, absolutely true.
No, I mean, nobody credits Peyton Manning for the Broncos winning that Super Bowl. Everybody.
Oh, you serious? That was the whole narrative. Was he got one more? He did. Yeah, that's. What do you mean?
No, and everybody has said
he's a great leader. He changed the culture of that team.
Fine, but
buzzwords. No, but I'm saying that. That's
no, but are we talking?
Yeah,
wait, hang on. Are we talking about the run to a championship or singularly the game? Because it's
all of it.
Because I think
it's a quarterback-centric league. Koff.
It is. Of course, it's a quarterback's league.
Yeah, and it's annoying.
But it is a quarterback's league. You can't win more often than not. I mean, with very rare exceptions, you can't win with a bad quarterback.
It's it's the chicken and the egg, because
I'm just saying, like,
you win, then the quarterback is good, right? Like, you don't. No team that's been good has ever had a bad quarterback. That's the point. Jimmy Garoppolo is bad, right? But because he won, he was good. But now he's bad again because they're losing. Like, you can't have if your team does well, the quarterback's going to be looked at as a good quarterback as a byproduct, is what I'm saying. You can't have a bad quarterback, because it's like any team that does well, immediately, what do? We talk about the quarterback. How many times did Baker Mayfield throw over 200 yards this year? Like 3 times. Yet they're in the playoffs, and all people can talk about is Baker, number one pick, Baker. Hit the quarterback button. No, and we're obsessed with quarterbacks. And look, Tom Brady's the greatest player ever. Yes, okay, he is. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that the guy didn't have a good postseason, but like he was like maybe the 4th highest reason on that team that they won the Super Bowl. And number 1 was the linebackers, number 2 was the pass rush, number 3 was Leonard Fournette, and number 4 was all the skill position. It was Tom Brady. So that's my point, right? So like, but all automatically because he's Tom Brady, we just talk about quarterback. And it's not a Tom Brady situation. It is a quarterback situation. Like. Again, the proof, and you have not. I would like to maybe hear you expand on your argument against this, because it didn't seem like you had one. But when you're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo,
he didn't get an opportunity to give one.
Right, I'll give you plenty of time. I'll leave my little man. Jimmy Garoppolo, okay, we know now, like now we know that Jimmy Garoppolo is bad, right? That's true, correct? We know he's bad, right?
We know he's injury prone. We know he's glass.
No, we know he's bad.
I wouldn't say we know he's bad.
He's not good, okay? Jimmy Garoppolo is not good. So here's the truth, is that the Niners were good last year. And again, we must have a conversation about Jimmy Garoppolo. Like it's like a requirement that we praise Jimmy Garoppolo and we talk about him, right? Like that was a requirement last year. And like not Nick Bosa, right? Nick Bosa was the best player in the league last year, right? We're not talking about Nick Bosa. We're talking about the freaking quarterbacks. And then they're not even that good. Like, you know, a lot of these guys are system quarterbacks. Garoppolo was a system quarterback. And he led the team to the Super Bowl by being a game manager. And I just don't understand where people pick and choose the quarterbacks to praise. We crap on Alex Smith. We call Alex Smith a game manager and he's not good. But he leads the team to the NFC Championship game, and if Kyle Williams doesn't fumble, they win the Super Bowl that year, okay? And on the other side, we got Jimmy Garoppolo. He's nothing more than a game manager because he came from Bill Belichick. Now we say, oh, this guy's amazing because he's winning football games. There's a lot more ways to win a football game than just with the quarterback, okay? Let's talk about the Rams. Jared Goff, he's not a good quarterback, but what did they have? They had a good system. They had a great line. Fantasy Hawk, there are people who feel heard in the chat, and that's what I'm trying to get at, is we can, that's fine, right? Quarterback is a position on a football team, but it is not the end-all, be-all position, and Tom Brady should not take away one headline from the defense. And instead, we almost talk about the defense like it's a consolation, like, yes, we will throw you the bone, but we're going to sell all our subscriptions, and we're going to sell papers and magazines and podcasts and The Athletic by talking about Tom Brady. And that's just unfair to the real hard-working individuals on the Buccaneers that won that Super Bowl.
But do you believe without Tom Brady they would have been in the Super Bowl?
You answer me. Don't ask me another question. I want to take a bite of my little man.
No, but
you counter that argument.
I'm going to answer you and counter your argument, but first you need to finish your argument. Do the Bucs, who were 7-9 and trash with Jameis Winston, largely with the same team as Tom Brady comes in, are they in the Super Bowl in the first place with someone other than Tom Brady?
Yes. Unequivocally, yes.
I don't believe that. I think you need Brady. I think you need a Brady to come in and change
Matt
the
Stafford.
culture. Guy
Matt
threw 40
Stafford.
touchdowns.
Matt Stafford.
You act like he was average this year.
You act like that team wasn't amazing.
It was
Tom
a very
Brady
good
didn't
team.
carry the Tom Brady didn't carry the Bucs to the Super Bowl. The Bucs carried Tom Brady to the Super Bowl, and then Tom Brady was set up to do the rest. Look at all the tryouts that the Buccaneers had this year.
I don't see how you can look at what Brady's numbers were this year and say that he was carried to the Super Bowl.
Did the Buccaneers defense give Tom Brady the football at the 30-yard line? He was not asked to do a lot, okay? You want to talk about a guy that was asked to do a lot this year? Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson was asked to do everything, and he tried his hardest, and he couldn't. Okay, if Tom Brady were on the Texans, he would have won 5 games. This team around him made him look real good. And again, I'm not saying that he's not good, right? But here's the thing. It's the defense gave him the football at the 30, the 40. They protected the lead. And look at the game where Tom Brady had 5 touchdown passes on Thursday Night Football. I believe they beat they beat up on the Saints. the defense, man. Like everyone's talking about, like, oh, but Brady had all these. Brady had 3 touchdowns in that game. He only had 200 yards. Why is that? Because great field position every single time. Because the defense beat down the Kansas City Chiefs. So I don't know. That's where I'm coming from, right? Like the quarterback is an important position, obviously. But like I think that we're learning here that we're tripping up, right? We're tripping over our own takes and tripping over our own words because we're willing to say that this quarterback's good just because he's winning football games. Like that's not good. Like that's, you know, Lamar Jackson is the same exact guy, right? But because he hasn't won in the playoffs, now all of a sudden, like, he's not the greatest quarterback ever, right? Because we were calling him the greatest quarterback ever when he was running for 150 yards a game. It's the team around him has changed, right? The defense got weaker. The interior of that defensive line, like Patrick Queen didn't play that well this year. You know, they've had some growing pains on the offensive line. Marquise Brown can't run a route. There's more reasons than just Lamar Jackson that the Ravens weren't good. So there's like, this is a 52-man roster for a reason, Koff. That's what I'm trying to say. And we can give Brady credit for winning a lot of Super Bowls and, you know, and doing everything that he had to do. But like, Tom Brady wasn't starting with the football from the 10-yard line, leading the Bucs down the field. You want to talk about the Green Bay game? Tom Brady probably won them that Green Bay game. But like, most of these games this year, the Buccaneers put them
go
in.
the other way, considering he was picked off 3 times in the second half of that game.
No, he had to do a lot. The Saints game actually. The Saints game, he was under pressure. He put together some amazing drives. But for the majority
what about that final
of the
touchdown
season,
before the half in the Super Bowl, which, you know, much like the final touchdown before the half in the Green Bay game, you don't think that totally changed the tone of that game against the Chiefs?
what was that drive? How many
do
plays
that.
was that drive?
I don't remember how many plays the drive was. I'm happy to look it up if you need it. No score. You've missed nothing other than a lot of ranting and raving, which is good. That's why we're here. We're having fun. DeMac Line says, Koff just
you
set
pushed my
basketball
buttons. I was trying to have a nice,
during that
relaxing
Deucey
night.
rant. I should have queued him up for this at about 6:50, and I would have had all sorts of time. You're right about that. Looking at some of the numbers, McCaffrey 4 for 10. We'll look at the receivers as well. Again, no one has really done anything to this point. We are scoreless to this juncture in the game. Olsen is 2 for 26 as compared to Ian Thomas. The great debate, 1 for 10 with Jim, Game Ops, Mike, and Daniel, our production crew. He's Deucey. I'm Kaufman. You are listening and chiming in, and you know, you're hitting the like. You're going crazy. You're having yourselves a time here in the chat. Jason Rossi's out there. He's listening. You know, he's probably just adding to his wheelhouse of impressions the more that he listens to here. Let me ask you though, do you understand, as we get ready for quarter number 2, do you understand why we're talking about Tom Brady so much? And I don't mean like us, I mean on a national level. Do you understand why we're talking about Tom Brady so much? And it's not because
of course everyone understands we're talking about Tom Brady because he won 7 Super Bowls. That's why.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal. He is the common denominator to winning 7 Super Bowls. You think the defense wasn't heavily impactful?
I'm not.
in,
Look,
I
you're
don't know,
trying to spin
probably
this argument.
4 of those Patriots championships?
You're trying to spin this argument against me. You're trying to pin me into a position where I'm not trying to go. You're trying to make me say that Tom Brady. You're trying to tell people that I'm saying that Tom Brady is a system quarterback. That Tom Brady isn't the reason that, you know, he has, that it was just a fluke that he has 7 Super Bowls. Like, that's not
but what I'm saying is what you're saying. You are saying that Tom Brady was not all that important to this year's Buccaneers team, which I
100% agree with that.
And I vehemently disagree with that. I think that is an asinine take.
Who else can hold the Kansas City Chiefs without a touchdown like that? That has happened like never. Never.
The defense was more.
No, that was the most impressive thing that happened most impressive thing that happened all season long was a defense holding the Kansas City Chiefs out of the end zone. Like, that is ridiculously hard to do.
Of course.
Have you ever seen an offense this good? 14-2. They're the Golden State Warriors. They just score whenever they want to, right? Just like, oh, we're losing. Oh, let's just down 24-0 to the Texans. Let's just flip the switch and score 4 touchdowns. Let's just take the lead. This offense, we've never seen an offense this good. And this defense they held him out of the end zone. Like, why are we even talking about Tom Brady and what he was doing at the parade and throwing the thing to Rob? Like, this is all a distraction. It's all a distraction. We need to talk about Jason Pierre-Paul. I heard someone outside my window last night talking about Jason Pierre-Paul. And the only reason he's doing that is because he was a Giants fan. Right? Look, Nabi Robo. I don't hate Tom Brady. I'm just trying to give. Look, this isn't even about Tom Brady, but Tom Brady is a representative of this problem that we have in the National Football League, where we call quarterbacks good because they're on winning teams, and we call quarterbacks bad because they're on teams that aren't very built around them. Like, I'm struggling to understand like where the disconnect is here between like this guy's good and he's lifted this team, or this guy is a bad quarterback and he's just on a good team. And look, I've said it on the Sweat, so I'm not going to say that like I don't believe things, that Tom Brady's good. Tom Brady lifts the receivers around him, makes them better. Tyler Johnson, Scotty Miller, he trusts them. He throws to them almost to a fault sometimes. It was to a fault in New England because he had bad receivers, and he tried to make N'Keal Harry good, and N'Keal Harry didn't want to be good, right? Tom Brady makes the guys around him better. I'm not arguing that point, but like this Super Bowl, this playoff run, this team is about way more than Tom Brady. This team would have won with a lot of other quarterbacks out there. He came onto a loaded team. What did he do? He brought Gronk on. Okay, big whoop. Cameron Brate was the guy who ended up winning them those games in the postseason before the Super Bowl.
Big whoop.
Antonio Brown
scored twice in the Super Bowl. Antonio Brown scored in the Super Bowl. The guys who were only there because of Tom Brady, like Brady the GM, guys who are only there because of Tom Brady, as we have a touchdown Seattle here, first points of the game, were the ones who scored in that Super Bowl.
So that's his contribution, is that he's got these guys on the team now. So that's
I think recruitment is kind of a big deal, don't you? Without Tom Brady, there's no Gronk, there's no AB, there's no Fournette. None of those guys are in Tampa without Tom Brady.
There can be a Fournette.
There's no Fournette. There's no chance in the world Leonard Fournette is a Buccaneer if Tom Brady doesn't sign there.
What if they go out and they go out and trade for Matt Stafford, like the Rams just did?
Right, but we're talking about this past year. We're not going forward in time.
But look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. No, I'm talking about last year. The Lions can do that stuff. Look at Ben Roethlisberger. Why did Ben Roethlisberger come back to the Steelers? What did he say? He said, "This is a legendary defense. I want to play for this defense." Good players, offensive players, want to play on teams with good defenses because they know that they will look good. You mentioned that. By the way, you mentioned that touchdown grab at the end of the first half. Tom Brady, 55 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, really, it was a 49 seconds left. 8-yard pass to Chris Godwin, 5-yard dunk to Rob Gronkowski.
But just,
they're on their own 40.
But just because
with 40
it was a quick drive, we're
they are
saying
on.
that,
Excuse me.
Brady had nothing to do with this.
He is on their own.
Doesn't he get credit for a quick drive?
Oh, sorry. All right. Let me rephrase. Tom Brady throws for 13 yards, and then what happens with 20 seconds left? They get a 34-yard pass interference that was not pass interference. And then he throws a screen pass to Leonard Fournette. And then there's another penalty in the end zone that brings them to the goal line. And then from there, it's easy. But like that's not an impressive drive to me. That's not, you know Tom Brady. You know the drives that he takes teams on. You saw when he had 3rd and 8 from the 20-yard line against the Saints and he threw the out route to Tyler Johnson. He's done much better things than this. Like, look at what happened to the Chiefs, man. Punt, field goal, punt, field goal, interception, turnover on downs, interception. Look at that second half, man. The Chiefs didn't even punt in the second half because Mahomes got picked. They turned it over on downs twice. He was picked again. Like, this defense just absolutely blew up the best offense in the league. I don't want to have any conversations about Tom Brady. I only want to talk about how good the rest of this team was because they need credit.
But that's fine. I need you to take a breath for a second. I need you to go back in time here. Earlier in this sim, when this first came up, quarter plus ago, when I said, you may have missed it through the ranting, and that's fine, but when I said the defense was more important than Tom Brady in that Super Bowl, but for the course of the season, intangibles and the like, all the things that were most important to getting them to that point in the first place, yes, I still, and most people would, put Tom Brady ahead of the defense. Within the Super Bowl itself, of course, Todd Bowles and that defense and those, everybody on the line and in the trenches, and linebackers, the secondary shutting down Mahomes, who of course is now having surgery or had it earlier today on the turf toe, and on and on and on and on. Defense won that game for Tampa more so than Tom Brady won that game. Brady was not bad by any stretch. In fact, he was basically flawless. I mean, yeah, I know there was a pick called back, but he threw for 3 touchdowns. He was fairly methodical in nature. He was, what he has done, generally speaking, when he has won a lot of important games. But he was not the catalyst to them winning that game. That's fine, unless you want to talk about psyche and morale and things along those lines, and people, playing follow the leader with a guy who'd been there so many times. But I'm not even asking you to do that. Of course, the defense won that game. The defense didn't win them the season, though. I disagree with that. I wildly disagree with that. You don't just, even if you were to plug your guy Josh Allen in there with Tampa Bay and all those weapons, and Josh Allen was not Josh Allen until Stephon Diggs got there. We can credit his development as much as we want to. Diggs put Allen on the map as much as Allen helped Diggs to a career year. If you put him on that team, they don't just automatically go to a Super Bowl, because I believe there is more to it. There is more to it than just skill and talent and ability. There are the mental aspects and leadership aspects and intangible aspects that help ultimately carry you to that next level, where Tampa as a franchise had been once in basically 50 years, and it was 2 decades ago when Brady was back winning his first with the Patriots. This was another level that you needed a guy like that to come in and take them to.
We never talk about that, though, with any other...
I totally disagree that Matt Stafford is going to come in after not winning anything in Detroit, by the way, and is going to take this team to a championship.
Why don't we ever talk about that with other guys then? Why are we never saying, oh boy, Devin White, Levante David, how about the intangibles, the things you don't see, the leadership of Levante David, changing the culture? Why do we never talk about any player changing the culture of a team? Not even a coach. We only talk about the quarterback. It's only, the quarterback leadership. He really changed this offense. Maybe sometimes it's not the quarterback. And again, I'm not trying to talk about Tom Brady. I'm not trying to have a Tom Brady discussion. I'm trying to have an NFL discussion. Like, you never see a team bring in, I don't know, J.J. Watt would, I think people would eventually admit. But I'm trying to think
because there is no position on the field.
Right?
There's no position on the football field that is more important than the quarterback.
That is absolutely false. Left tackle is the most important position in football, and you are not going to think that.
Yeah, but no one else will agree with your mind.
Everyone in the chat, if you agree that left tackle is a more important position than quarterback, frankly, any offensive line position, don't we miss it right now? I want to see. I think I'm going to get a lot of hands raised.
Here's what I want to see in the chat. If I'll twist that ever so slightly, as we've just passed the 2-minute warning here in the opening half. Here's what I want in the chat. Let's play your buzzword game here. If Glash is hanging out with us, let's pretend, and except we're not going to chant and shout at 6:34. But let's do a little virtual buzzword in the chat. Everybody go ahead, spam the chat right now with the most important position on the football field. And let's see what comes up. There's no way left tackle is going to come up more than quarterback. There's just no chance of that happening.
Middle linebacker as well. What means cold?
You got your guy Fantasy Hawk. Center and left tackle. I don't want to hear Ducey's right. I don't want to hear Ducey's wrong. Give me a position, people.
Mockingjay. Chiefs are missing 2 linemen. If you don't think that the Chiefs missing 2 linemen absolutely changed that game, then you weren't watching.
Of course that changed that game.
So it wasn't all about the quarterback. Because Mahomes is better than Brady.
Them missing a couple of guys was significant.
I'm seeing a lot of O-line. Just letting you know.
I'm seeing more than a lot of quarterback as well. Jared says overall the entire O-line must function, but the QB is more important. Here's, but also wait, can I just mention this also? Can I just mention this to you and to all the people that are out there posting O-line? O-line is a unit, okay? Like center, left tackle, right guard. You can't give me an entire unit if we're talking about the most important player on the field. That's like me saying defense. Defense is the most important player on the field. You can't do that. You can't say O-line. You want to say left tackle like Kenny said before, then say left tackle. You can't say O-line is more important than the quarterback. It just doesn't work that way.
If there were two quarterbacks on the field at the same time, you'd say quarterback unit. Anyway, Daniel said to be fair.
You can't change the rules of the NFL. That's not a thing.
Yeah, but like it's like saying running back is important, but like the running back and the offensive line that get pushed are just they work in conjunction. Anyway,
Everybody
Daniel,
works in conjunction. It's a team
with the
sport.
offensive line. The offensive line is the common denominator, and that's why they're the most important. Paul. But it's the left tackle for pass protection. You cannot get anything done in the NFL. Look at how many great edge rushers there are these days. Look at Shaq Barrett and JPP. Getting to Patrick Mahomes because they had no Eric Fisher. You need to be able to protect these athletic edge rushers.
This is a wild conversation to me.
Daniel, to be fair, didn't the Pats D win the Super Bowl against the Seahawks and the Rams? Here's what else I'll say. Michael says, didn't the Cowboys have a great offensive line for years? And how many Super Bowls did they win with Tony Romo? Maybe Tony Romo was made look really good by the offensive line. Ever think of that? I choose to think Tony Romo was a great quarterback. He was statistically one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. If you look, he led in yards and touchdowns all the time.
Right. What did he win?
He was phenomenal, but maybe he wasn't that good. That's my whole point. They made him look really good.
Russell Wilson's comments recently, Koff? Yeah, where he was talking about how he's tired of getting hit so much. He's been hit 400 times over the last however many years in terms of the sacks. And there's still, perennial playoff team, contender, in a Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl, playing at an MVP level. He's still doing all of that despite getting hit so many times.
Why do we think that tackles go so high in drafts? Because they're very important. They're the
I'm
most
not
important.
discounting the importance of a tackle. When's the last time a tackle
Sounds
went
like you
number
are.
1 in the draft?
Sounds like you are.
I'm not discounting the importance of a tackle. I'm
That-
saying the
that
tackle
day-
is not as important as the quarterback.
First of all, that day is coming very soon.
You could have the best tackles in the world with the worst quarterback in the world, and that team is not going anywhere. If you have the best quarterback in the world and a crummy tackle, you still got a chance.
Didn't Eric Fisher go number 1? Yeah, Eric Fisher went number 1, the guy we're talking about.
Fantasy Hawk says, Andrew Luck ring a bell, Kaufman? Yeah, Andrew Luck was on account of a poor O-line.
Great
No,
point,
and I thought of
Fantasy
it. It's not a great point because
Yes,
I thought
it is.
I thought of Andrew Luck before Fantasy Hawk even brought him up, and I opted not to bring him up for this point. He was hurt all the time, and if you want to attribute that to a poor O-line not protecting him, that's perfectly fine. But here's the thing: even when he was hurt all the time, he was still playing at a high level, and they were still a playoff team. So imagine what he could have been, obviously, with a good protection in front of him. But again, that comes back to O-line as a unit, not one singular person along that line.
Orlando Pace, Fantasy Hawk fan. No Orlando Pace in the Super Bowl. He's right. And by the way, plenty of tackles got taken 1 or 2 in the draft. That was all the time. But Fisher was the latest one in 2013. You had tackles go 1-2 the year after, I believe. But it goes to show you that this is a valued position in the NFL, and we get quarterback crazy, man. Like we do. We think that you need to draft this franchise changing quarterback, and like the only way you're going to get better is you got to find. The other argument here that we're not bringing up.
Look back over the last 2 decades. How often does a bad quarterback win the Super Bowl? Truly.
I don't think that we'll ever know the answer to that question because
not all those Super Bowl teams have had
that a
great
bad quarterback
offensive
has won
lines.
the Super Bowl.
Say that again?
I'm gonna look at that. I said I don't think that we'll ever know the answer to that question because no one will ever admit that a bad quarterback won the Super Bowl. That's my whole point.
But that's
It's
not
like-
true. This is what I'm saying. Peyton Manning was junk at the end of his career. The defense won that Super Bowl.
Yep. So that's one. That wasn't too long ago. That was in 2016. Nick Foles, 2018. Bad quarterback for sure.
Well, it certainly wasn't defense on either side in that Super Bowl that won.
Well,
Nick Foles
two of
played
the
out of
last
his
6.
mind.
That's 2 of the last 6. That's 33% of the last 6 Super Bowl winners. Automatically. Then you look at Joe Flacco, 2013, not a good quarterback. Sorry, not a good quarterback. Eli Manning twice, not a good quarterback. I mean, again, I'm just being very objective and I'm being very real here. No one wants to say that Eli Manning, Joe Flacco, and and Nick Foles are bad quarterbacks because they won Super Bowl, so they can't be bad. That's my whole point. You're saying Nick Foles is not bad because he won a Super Bowl. Like that's the only Eli Manning.
No. I'm
Eli
saying
Manning
Nick
with Hall of Fame. He can't be bad if he won a Super Bowl. Foles was bad.
I'm saying Nick Foles had an insane day. He had an unbelievable game.
Or Doug Peterson had an unbelievable game.
Or what?
Or Doug Peterson had an unbelievable game.
It's not that simple.
Yes, it is that simple.
It's not. We've
He
reached
coached
the half, by
circles
the
around
way.
Bill Belichick.
What's that?
He coached circles around Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick coached circles around himself by not playing Malcolm Butler. Malcolm Butler plays in that game, the Patriots win it.
Okay, so there you go. So the quarterback wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Bill Belichick not playing Malcolm Butler. So Nick Foles stunk. When Peyton Manning won, he stunk. You have Joe Flacco, stinks. Eli Manning, stinks. You go down the list.
John says, Koff, did Mahomes play poorly or did the Bucs D just play that good? I already said the Bucs D was incredible.
Okay,
in that
hold on.
game.
And here's another thing. Look at, when Tom Brady won his first Super Bowl or second Super Bowl in 2004. The Jake Delhomme was a breath away from winning the Super Bowl. I mean, like, come on, dude. Like, there's so many examples out there of, like, bad quarterbacks just getting carried to the Super Bowl by their team. Joe Flacco, the only reason Joe Flacco was in the Super Bowl is he threw up. He wasn't even looking. He just chucked the ball 50 yards downfield. He just chucked it. He saw Jacoby. He's like, I'm just going to chuck it. And then what happened? The corner fell down, and he lucked into the greatest play of the last 20 years. Like, that wasn't Joe Flacco. He didn't do anything. Mark Sanchez had more playoff wins than Joe Flacco. Mark Sanchez stunk. None of these guys are good. But when they win the Super Bowl, we can't comprehend that a quarterback doesn't lead the team to the Super Bowl. Isn't the reason that they won. Like, no one would ever admit that after that game that Nick Foles was bad, right? It was like, oh, Nick Foles was always good, and he got hurt, and he didn't want to play, and he was going to retire. And we have to talk about this. We have to weave the story. We have to talk about the storyline. And, like, it's just so one-dimensional. Like, we need to think about the game. We need to analyze it.
I don't think there's been a lack of
Mockingjay said,
analysis.
I answered your own question by mentioning Malcolm Butler. That's what you said. And I agree. You absolutely answered my question.
In what way?
By saying that basically if Malcolm Butler plays, the Patriots win. So Malcolm Butler was the most important player in that game.
No, here's the problem.
Yes.
The problem is that we're having two totally different arguments. I'm talking about one game where anything can be like any guy can be the most important player on the field ultimately in one game. You're arguing against an entire season, the importance of the quarterback position in general, which to say that the quarterback position is not the most important position within an organization in terms of players is just it's ridiculous. You can't generally win and win at a high level and get to the Super Bowl and even be in the position to get to that game without a premier quarterback. Very rarely does that happen. Very, very rarely. And I firmly believe that without Tom Brady, the Bucs are not remotely where they wound up this season. And I say that in large part because I didn't think they'd get there with Tom Brady in the first place, let alone with somebody else.
The team was loaded. That's all I'll say.
The team was loaded. It was the same. It was the same team the year before with Jameis Winston.
No.
Yes.
It's not a completely different team.
please, for the love of God, tell me how it was a completely different team. The year before when they went 7.
Devin White, number 1. Devin White, number 1. Number 2, you mentioned all the guys that Tom Brady, the general manager, brought in. So it wasn't about Tom Brady's arm. It was about the fact that he got Leonard Fournette and Antonio Brown and Rob Gronkowski to play there. Look, Jameis Winston's not a good quarterback. Like, we know this. But Jameis Winston, we didn't need to upgrade from Jameis Winston to a guy with 6 Super Bowls. You could have upgraded from Jameis Winston to, like, a top 12 quarterback, and you would have been, I think, in the same place. Look at last year with the Niners. Again, I mentioned we're going in a big circle now, but at the beginning of this conversation, Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the worst quarterbacks in football. And he was lifted to the Super Bowl by that defense, right? It was incredible. Robert Saleh and Richard Sherman and Dee Ford and Nick Bosa. It was just that defense was unbelievable. And Kyle Shanahan, a great coach. The last guy we should have been talking about.
I mean, did anyone truly believe that Jimmy Garoppolo was great that year? I mean, I think most people viewed him as a game manager who put up good numbers, not great numbers, good numbers.
Maybe Patriots fans.
Because he generally didn't make mistakes.
Not the rest of the public.
Interception on the part of the Panthers as that ball is completed. A little shy of the 20, out to the 15. Bridgewater. 7-3 Seattle. Kenny Juicy, Adam Kaufman.
Herb Dog says now he's agreeing with you, Kaufman. And what it's called is I'm trying to simmer down the conversation so I can drink out of my Bob Ross mug and watch the second half and see Teddy Bridgewater throw a couple interceptions.
I don't want you to simmer anything down. Don't you simmer anything down.
Also, I don't want to throw the pot again, but team's not different. How about the fact that they drafted Tristan Wirfs in the first round, left tackle call?
Do you want to leave it? You want to leave it to the people? Alex says we should just do a vote in the chat. 1 if you agree with Koff, 2 if you agree with Ducey. And there are plenty of people who have agreed with you. So I'm not just setting you up to fail or anything like that. I've seen it in the chat. There are a lot of people that are on your side with this.
Yeah,
so
we don't need. I mean, that's fine.
Everybody can play the 1 and 2 game. It's not like we can set up a formal poll. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube, but I don't know how to do it.
You probably can at some point, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to convince you. I've made my points. I think I've been pretty good.
Clearly, right. Which is fine.
I don't even remember what number I got. What number did I get?
You got 2.
Oh, I got a lot of. See, that's the problem with the 1-2 system is you got people spamming certain numbers, but I see a lot of 2s in there. That's all I'm saying. Mo said 2. Mo, who said I was engaged. Mo, what a turnaround. Mo going from someone who, instigated and swirled this rumor to someone who I absolutely am best friends with now. I love you, Mo. Thank you.
Mo also wants to know where the NBA contest is. I haven't even gotten there, man. Been distracted. I am sitting 6th place in our free roll, though. Hallelujah. Halfway through the 3rd quarter.
A lot of 2s, man. Got asked about Svitolina tonight. I like Danielle Collins more. I'll say that. I like Danielle Collins more. Huh?
I'll create the contest for the people now, so I don't just totally miss it and get fully distracted.
Hey, Pat Mayo followed me. Big day. Yeah.
Love Mayo.
Pat Mayo officially followed me before you did. And I've never met Pat Mayo. And you're talking to me right now. You know what? Here, I know you're going to try to follow me right now, so I'm going to block you before you can follow me.
I'm going to block you.
Blocking you.
You should,
I'm blocking you.
You should hook up with Mayo. Mayo's a good dude. I like Mayo.
I would love to. He has one of the DraftKings sweatshirts.
And so do you.
Yeah, don't follow me, please. I don't want a pity follow.
Don't want a pity follow.
I don't want to block you either. I went to go block you and you got your smiling face there. Like, I can't block that face.
I can't block this guy. You kidding me?
I can't block you. Too nice.
I don't know how to quit you.
How do I block someone? The first line of their bio is family first.
It's funny, and anytime I post something on Twitter too that like you know, complain about my kids driving me nuts for 5 minutes or something like that. And then someone will like send me a screenshot of my bio. Family first, huh? Yeah, I mean, I still have a level of patience. Second and 10. What are you listening to over there? What is that?
That's not me. I don't know what that is. Sounds like football, right?
I don't know. Is it me?
It might be.
I'm not consciously aware of it being me. See what happens if I go to this page again. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. I don't know.
You know,
The dog says the Kaufman charm is overwhelming.
You know what the problem is? I need more tea, and I don't have enough water in my tea kettle. So, and I can't reach.
These
my
are
lav
the
mic.
real world problems that we deal with.
With my lav mic, I can walk out and start the water and get tea, but I can't reach the sink. I'd have to take off my mic to go get tea. But you can hear now my voice is hoarse because of your prodding.
I did
Your
prod.
probing. You've been
absolutely-
prodding.
I absolutely did prod and probe, and yeah, you got after one pretty good. That's okay. I'm into it.
I can't talk right now.
I want
At least it's in my last
We're
sim of the
coming up
day.
on
That's
7.
good.
How am I supposed to monitor everything?
At least it's my last sim of the day, right? That's good.
Just to circle back, though, you do know, like, independent of what's more important and blah 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 blah. Let's just ignore that part of the conversation. You do recognize why Brady has been talked about so much. It's about winning number 7. It's not about him, you know, singularly
Because
within
we're-
that game. It is about him
because we're all
getting
obsessed
number
with Tom
7.
Brady.
We got a touchdown here. First of the day on the ground, Chris Carson, Seattle, going up by 11 after the extra point.
Because we're obsessed.
Yeah, I would say there's some level of obsession. I would say that's accurate.
DraftKings tonight, guys. DraftKings tonight. Love Berrettini. Love Radu Albat. We got the contest locking in about an hour and 20 minutes. I love Berrettini. I love Radu Albat. And I love Fabio Firmino. And after that, man, someone asked me, by the way, in the chat, how many teachers did I make quit? No joke. I made a teacher retire. I made my math teacher in 6th grade retire. He said, Kenny Ducey drove me to retirement. That is not a joke. Ricky Robbie says, Kenny Ducey is a single child from a family with money. I am one of 3 children. I've had to work my whole life for everything that I've earned. And I think that that's a great way to raise your children. Not that I'm telling you how to raise your children, Cock, because you're already raising your children. But that's how I'm going to raise them.
We can always be better, though.
When I was 7 years old, I took, actually when I was, I think 6, instead of making a lemonade stand, I stole we had like 2 12-packs of soda in our fridge, and I stole them, and I walked next door to the neighbor who had a tag sale, and I outsold him just selling soda, and at his tag sale. And then I started my own coffee business when I was about 7 or 8. I think I was in 4th grade at the time.
Well, who doesn't want a good soda every now and then?
And I went to my dad's office with him every day over the summer, with his coffee, with our coffee maker. I brought it from home, and I just made coffee. I would walk down the street. I would buy inventory. I'd buy ice. I'd buy cups, milk, and I'd make people coffee. I'd sell it.
You're a man of the people. Real
And I was
community guy.
Yeah, and I was never one of these people that was like, you know how you get kids sometimes and they're like, oh, I'm having a lemonade stand, 10 cents. You know, when I was the kid, I was like, can of soda, $1. Like, I was like, you're paying me $3 for this coffee I'm making you. And who's going to tell like an 8-year-old, like, no, I'm not paying you. I'm not paying you $3. Like, they're like, oh, it's a kid. He, whatever. I'm sure he needs the $3.
That's where you gotta pull the, I don't have my wallet on me. So I don't have any cash. I'm sorry.
So that was Anyway, Fabio Fognini. I don't know after that. Berrettini and Fognini and Albot, I know. I don't know after that. I actually kind of like Ricardus Berankis tonight against Karen Kachanov.
I firmly believe you were just making up names.
And you know, I think there's a way that you can fit another high-priced option there. Jen Brady should wipe the floor.
Sorry, did you
with
say
Brangle.
Brady?
Jen Brady
Oh, so
should
not
wipe the
Brady
floor
bunch.
with Brangle. You got Ash Barty should just take it to Gavriola. But yeah, after that, man, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this slate. I'm kind of lost. Last night was so clear. Last night was the clearest slate ever.
Yeah.
Tonight
why?
it's a little different.
What made it so clear last night?
You had a clear.
Quarter number 4 underway, by the way.
You had a
14-3 Seattle.
You had a $5,600 player that you knew was going to win in Sarah. And I mean, I knew it anyway. I knew no one was going to take Zverev, so and you had to take him. And I mean, it was easy to fade the top guys to me. So it's a little bit tougher than that, but we can make it work. We can make it. We're gonna.
A tough NBA lineup to set, I'll tell you. Fourth and 4, we got a punt coming up.
Yeah, I love Riding All About tonight, man. For sure.
If the quarterback position's so overrated, why do we spend the whole offseason throughout the year talking about it and dissecting every single element of it? Why are we talking about Russ and Watson and Stafford and Goff and Wentz and, you know, all these other guys right now? Why are we wasting our breath?
I don't know.
Well, humor me.
I can't talk right now, Cough. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Cough?
You're just.
I had no voice anymore. I just yelled it all out.
You're just incapable. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. We figured it out, folks. We have silenced Ducey. We figured out the way. I didn't want to do it.
The people
but
today wanted to hear from me.
It happened.
They did. We haven't even acknowledged, like, Russell Wilson had some really ridiculously dumb touchdown pass to Tyler Lockett. We didn't talk about that.
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Checking on my water situation here. No, it's not looking good. I don't know what to do, man.
In terms of actually being able to talk again, you know?
No, I don't want to unplug my lav and go walk over and start the tea water.
So don't do it. Don't do it, man. Hang with us. Be with us. We're happy to have you.
I can't even.
You'll be
Can't
okay.
even. I need some tea.
We'll be okay, guys. I promise.
If Michael tells me that I'm allowed to go out, get up, and hit the button on the tee,
You just disappear.
I don't want to do. I don't want to do anything that's going to upset the production staff here. I want to be here. I'm here for the sim. I'm not here to drink tea, but my throat kind of needs it right now. I hope I can mute yourself now. I don't want you. I don't want to leave you alone. Actually, you know what? Kind of do. I want to hear what you're. Because here's the thing. I can hear you. I'm going to be able to hear you, but I won't be able to talk. So I want to hear what you're going to say.
about anything and everything, just in life. You want me to rant and rave?
I want to know. This is I mentioned It's a Wonderful Life on the last broadcast. This is my opportunity to know what it would be like if I were never born. What would Koff, if Koff was on the stream himself, what would he talk about? What would he do instead of just asking me leading questions to get me all riled up? What would you talk about? Let's find out.
Well, with about 4 minutes to go here in regulation, the 14-3 game, Seattle leading. Sometimes kind of, sort of. I mean, is he muting himself or is he not muting himself? Kenny Ducey, say goodbye, everyone, like he was never born. Kaufman here with you, your host, your play-by-play, your analyst, your a little bit of everything except for production and game ops, because for that we have Mike, and we have Daniel, and we have Jim. And I can't be in the chat because that would just be a little too much, but that's why we have all of you. So yeah, Mike wants golf picks. How about Jason Day to win it this week? How about that? Put your loot, your DFS loot, make a lineup involving Jason Day. Chef Duke says, congrats on your engagement, Ducey. Ducey's not here. It's like he was never born. So we can't talk about what he and his woman are up to. It's a 14-3 game final few minutes here of this fourth quarter rather. As far as what I'd be talking about.
So what you would do is just
hey, I'd probably be highly dissecting the Russell Wilson situation, which is just filling airtime because, as we know, he's not going anywhere. There's no way in the world Seattle's going to trade this guy. Now, will they beef up their protection and actually try and not get him hit 400 times over the course of the last 8 years or whatever the math was on that? That would be something. Bad Boys of Pop says, Koff, just ring a bell. Let Ducey get his wings. John says, I need to do some golf research tonight. I might miss the next sim. Keep us on in the background. Hang with us. We appreciate it. Do we have good on the chat? Yeah, Mike says that Jeff is on the next sim with me. He can give us golf picks. There's no doubt about it. And he probably happily would do so. Really disappointing sim with regard to the action and production here within this one. Let's see where things stand on the leaderboard. Looking at our contests here.
I'm getting so many followers today, and I have zero idea why.
It's that Pat Mayo influence, man.
Oh, no, it's for a different reason.
Well, then you know why. Once again, just contradicting yourself.
I still have no idea why Pat Mayo's following me now. I don't know if he's watching the stream. I'd be honored if he was watching the stream. I've heard he's
I promise you he's not watching the stream.
I've heard he's a stream legend. I heard he used to do the streams.
He did way back when. He's one of the OGs. You want me to text Mayo and ask if he's aware that he followed Kenny Ducey on Twitter today?
No, please not. Please don't.
What brought you to that decision, Patrick? 172 entries in the happy hour, the Will Russ force his way out of Seattle free roll. I'm sitting 13th, but it's OSU fan 3872 in front. 78.5 points. Obviously not a high score, but very little happening in this game. I am only about 6 points off the lead, but still far enough back that I don't think it's going to matter here this late in the contest. Probably mostly all have Wilson in the captain spot. Well, it's a little bit of a mix. There's some McCaffrey, some Samuel as well.
I'm an OG Pat Mayo fan. I've been a fan of his fantasy picks for probably going on like 7 years now, maybe.
Mayo's great, man.
That's why I'm shocked that he finally fought. I mean, I thought that I made enough of an impression on the internet.
Field goal's good. Jason Myers makes it a 2-touchdown game. Not sure how I feel about my basketball lineup tonight, guys.
He got in there.
What's that?
He got in there.
Well, I'm not going to go down that road. We got late swaps still. Not sure what kind of changes I may make. Lots of opportunity to mix things up. I have to look to see if I have anyone for the. There's only one 7 o'clock game, Toronto and Washington. I'm not sure I even have anyone in that first game.
You know who's a good value in that game? I wrote up values today at the DK playbook. You go check them out.
Oh, I take it back. I have Westbrook.
Yuta Watanabe. Utah. Great value play. I think he's min salary or 3,300.
Yeah.
He's been getting around 20 minutes a game, and I believe that OG Anunoby is out for this game, which means that this should probably be our last chance. What the heck is happening here? This is probably our last chance to play Utah before Anunoby comes back and he takes his spot in the rotation. So I'm gonna just check right now to see if Anunoby's out. But I think he's a great player if Anunoby's out.
Jared says, cough, buy stream trash. Ducey rant, agreeing with Ducey, ignoring Ducey. Well, I mean, ignoring Ducey goes firmly in the trash. I would never want to do that. Agreeing with Ducey, though, that would have to be a stream. That's no fun. Ducey rants are where it's at. Ducey rants are Ducey's.
Oh, you're too nice.
That's what I want. That's the buy every time, every day of the week.
Speaking of buys.
Alana, Jared's better half, says, ugh, I've gone from making fun of fake wild weather to asking Jared about the fake wild weather.
Oh, Utah is out. Never mind. Utah's out, but so is Anunoby.
Lisa says, Ducey, just admit it. You feel better about yourself. The year of 2021, Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. He's a champ. Do you feel better about yourself? Westbrook's the only guy I got locked into this first game. Maybe after the sim we'll make some changes. We'll see. Had to hurry up, get it done quick. Jim says, Koff, what's that noise behind you? I don't hear any noise, but somebody in the chat said that I sounded a little muffled earlier, so I don't know. Mike Daniel, do I sound off? Kenny, do I sound off?
No, you sound fine.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Everyone's saying you sound good. That's really weird.
Fantasy Hawks looking at Desmond Bain tonight. Likes him at 4,100, getting starters minutes. I think BK and I are going to play every slate tonight of NBA. Head-to-head. Although, actually, I take that back. I think he missed lock for 7, so I guess we're down to 3. Got the turbo, the late. There's another one in there, too. Second and 4, final 10 seconds. A very uneventful sim, at least on the field. Off the field, there's been a lot of yelling, a lot of debating. I can't wait to. I'm going to see if I'm going to trigger Moose, because I'm going to ask him with no lead whatsoever. I'm not going to say where it came from, because he's not listening right now. I'm not going to say, oh, Kenny believes. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to ask him, though, how he feels about the quarterback position being an overrated position in the NFL, and if he feels there's another position, singular position, not a unit like the O-line, that is more important. I'm going to ask him that. Unless there's another way you would like me to craft the question. Maybe we can find out if Moose is on your side.
I'd love to know.
I already know that he certainly believes that that Tom Brady is overrated. So he's, you guys are in the same bag there. Fantasy Hawk says, I still have time to talk myself into fading Luka. There are some studs available to you tonight, that's for sure. Westbrook's really the only one from the 7 o'clock game, so you got a lot of time to make decisions, obviously, for the rest of the slate. Wilson 260 and a touchdown in the air. Bridgewater just 150, not great. Looks like I'm going to finish top 10 here, number 9, pending any stat adjustments, with Jay Stever emerging with a 1-point victory if this holds. McCaffrey, your fictional captain, 12 for 25. Not good.
Great. Yeah, not good at all.
Carson, 9 for 31, a touchdown. McCaffrey, though, did have 6 for 38 in the air. So attempted to salvage his day. Hyde went 6 for 67. This is a dude who once again was just $2,600. Autoplay, man, when he's that cheap. Autoplay. Lockett, 3 for 71 to touchdown. I almost never play Lockett or Metcalf in these sims. And there's a reason for it, the unreliability. Metcalf obviously fell right into that role today. DraftKings Metcalf 1 for 12. Not great. Let us see here. So our projected leading lineup involves McCaffrey in the captain spot, about 19 points. Wilson with about 15. Samuel, almost 10. Olsen, about a dozen. Lockett, 16. And Hyde, $2,600, 13.3 points, owned about a third of lineups. Who is your Krusty Koff player of the game, my friend?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Carlos Hyde. I love to go with, I love to go with the guys that are not highly owned. 28.3% ownership for Carlos Hyde, $2,600. He was a guy that I mentioned before the sim. You mentioned Olsen. So you get the credit with Olsen.
Thank you.
I got the credit with Hyde. And I also mentioned Samuel as well. But Carlos Hyde, 13.3 DKFP. Can't argue with the night he had. Great value here. Was super involved. So definitely love him. And my kid award would probably end up. I think it's going to go with CMC. 75% ownership, 12.3 DK fantasy points. And that's just unacceptable.
Not good.
You're not paying for that. He was one of the highest rated players in Madden, and to just get that stinker out of him is pretty disappointing. So I would say CMC. Yeah.
All right. All you guys were a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere. Obviously, stick around. Another sim on the way. I will be with Jeff Ulrich. It's a snow game that we've got coming up here at 8 o'clock, about 45 minutes from now. It's going to be the Texans and Packers virtual Lambeau Field. I'll break out the cheesehead. Should be a good time. Looking forward to it. We want to thank Mike and Daniel and Jim and Game Ops, everybody involved, and Kenny, who now at least is free for the rest of the evening to go and guzzle down as much water as humanly possible, or tea, or whatever it is that you need to make that throat feel better, because we want to get you talking and ready to go again tomorrow.
I thought you were going to mention, I got to guzzle down as much tennis as I can, which, yes, I'm looking forward to that. Should be some good matches tonight. Lorenzo Sonego just getting underway right now. Looking forward to it. Good to be with you.
Would you like to give out your multiple Twitter handles so that people can follow for all your tennis
advice?
Yeah,
my Twitter handle is @KennyDucey, and my tennis Twitter is @KDPix.
Beautiful. Kenny, thank you so much, buddy.
You too. Have a good one, Koff.
Thank you. And now I turn things back to me. Just to tell you, of course, our next Madden Sim comes up again, 8 o'clock Eastern time, a little while from now. Texans, Packers in the snow. It's me, it's Moose. We are looking forward to that. You have time to get into the Showdown contest, not only our more modest free roll here in the DK Sim Fam Friends League, but also the Madden Stream $1,000 Flea Flicker contest. A $5 entry gets you a shot at $150. Top prize, free contest for that Showdown, $250 prize pool, and a $25 to first place ultimately awarded your way. Now, until we get there, we got into a little bit of golf during the last sim in between rants. Let's talk a little bit of golf right now. The aforementioned Pat Mayo of the Pat Mayo Experience, the PGA Tour, making its next stop this week. Pebble Beach, AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am PGA Tour, $800,000 flop shot contest. $15 entry, features a $200,000 first place prize, and you can head to the DK lobby, start entering your lineups, and while you do that, while you're breaking out all that golf knowledge, get ready to take some notes. Why not listen to my pal and yours and the guy who follows Ducey? His name is Pat Mayo, gives you his DK picks for Pebble Beach.
Pat Mayo here with your 2021 Pebble Beach Pro-Am DraftKings picks and preview. The very quick version. Here's the deal. 156 players are in the field, but the tournament rules are slightly different than last time and what you might be expecting from this tournament at Pebble Beach. Normally, it's a 3-course rotation. Monterey Peninsula, Spyglass Hill, and Pebble Beach Golf Links. Monterey Peninsula is out. The cut after 3 rounds is out. So what's happening now is the field of 156 without their amateur partners. They are no longer involved because of COVID regulations in 2021. So Spyglass Hill and Pebble Beach will be used the first 2 rounds. The players will alternate between the days. There's a 36-hole cut of the top 65 in ties, like at a regular PGA Tour event. And then both of the weekend rounds are going to take place at Pebble Beach Golf Links, the one that we're more accustomed to over time. It's also worth noting that Pebble Beach Golf Links has shot link data, whereas Spyglass Hill doesn't. Monterey Peninsula didn't either, but now we get 3 rounds of measured data, which should only help us for weekend DraftKings golf and daily showdown, or if you want to get in on some live betting at DraftKings Sportsbook. Overall, in terms of DraftKings picks, Dustin Johnson withdrew from this field. He was the overwhelming favorite. He was the highest priced player on DraftKings, and the field's not looking so great because it wasn't just him. Matt Kuchar withdrew. KH Lee, who came second last week, withdrew. My guy, Luke List, he's nowhere to be found. Wyndham Clark, who's been playing pretty well, he's gone from this tournament. So it's slim pickings. Cantlay is at the very top of the DraftKings pricing. Casey and Berger are right after him in the $10,000 level. But honestly, you compare 2 of these guys up together, then drop all the way down into the 6s, but a more balanced build might be the move this week on DraftKings because all of these guys are going to garner tons of ownership. The most common build so far that I'm seeing, Patrick Cantlay as your top price player, then you drop into the 9s and take either Spieth or Day at 97 or 95. I am prone to Jason Day. I actually think you can start your lineups with Jason Day if you really wanted to. I know he's going to be popular, but he's not going to be popular as the first man in a lineup. That way, you don't have to really worry about the $6,000 range, which is not exciting whatsoever. And you can take Day, Siwoo Kim, Francesco Molinari, and the not so popular this week, Ricky Fowler. So I like Ricky, and he has not been playing well whatsoever. But his driving was off last week at the Waste Management. These 2 courses driving means less this week than almost any other week on tour. But the putting has been so awful. Over the past 2 events, he's lost over 6 strokes putting. Same as Jason Day. They're both not putting the ball well, but it's been 3 consecutive tournaments for Ricky Fowler where he's gaining with approaches. And you can see by the strokes gained approach in this field over the past 24 rounds, 94th. He's actually been really good if you narrow that down to the past 12 rounds, because that was his biggest Achilles heel in 2020. Could not hit an iron shot. Those are coming back, especially the short irons, which we need to lock into. You're going to get single-digit ownership on Ricky Fowler. He might putt his way out of this tournament. He's no lock to make the cut. We know this after dealing with Ricky so far in 2021. But if Brooks Koepka can miss 3 cuts in a row and then go win, not saying that Ricky is Brooks, but in this field, with the strength of field, Ricky kind of is Brooks based on his historical skill set. So I do like him as an undervalued play, an under-owned play on DraftKings, a way to make your team different. So if you do want to use Cantlay, pairing him up with Ricky or Molinari instead of Day or Spieth might be a way to make your lineups unique. Other than that, you probably want to stick to this high 8, low 9 range. Cam Davis, good play. Kevin Streelman, good play. Max Homa, excellent play this week. And they're all at $989 and $8,800. Phil, if you wanted to use him, he's way overpriced, but I can kind of get behind that a little bit because Phil has played so well here in the past. If you're going to go to the bottom of the 8s, Matt Jones is someone to look at, but realistically, you just want to go into the 7s. You can gamble on Brandt Snedeker at $7,800 just because of course history. Real risky, but he can putt well enough, and the wedges are still supreme that this is one of the few courses where he can probably still get it done because, again, it mitigates the impact that driving has. But Harold Varner is the play here. $7,700, rebounded very nicely in Phoenix. Top 5 tee to green, top 10 in approach after shaking off the rust at the Farmers Insurance Open. So $7,700 for Harold Varner. I would go down to Doug Gim, but my favorite play from the bottom of this range is probably $7,100. We're looking at Nate Lashley. Excellent week in Phoenix. Challenge for first round leader. Gained over 5 strokes on approach, and he's only $7,100 here. And when you get into a field that's very weak at the back end, almost everyone from like 62 all the way up to 8,000, it's kind of the same guy. And Lashley at least has good form coming in, and it's another spot where driving isn't going to make the difference. It's about irons. It's about putting. Putts really well on Poa Anna greens. So $7,100 for Nate Lashley. Mark Hubbard is also at $7,200. I like him as a birdie maker as well. If you're going to venture into the 6s, if you want to double up the top with Cantlay and Berger, or Casey and Berger, or Casey and Cantlay, you're going to need to go to the 6s. Don't love a lot of names down here, but I got 4 for you. Rob Oppenheim, $6,500. He's a wedge master. My guy, Chris Baker, the birdie maker off the tee. Approach. Awesome. Putting, not so hot. But there's a reason he's $6,200. He makes a lot of lineups work. He's actually 600 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook as I record this. Maybe he's been bet down after this comes out, but I do like him as a top 20, top 40 play. You get really good odds on that. And then from the upper sixes, like I mentioned, we have Chase Seifert at $6,800 and Roger Sloan, who has made 5 of 7 cuts. He's $6,800. You're just looking to get guys through the cut line here to pair with your super studs this week, and that is the best route that you can take if you want to build some of those lineups. You can find my cheat sheet up on DKNation.com for full episodes of the Pat Mayo Experience. Head on over to Mayo Media Network's YouTube channel or wherever you download your podcast. Good luck this week. I'm Pat Mayo. Thanks for watching.
We are happy to be joined now by the winner of the DraftKings inaugural Fantasy Tournament of Champions, Travis Petty, aka Petty Theft 89, taking down our showdown contest at the big game on Sunday, beating out the other 38 competitors, some of the best in DFS for the $1 million top prize in bragging rights forever. Thanks for joining us, dude. Let me see that ring.
It's wild. It's too much, honestly. It's way too much.
Look at that thing, man. You can wear that when you're out at Chili's now, like hanging out with the squad.
It's heavy. It's not wearable. I'll tell you that.
So how's like everything feel right now?
I feel like it still hasn't fully hit me yet. Winning $1 million, that's a once in a lifetime thing for very few people, right? But it feels really good. It feels really, really good, especially, in that environment. It was awesome.
And like to be crowned like the first to win the DraftKings Championship series here. Like, what does that mean?
I mean, that's really special, right? This hasn't happened before. When I initially was playing these tournaments in the beginning, I just considered this, extra ticket that everybody was getting as just like a little extra cool thing to get. And now that it's become this, it's crazy what one tournament can turn into.
Yeah, I know you and I have talked before. I know you've talked with DraftKings, in the past. You've been to a few of these live finals, but you really haven't been able to get over the hump and win one. So how much was that eating away at you?
Oh, it sucked. It was horrible. I mean, I had played more than I can count at these events, and I've always lost equity on my seats every single time. I've never had a sweat once. But this one was really different. I had no expectations coming in. I had no confidence. I'm not an NFL Showdown guy at all. But I told myself I was just going to try to enjoy, the Super Bowl game, regardless of what happened. It was, a free add-on to the tournament that I won. And it turned into this. It turned into $1 million extra. It's crazy.
Trev, you must have a ton of patience.
Too much. No, it's I always try to give myself a chance. I mean, if you're not in the tournament, you can't win it, right? And I always tell myself, eventually, I might actually win one of these. And I just did not think it would be this one.
Yeah, and Trev, a little bit more about how you got here. Last year, you entered a League of Legends contest. You took home the top prize there, earning yourself a ticket to our Tournament of Champions live final. Take us back to that day, though, and what made you want to enter that contest?
So it was pre-sports. By sports, I mean like real sports. I'm a gamer, so I played a little League of Legends back in the day, but I wasn't a fan of it at all. Fast forward to COVID 2020, I got into it a bit. It's actually a pretty cool DFS sport. And that day I was like, it's a big tournament. I feel like I want to get some action down and let's have some fun. And all of a sudden I was in first place after, I think it was the 5-game slate, and they go one by one in League of Legends. And it was insane. That was a lot of fun too.
And looking at your lineup here, so you captained Rob Gronkowski. Like, what went into that decision?
Not much. I threw my numbers in, and my first lineup I got was actually a Ronald Jones captain lineup. I did a little thinking, not much, but I did a little thinking, and it's like, Ronald Jones looks way too underpriced. It looks way too obvious of a play. So I was like, it's not something I normally do, but I'm just going to exclude Ronald Jones and see what comes up. And all of a sudden, I got this Gronkowski captain lineup. It didn't make much sense to me. Gronkowski captain, no Brady, and whatnot. But I was like, in the past, I've always tried to do lineups that make sense in these showdowns. I've never won. So maybe it's something that makes no sense is the perfect lineup.
Yeah, but Uncle Leo paid off for you there. Leonard Fournette, 23.5 points in the flex.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me. The Tampa Bay side is great for me. With Fournette and Gronkowski going off, I was looking great. I would never, ever have thought that my lineup's issue was that the Mahomes side with the 3 pass catches we didn't have issues.
Yeah, especially like with the quarterback only giving you 12 points here. You're probably like, what the hell's happening?
If you told me I got 12 points from Mahomes, I would have thought I would have had a very different experience at this event. It would not have been nearly as enjoyable.
And like you were there, like at the big game in Tampa. So how much more stressful is it sweating this experience live in person?
I mean, I try to make it easy on myself this time. Usually I go to these events and I'm the kind of guy who plays a lot of lineups. So I don't know exactly what I need most of the time because I have variations of a lot of different things. So this time I did one lineup. I didn't enter any tournaments with this lineup. I just had this one single lineup. So I knew exactly what I needed. Even in Showdown, it kind of makes it a little more confusing with the captains, right? So I know at the end there I was fading Kelsey, but I had Kelsey in my lineup, so it got confusing. But the experience was nuts. It was nuts. I mean, DraftKings did like a 4-day event. I only got there on Saturday, the day before the final. I just wanted to basically do the Super Bowl game and do a little of the experience. Get there Saturday night. I got a little too aggressive and excited just being there. Sunday morning was rough, but game comes around and you're in a suite at the game, at the Super Bowl game, the most exclusive game that's ever happened, being exclusive Super Bowl. You got Brady versus Mahomes. It was like the perfect game to be able to go to. And I'm just super happy I was able to go.
Yeah. And that moment when you like win $1 million, like, do you black out? Like, what is that like for those of us that's never happened to?
I mean, I'll go back a little bit in the game. I remember at, the fourth quarter, I'm just thinking over and over, like, Kansas City, please get the ball and do something. Just do anything, get a touchdown. I was chasing 2 guys. One had no Mahomes, but he had Kelsey, and the other guy had Kelsey captain with Mahomes. So my unique guys were I needed Mahomes to pass one guy, and I needed Watkins and Hill to pass both of them. So I knew exactly what I needed. And I told my fiance, we need player 14 and 10 because she's not as familiar with the players. And the fourth quarter rolls around, and Sammy Watkins, I don't think played a single snap. So I'm losing my mind over here. I'm trying to be as quiet as possible and just be relaxed, but when Tyreek Hill caught that 3-yard catch or whatever on the second to last play of the game, I was pretty sure I was in first place. I checked my phone like right before it. I was pretty sure. And then the last play of the game before the kneeling, Mahomes did an interception. I was like, I think I just won, but there was a guy that I just passed not long ago that had no Mahomes, and you lose the point for the interception. So I was like, I'm not positive. So Jordan Bloom, who works at DraftKings, comes up to me and he says, you won. And I'm like, awesome. Is there gonna be a stat correction? Is this gonna be one of those things? Is this gonna be a story that I don't want to be a part of? And it felt like, 3 hours, which was probably more like 10 minutes between that time and when he's like, it's official. And, everybody in the suite was super nice and congratulating me. And I'm just like praying there's no stat correction the whole time. But I was shaking. And I've done this for years, and that's not me at all. I think I'm as calm as it gets, usually sweating things, I'm human, right? But I was legitimately shaking.
And now you have a ring to match your fiance's ring.
Oh man. This ring is a little bigger, so now I'm worried that some of this money might go into other things. Might be upgrading a little bit.
Please tell me that day on the altar, your fiance will be slipping this onto your finger.
Oh my God. Yeah, just like a double slipping on the finger. That would be amazing. But I'm telling you, this thing is so heavy. It's ridiculous. I mean, I was wearing it at the game afterwards, and I was like in an Adidas sweater, and I looked completely out of it.
Yeah.
It wasn't working with my outfit.
You've got like Tom Brady and the entire Bucs team, they're all going to be rocking their rings, and you just kind of fit right in with them now.
I feel like I could have. That worked out really well for me.
So what big plans do you have for the money?
Oh my gosh, well, the wedding, that's the plan coming up. We got initially delayed off the COVID, so we're just kind of doing it in 2 months regardless of what happens. So that's the big plan right now. That's not a cheap one.
Has your fiance sent you all of a sudden in the past day or two, is she recommending any Valentine's Day gifts now?
It's weird how that works out, right? I mean, I feel like our wedding got bigger all of a sudden last day. I'm not as involved as I probably should be, but all of a sudden it got more expensive.
Yeah.
I think a couple things got slipped under the rug.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've been down that road before, dude. Before you get out of here, we got season 2 of our DraftKings Championship Series starting up now. So how motivated are you to get back and defend this title?
I want to get back. Absolutely. I mean, that'd be perfect. I was thinking about it right like the day after. I was like, are they going to do it again? And if they do, I feel like it'd only be right if you invited the winner no matter what, right? Kind of like the Masters, how they always bring the winners back with the exemptions.
I think you
got to bring it back regardless, because I think it was hard to make. I can't believe it. I mean, just making it was probably actually harder than winning it, right? I had to beat 1,000 people, whatever, rather than just 40. So I'm thinking maybe it's like an exemption for me. One-time thing for the first champion would be pretty fair.
That'd be cool. Maybe we can get you like a DraftKings Letterman jacket or something like that.
I like that. With the ring, that'd be a perfect combination. That'd be so excessive, though.
You'd look so great on the altar in that jacket, man. Travis Petty, congrats, and thanks for hanging out with DraftKings. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Emerson.
Welcome back here to the Dream Stream. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us, we greatly appreciate it. And congrats again to Tom Petty. Of course, tremendous victory and our latest not only millionaire here at DraftKings, but of course the victor of the Tournament of Champions. Pretty good jewelry that he got to pick up there for anyone who got a chance to see it. Nice bling. So let's tell you guys about the something that's special that's going on here at the Dream Stream. We've been telling you about quite a bit. It's called Hammer the Over. We asked you to hammer the over for this Sunday's Valentine's Day matchup between Los Angeles and Denver. And you know what? You guys absolutely came through with that. Now, we said for every 1,000 bettors, we would drop that point total by 1 point. Thanks to you guys, that game is now 0. 0 is where things stands. You can still head on over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, bet now, and if 1 point is scored in Sunday's LA-Denver matchup, you win. It is just that basic. You can win just like our pal Travis Petty. Once again, Travis Petty. I think I may have said Tom before, but he was probably singing out of celebration after winning. I mean, wouldn't you be? We're all still trying to get over the fact that football's over. Even Travis, it's not pretty. We want football back, but we're gonna have to wait and deal with Madden simulations. In the interim, we enjoy these. We know that it's not quite the same as the real thing. It's gonna be a little while until we do get that back. For one man, though, football never stops. That is Ross Tucker, who is, part of the great podcast network here. He has a clip from the latest episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Stay with us.
Blank canvas. From a business perspective, your Super Bowl thoughts, Andrew. You can go. I'm going to let you take that any way you want. Your thoughts from a business perspective on the Super Bowl, whether it's the teams, the event itself. Go.
Russ, now I get busy. That's my first thought after the Super Bowl every year. This goes back 30 years being an agent, 20 years being a team executive, and 10 years being an analyst. Once the Super Bowl ends, like, oh man, now it's time to get busy. And that is the opposite for virtually every other person related to the NFL, and maybe even for you. It's like, okay, now things get interesting. The off season, where there are no more games, and for 6 months, we're going to see what happens. 2 things on the Super Bowl. One, we're going to talk about more, which is the ratings and ratings in this pandemic world and how it was affecting the game, but really more over all sports in the past 11 months. And then I'm going to give you a non-business thought here, Ross. Here's my pet peeve about the Super Bowl. And I don't know how to say this without pissing off the Brady people. I love Tom Brady as much as everyone, okay? I get it. His record is unbelievable. But the adulation and admiration for him bothers me because it is such a team sport. And the most impressive unit on the field the other night was clearly the Bucs defense. It wasn't the Chiefs offense. It wasn't the Chiefs defense. It wasn't the Bucs offense. It was the Bucs defense. And we hear so much about Brady and not enough about the people that really made the difference the other night. So I guess my point with Brady is he's great, his record, but too much is about him. And I know you can push back on this, but I just think football is the ultimate team sport. And here's what really bugs me, because I've seen this thousands of times since Sunday, that Brady, not the Bucs, Brady made it through Breeze, Rodgers, and Mahomes. Hey, newsflash. Tom Brady was never on the field with any of those people. Never. Not one play. So that's my little pet peeve about the post-Super Bowl adulation, Ross.
I don't know if you can separate the two, Andrew, but is it more about the fact that Brady's getting too much attention, too much undeserved adulation? Or is it more, hey, he's already gotten number 7 now. A lot of these guys, it's their first. They deserve to get the adulation and the credit and respect because this is their first and maybe only time winning it all?
I think it's some of both. I also think it's just, of the 96 million people that watch, maybe, I don't know, 50 million of them don't watch a lot of football. And they watch Brady, and Brady's the story, and it's the hook, and it's the narrative, and he's got these numbers and 7, and he's so old compared to other football players, and he's got the supermodel wife, and he's a family guy. I mean, all of that is great. And every time I say this, I don't want people coming at me to say you don't like Brady. I like Brady. But, you know, I watched that Packers game where he threw 3 interceptions in 7 minutes. You know, so I just think sometimes it's the overflow with him. And if his defense doesn't play the way it is, they did, obviously we're talking about a different story. I guess what I'm saying is this is not tennis. This is not golf. This is not even basketball. You know, 11 interdependent parts on every play. You know, he's great, but there should be more of a team. And I don't even know if he'd deserve MVP. I mean, I probably, you know, in the analytical way, you probably give it to one of the defensive players, but I get it.
Well, the MVP should have been Todd Bowles, the defensive coordinator for the Bucs. The problem is on defense, they had too many guys that played well. You know, like, do you give it to Shaq Barrett? Do you give it to Devin White? Do you give it to, you know what I mean? Like, there wasn't one guy like Von Miller. There was a bunch of guys. Todd Bowles, I thought, was probably the most valuable person in the game. You know, I think on some level, Andrew, what you're saying, this is just my opinion, is why Brady gets so much credit. It's because it is such a team game. It's kind of, it's hard for people to understand how it seems like his teammates and teams always play so well around him. It's almost like a leadership thing. You know, like I have business owners that reach out to me and ask me about him because I think that's their kind of takeaway is like, okay, yeah, Brady's playing pretty well, but he's not like unbelievable. There must be something about this guy, some type of gravitational force that, or whatever it is, right? That so often the people around him are able to play better than, like in the Bucs case, than they did the year before.
Welcome back, DK Sim fam, and thank you for hanging out here with us. He is Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Lineups have locked here for this 8 o'clock Eastern primetime showdown between the Texans and Packers. It's a snow game, virtual Lambeau Field. Lots to get into. A little bit of, carryover, hangover from the previous sim. We'll get into some of that, obviously, as we've left Kenny Ducey behind, and a lot more to get into that we didn't touch on, namely Tampa Bay's celebratory parade today and some interesting stories to come out of that. But Moose, how are you, buddy?
Doing well, man. Yeah, a little celebratory tipple for Tom Brady today on the boats, the yachts, doing boat stuff. That's great. Great to see. Good for him. Hope everybody had fun with Kenny last sim. I have no idea what was going on. I'm sure it was insane though. So I'll be here. You take a dose of cough and the Moose, and get you through your Ducey hangover here for this primetime sim.
Jeff here just getting wound up too, because he's got this one. He's sticking around with Brendan Glasheen from Madden After Dark for really an interesting sim, I think, because that is going to be the Patriots and Bucks. So if you think there's not going to be tons of Tom Brady talk in that one, brace yourselves.
Well, I mean, it'll be. I mean, Brendan is beside himself today with Tom Brady on the boats, throwing the Lombardi Trophy, being inebriated. I mean, this is just Glasheen must just be. I mean, he probably took. I'm surprised he's even calling him for work today. I mean, I'm just not watching reruns of the parade all day. But we'll get there. It's okay. It's all good.
Plenty of time.
You can take it.
This is the prime time. The Will the Texans hold firm on Watson free roll? That's right. Maybe we'll actually talk a little team-related news in this one, because we really didn't with the last one, despite all that's going on with Russell Wilson in Seattle. So we can touch on some of that here as well. But tell me, again, lineups have locked. What's your lineup looking like?
Just a sec.
Sure. I don't have anywhere to be.
Good. The golf is very interested in talking golf, or the chat is very interested in talking golf. So we'll get to the golf. I'll go over my lineup quickly here, though, because I did actually put one in to the free roll. Oh, with Aaron Jones in the captain spot. I went with Deshaun Watson. And I actually faded my boy Aaron Rodgers here. Figure if Aaron Jones has a massive game, maybe that'll, mean a bit of a needed game for Rodgers. So I went with Jones and Adams, Watson, Cooks, and I threw in a kicker and the Lazard jump, just because I don't even know. I think he was like wide receiver 4, but who cares?
So I have a little bit of overlap with you. Also have Aaron Jones in the captain spot. So if he does well, we do well. And then I do have Aaron Rodgers, the other one. Deshaun Watson is, he's namesake to the free roll. Got to have him in the lineup. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Randall Cobb, and Duke Johnson. We had Carlos Hyde go off in the last sim as a value play at $2,600. Well, Duke Johnson's $2,800 and a similar 7+ point average. We'll see what he can do here today. It's the Packers getting the ball first against the Texans. Snowy Lambeau as we take you out to Wisconsin. Thanks for being with us. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Daniel, our technical director, Jim, the Game Ops squad. He is a one-man show, folks. Thank you all for hanging out.
All right, let's talk some golf, people, because this event this week, there's a lot of really nice content up on Pebble Beach. That's true. Thanks, Kaufman. Thanks for chiming in. There's a ton of really nice events still, like tournaments up on DraftKings, $800K, $15 entry. So there's big money out there, but this event is going to be a little whack. We got Dustin Johnson withdrew, so it's a weak field, really weak field. You got bad weather is basically what I wanted to say on Pebble, which is by the ocean. So there's going to be waves. One wave might do better than the other. There's 2 courses in play. So just to let you know, like, it's high variance week. So whenever it's that, I definitely try and look for some lone pivots in GPPs. I like Rafa Cabrera Bello at 7,700 as a pivot. I like him there. Malnati's a good play too. I think he'll be heavier owned, but Bello I think going to be a good pivot. At the top, like I think you got to look at that range with Zalatoris, Spieth, Day, and Molinari. I like Day and Molinari. They're the cheapest. Molinari's playing really well again. I think it's a great setup for him. Don't mind Alex Noren in the 8K range either. And yeah, let's go a little bit deeper here. Give you some. I mean, Damon at 7,400 is probably going to be chalky. I think Brandon Grace could be sneaky too at 7,200. So there's another kind of value pivot down below. This is a miss by A-Rod. And a little bit deeper here, if I got anyone. we're going to get a little bit crazy with some guys under 7K. I'll say the 7K, under 7K guys for a sec so I can make sure I got them all. And we'll go through them one by one. You got anything to say, pal? You going to call this game or what?
No, I was going to let you go through them one by one.
No, I got to get them up. So you
Green Bay
talk.
We haven't missed much.
We haven't missed anything.
It's your turn, Koff. Go. Texans will get it here as we're only still a little less than a minute into the action here. Here's Deshaun Watson, who the Texans so far refuse to trade. And they are, as you would expect, commanding Godfather offers if, in fact, they did decide to go down that road. But at the moment, the guy is still unavailable. We'll see how long that holds. Texans have, their team president resigned earlier today, so it's really the Jack Easterby, Nick Caserio show right now. A couple of former Patriot staffers, a new head coach in tow. We'll see what winds up happening there with a quarterback who openly wants out and is threatening to just sit and not play. But please.
Threatening to leave, yeah. Threatening to just not play. The Texans are being silly by not getting rid of him. Absolutely. What else did I? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So I like Kyle Stanley at 7,400 a lot. That's a play I think should be in your core, even though, like I said, it's going to be a high variance week. Stanley's one of my favorite values at 7,400. You can mix Michael Thompson in too, but he's going to be really popular. I kind of like pivoting off him. Okay, some YOLO plays. Kevin Chappell, Kelly Craft, Michael Kim. Those are guys I just threw a few bucks on, and they make for really interesting, like, low price pivots in tournaments. Don't expect too much from any of them, but if you're looking for dudes like that under 7K, Chappell, Craft, Kim, Michael Kim. Oh, could be on your radar.
Mm-hmm. Completion there, 36. Watson picks up a handful. 2nd and 5 on the way. 2 minutes gone opening quarter. Still scoreless. So that's it. That's our golf minute.
That's pretty much it, unless people have more specific questions. But yeah, I won't talk about golf the whole thing. I just 3 people asked off the top, so I wanted to get it all out because I don't want to make people wait around an entire hour.
Very considerate of you.
Although I will say this, if you could smash the like for all that golf info that I dropped, that'd be nice. Try and get us over to 300. Kaufman cries if we don't get a lot of likes. So
I honestly don't even think I said I don't think I even referenced the like button during the last set.
There you go.
Because I know.
Because no one would have hit it with Kenny's insane takes.
Yeah, we were just upside down. Let me ask you that question because
let me know what was going on? What were you guys talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
So I perhaps made the mistake of saying, "Hey Kenny, I haven't been with you since the Super Bowl. I'm sure you've been on the Dream Stream and given your thoughts, but I'm just curious, any big takeaways?" And then I didn't talk for an hour and a half. So Kenny here is of the mind, and here's one area that you guys are in sync. Unless your opinion has evolved in the wake of Tom Brady winning his 7th championship, you are of the mind that Tom Brady is perhaps a little bit overrated. He is not the greatest, even though to most he is the undisputed greatest football player, at least quarterback of all time. If you don't want to give him the all-encompassing football player designation, then fine. Kenny not only feels that Brady is not the GOAT, which is not even a conversation that I asked him about, but Kenny believes the entire quarterback position in the NFL is vastly overrated. Vastly overrated. That many quarterbacks in the league could have won that championship with Tampa Bay. That Brady was really a small part of it. That Matt Stafford could have been traded there from Detroit and they would have, gone from Jameis Winston to Stafford and won a Super Bowl. That the defense is not getting nearly enough credit. That Brady is overhyped. That you put an above average quarterback in that position. That team is elite. They're going to win the championship. And that the left tackle position is a more important position in football than the quarterback position. That is the Cliff's Notes of the conversation with Kenny. I was dumbfounded. A word that I just kept saying was I just found it to be such an asinine take, and I battled back. But I will say that the chat was, I don't know what the percentage was, but Kenny had his supporters. Kenny absolutely had his supporters, including our pal Fantasy Hawk there in the chat. Fantasy Hawk, not a big Brady guy, not a big QB guy. So you tell me, and you can even leave Brady out of it if you want. Is the quarterback position overrated in the NFL?
Probably. Doesn't mean it's not the most important position, but it's definitely overrated.
We have a touchdown, Darren Fells, by the way, first score of this game.
Like, go back and look at some of the quarterbacks who've won championships, right? You know, our nearest example has been Peyton Manning, like not being able to throw the ball 20 yards, like legitimately not being able to throw the ball 20 yards down the field, won a championship.
The defense absolutely carried that team, no question.
Yeah. Trent Dilfer, you know, guys in that era. You know, Jared Goff and Jimmy Garoppolo came real close to winning Super Bowls. So, I still think it's the most important position in football. So, I'm not suggesting that it's not, because I do, but I do take the approach that football is way more of a team game than people give it credit for, because we all talk up the quarterbacks too much. Mm-hmm. Whereas, you know, the Chiefs basically exposed how important having an offensive line is. I mean, you know, if you can't block your quarterback, what's the use of having the best quarterback? Like, I don't think you can sit there and say tackle is necessarily more important than quarterback, but it's certainly an important position, as we found out, right? I mean, if you don't have that proper offensive line, you can't dominate teams. And I'll say this, if you build from your lines out, it makes your team overall better than just having one good player and having really weak D and O lines, right? So, you know, does that mean that the one O lineman is more important than a quarterback? No, but your entire O line is probably more important than one quarterback. So, again, I don't think that makes quarterback the less important position, but it does highlight how much of a team game football is. So, no, I'm not gonna go as crazy as Kenny, obviously, because I'm not that crazy. But you know, there's merit to what he's saying. I mean, a lot of it was the argument we had. Like, Tom Brady didn't win the Super Bowl; the Bucs won the Super Bowl. I don't know how you can watch that game and say the Bucs, because realistically, okay, maybe it's taking it too far to say Jameis Winston could have won the Super Bowl with the Bucs this year. Like, start to finish, they still would have won the Super Bowl if Jameis Winston was there. I think that's way too far. But you tell me Blaine Gabbert couldn't have won that game against the Chiefs? Because Patrick Mahomes got hit. I can't even remember what the stat was. He got pressured or something, like it was like a record. Like,
I mean, the guy ran 500 yards side.
Exactly. Like, there was no chance. The Chiefs didn't score a touchdown. Like, that's how dominant and the O-line was almost as dominant for the Bucs, right? So I think that the Super Bowl itself, you could have stuck in numerous quarterbacks and Tampa still wins that game. But
so that was a part of where I kept trying to pull Kenny to. Kenny was making it this overarching point.
Yeah, I think that's too.
Quarterback position in general is just not that important. And I said, if we're talking about singular games, like if you want me to tell you that the defense is more responsible for the Super Bowl victory than Tom Brady, I will happily go down that road. Of course the defense won that game. There's no question about it. But in terms of the entire season, did the defense carry them to the Super Bowl? Or did Tom Brady, and not just Tom Brady on the field, throwing for 40-plus touchdowns and doing all that he does, but all of the intangibles that come along with Tom Brady, not to mention GM Tom Brady and bringing in Gronk and Fournette and Brown and guys like that.
Yeah, and honestly, that part of Brady might be more important than what he did on the field this year.
Might be.
You know, like bringing in Brown and Gronk and getting all these guys in sync. That's probably more important than anything he did on the field. And yeah, that deserves merit. I 100% agree. Bringing Tom Brady gave that franchise, credibility. It brought respect to like everybody came together behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. I give Tom Brady full credit for it. I think it was masterful what he did this offseason. I honestly do.
So you do not believe that if Detroit a year earlier had traded Matt Stafford to the Bucs, that they go out and win a championship?
I mean, they might have, but you're asking Matt Stafford to bring in these guys and have sync with Gronk and Brown right off the bat. Probably wouldn't have happened, but Stafford, I think let me put it this way:
Gronk doesn't unretire, or at least
exactly
he does.
Exactly,
he goes
yeah, sure.
Brady is. He's not going.
And honestly, they probably don't bring in Antonio Brown either.
No,
right?
I mean he was only there because Brady pushed hard for him. Bruce Arians openly said, "I don't want Antonio Brown here."
Yeah,
and he called Leonard Fournette. Leonard Fournette's not a buck if Tom Brady's not there.
Yeah, so I do think Stafford would have been a pretty big upgrade over Jameis, though. And I mean, you'd still be talking about a really good team with a really good coach, right? So, I mean, I can't go out and say Stafford, they would have been, they would have won with Stafford. But I think they would have been a lot better team than they were the year before with Winston. So it's, you can't put Stafford in there and be like, oh yeah, everything would have worked out the same or better or something. I mean, like you said, you have to give Brady credit for doing what he did, man. Absolutely. That's, I think he set a good precedent too. I think you got guys like Deshaun Watson who watched Brady do this year, and they're like, I ain't staying in Houston, to let some other GM run my career. I'm going to go somewhere and I'm going to get things done myself. I think he set a big precedent this year, Tom Brady. I honestly, look, there's already chatter about Russell Wilson. Kaufman, did you hear that? It's the same thing.
So I want to talk about all of that. Actually, that's a really good conversation to have here. First, I just want to read this comment, though. Jason says, this is the sane version of what Kenny was trying to say. I agree with everything that Jeff is saying, and I disagreed with 95% of what Kenny was yelling. So I would say that you are articulating it a little bit differently, and people are definitely pleased with that, so good on you. Let's keep going with that, though, because I do think this is a conversation that we've brought up in previous Sims, although not in a while, and with obviously the cemented season, number 7, and all of the impact that was Tom Brady, as already discussed, and then these high-profile QBs that are speaking out, that could be on the move. I don't think Russell Wilson's going anywhere, but the fact that he's even criticizing his organization really for the first time, talking about how much he's getting hit and how much he doesn't like it. And obviously, Deshaun Watson openly wants out. Stafford wanted out, got traded. Goff was a byproduct of that. Go on and, so on and so forth. There are other examples here. Are we reaching a point where the NFL players are becoming, because they're not there yet, but becoming as, what's the right way to put it? Important, as influential, as powerful as players in the NBA who openly, determine rosters and control their own fate and destinies, and, come up with super teams themselves and force teams themselves, the management and cap gurus into coming up with a way to make it a reality. Kawhi bringing Paul George with him to LA, obviously LeBron and Bosch going to Miami with Dwayne Wade, and there are a ton of different examples of it in just the last, KD and Kyrie Irving, obviously teaming up to go to a team together, winds up being Brooklyn. We have a touchdown here by Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
there are so many examples of it. So, I still think it's more of an owners league than the NBA is. Players have the power in the NBA. I don't think we're quite there in the NFL. But are we going to look back at this time, just what you were talking about with Brady? Are we going to look back at this time and guys sort of grabbing hold of their careers in a way like never before, where this is the transition?
Yeah, man. No, absolutely. I think so. I think, like I said, you're right. I mean, the NFL, and it mainly comes down to the bargaining agreement, I think, too. I think that's got a lot to do with it. But NFL players are starting to realize, if teams like everyone's they signed a contract, they can't get out of it. They're like teams can move if they can make moves if they want to. They just the owners are stubborn and they don't want to do it. And you're right, it's an owner dominated league, but it's starting to change. And these guys like Watson, Mahomes getting this big money and Brady now leaving when people just thought like, oh, Brady can't ever leave New England. People's eyes are open, in my opinion, by this. And like I said, never in a million years would I have thought like Russ Wilson is going to make some noise in Seattle. But like, that's where we're at, man. Like, there's legitimate reports. He's like, you better get someone to protect me here so I can throw the ball, or else. I mean, you don't think teams would be lining up to take shots at Russ Wilson? And really, what are they? And this is, I think it's great for the NFL that this happens, by the way, because do you want to see Deshaun Watson on a 6-10 Texans team that's horrible? Or do you want to see him try and build a franchise in a marquee market or any market? Of course you want to see the second one, right? It's just like LeBron. Do you want to see him year after year with incompetent management in Cleveland with like no help? No, you don't want to see that. The league doesn't want to see it either. So this is all good, in my opinion. These quarterbacks need to get together and start doing this more. The franchises who realize what's going on, like Bruce Arians did, and just let these star players, quite frankly the best players, run the show and build around them, are going to have the most success. So good for them.
2nd and 10, 7-7 game. Few minutes gone by second quarter. Watson a completion, actually incompletion there out to the 25. They will remain.
Like realistically.
Go ahead.
No, Fantasy Hawk makes a good point. Who would you rather have running your team, Deshaun Watson or Bill O'Brien? Like, it's not even close. I mean, give me Deshaun Watson. He'll help bring players in. Yeah, I know Deshaun Watson isn't going to be the GM. You still need a GM in name and title and something. But like, if your GM doesn't work with your star players, like, what's the point? If it's just going to create controversy with your team, that's not building a winning culture, right? It's very similar to what's going on in Green Bay right now. Like, I just can't get over that Jordan Love draft pick.
No, I mean, same here.
What a slap in the face. They basically spit in Aaron Rodgers' face. Like, metaphorically, that's what they did. Mm-hmm. You don't run the show. We're in charge. I don't care if you're old, if you're nearing the end of your career and you've been great for us. And we're just like one wide receiver. I'm drafting who I want. Get out of here. Like, that's what they did. I hope Aaron Rodgers leaves Green Bay. I hope he does.
Well, he's going to eventually, but do you think he's going to attempt to force his way out this offseason?
Oh, I hope so. Oh man, I hope so. I hope this is like the nuclear summer for NFL. I hope Aaron Rodgers does it. I hope Russ forces the Seahawks to do something. I mean, Watson is gone. What is Houston going to do? Not get anything for Deshaun Watson? Give me a break. They're just posturing. But I hope Aaron Rodgers pulls the plug, man. I think he needs to. The only reason Aaron Rodgers wouldn't pull the plug is because Green Bay is legitimately close.
Right.
And maybe
Green Bay should have
management has been like, okay, Aaron, like, we're sorry, behind the scenes, like, we are actually going to go all in this year. That's the only reason. Like, there's some major sucking up behind the scenes to make up for that. But if there hasn't been, I hope he pulls the plug.
You don't think there's any way that Seattle, that Russ moves, right? Obviously, and I mean, he said, he's like, I know people have been calling. You don't think there's any way that he gets dealt? I mean, the dead cap hit, I'm trying to remember what exactly I read, but I think the dead cap hit would be something like $40 million if they traded him. There's just no way.
But what does Seattle do if Russ just says trade me or I'm not playing? They have no leverage in that situation.
No, but do you see him going down that? Like, he hasn't been wronged there, so to speak, in the way that you were just talking about Aaron Rodgers.
No, but
action he would like.
It doesn't even matter if he's been wronged. If he obviously sees a similar path to what Aaron Rodgers has had to endure, and it doesn't matter if he's been endured or people think he's right to do it. He's a star player. Teams would give up hand and fist. Teams would give up like their firstborn to get him as the star of their team. He's that good. So you know, he's given Seattle 10 years. They produced a Super Bowl. Quite frankly, they've done nothing the last 5 years to help him. I think he's very much at the same point as Deshaun Watson. Like, he's put in his time. He's been respectful. He's been great for their community, for their team. It's time to put up or shut up for Seattle. Like, I think Seattle's gotten way too free a ride with this Pete Carroll, everyone likes him thing. So, yeah, like, ooh, there's another. Oh, Devontae Adams.
This guy is a horse right
as we're jib jabbering here about the QBs and stuff. But
That's what we do. Devontae Adams, second of the day, folks. It's going to help a good chunk of people.
Oh, this is a great point in the chat. DeMac Lyon. Never forget, Russell Wilson was one of the first grad transfers in college because NC State did not build a winning team. Good point, man. Russ is sharp too. Like, Russ is an off the field, like, kind of brand guy.
Yeah. You know, you say all you want about idiot players in the NFL. Russ ain't one of them.
No, totally. So that's when my ears really perked up when that report came. Like, there is something to it. And I like I said, I hope, and the problem with Seattle too is they're kind of married to Pete Carroll. And I don't think that's a good thing long term, because Pete Carroll is not the type of coach. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see if he is or not. But, you know, he's a college coach. He's used to running things. I don't know. Could be trouble in Seahawksville. Anyways,
it's going to be a really, really interesting offseason.
Oh, I am pumped. I'm more pumped for this offseason than I was for the season, to be honest. You know, what are the Packers going to do? They're going to trade Jordan Love. Is someone going to trade for Sam Darnold? What are the Colts going to do? They got a good team with no quarterback. The Bears, Wentz. We haven't talked about the Eagles. Dak going to get a contract?
Well, Dak will definitely get a contract, whether it's a contract versus a franchise tag, you know, something longer term.
Exactly,
Remains to be seen. But I just mean, like, he's going to be back in Dallas. I would be shocked if he's not back in Dallas next year. Now,
okay.
For how long, again, that remains to be seen.
Here's the $900 million question, Kaufman.
Okay.
And this is directed right at you. Who is the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots next September?
So, I obviously don't know. Nobody knows. I don't think Bill Belichick knows. I think he's got a list. I think he's got options A through Z or whatever. It's not going to be Carson Wentz. You know, he'd like to go to the Colts, it sounds like. And obviously the Bears are right there in the running. I'm going to defer and default back to what I've been saying for months. And whether you want to believe this guy should be the guy or not is another question entirely. The question, obviously, is what do I believe will happen? I think Jimmy Garoppolo is starting week 1 for New England.
Okay. No, I think that's a fair take. I do. Because San Francisco's another team, man. Like, they're obviously, they're ready to move on. I mean, he's gone. That Cooks?
Coming right back the other way. I love it.
It is.
Big touchdown from Devontae Adams, and Brandon Cooks answers with 51.
Man, we're talking through a pretty good game here in the snow. A couple long touchdowns by the wide receiver ones.
Smash the like for good football chat and a good football sim.
That's right. Like I said, you know, a little hungover. I get it. Kenny gets worked up. I get it. That's why we love him, though. But, you know, it is long to hear for an entire hour. What did I just do? God, I'm playing myself.
Got the YouTube up?
Yeah, apparently.
Over there?
The YouTube. Is that the IKEA version of YouTube?
Yeah. Someone had asked, where is it in the chat? I'm scrolling back here a little bit. There was a question. Glass is half full. Cough. Are you happy that employees are taking their careers into their own hands, especially football, where the typical career is shorter than most sports? Well, that is absolutely true. I mean, the time to earn what's the average length of an NFL career? You know, a couple decades ago, it was like 3 years. I don't know if the number is still that. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 5, but it's probably still in that general ballpark. You know, guys on average are not playing 10 years in the NFL the way they might in, say, Major League Baseball or the NBA. It's just totally different game, totally different in terms of physicality and the way rosters are aligned and what you need to do to, be part of these squads in the first place. So to circle back to the question here, the opportunity to earn is a very short window. And a lot of these guys don't make enough while they're playing. We're talking about, bottom of the roster practice squad kind of guys, not stars, obviously. A lot of these guys don't make enough or maybe don't last beyond their rookie deals to where they don't have to work after their playing careers are over. They got to work. So the time to earn is absolutely now, regardless of what level player you are, unless you're, somebody like a Brady who never had to command top dollar because of how much he made in endorsements and has a supermodel wife who's earning considerably more than him in the first place. The average guy is not that. The average guy has a very regular wife like the two of us who you've never heard of before. And they're not the Gisele Bundchens of the world as Aaron Jones taking off, getting down to midfield. 14 all game late here in the opening half. So yeah, I like the idea of players forcing management and ownership's hand a little bit if you've got the power. The owners are billionaires, man. In every sport, the owners are billionaires. The players are largely millionaires, I recognize, so that's nothing to sneeze at. It's not what we're out here earning. We don't have those Emerson Sim contracts. So you got to do what you can to make money while you can. Take the money while it's there and force the hand a little bit. And it's about priorities too, glass is half full. Some guys prioritize the money. They don't care where they play. They don't care how well they play in terms of a team level. They just want to make as much money as they possibly can during their careers, and that is number one. Other guys, that's not number one. There's a balance between that and climate, that and winning, that and comfort, that and teammates, that and coaches, that and whatever. There's a whole package element to it. So every player is different. But more often than not, in cases where a player is upset with ownership or with management, I'm going to defer to the player. I'm going to be on the side of the player, because usually it is the player that is getting wronged. That's just typically the way it works, especially in a sport like the NFL, where there are no guaranteed contracts. Like you sign a deal in baseball and in hockey and basketball, like what your money is, what your earnings are the second you put pen to paper. In the NFL, you don't perform, a team can just rip up your contract with very little guarantee going your way. And just, what? Yeah, I know. So I know we were all excited about you years ago and gave you that 5-year deal with all that front-loaded guaranteed money, and you've only earned money for the first 2 years, and you got nothing guaranteed for the next 3. Well, thanks for those 2 years. We've decided we're going to go in a different direction. You're on the decline, so see you later. The NFL can do that. So especially in a sport like the NFL, yeah, go out there and earn your money.
100%.
Sorry, I had to wake that up, guys. I did nothing. I was talking for a while.
No, it's okay. Yeah, the NFL, I think, is at a bit of a turning point, though, for sure. I was just reading. One of our producers said Ducey literally lost his voice last.
He did. He literally did. He had to. That jerk too when I was trying to finalize my NBA line. Do we have another one? Devontae Adams, third touchdown of the opening half. Guys, one away from a Bundy.
I think that's the bonus too.
Who played Devontae today, folks?
I played him, but I didn't captain him. Yeesh.
Even just having him in your lineup right now would go a long way. Kicking Club says, Ducey's obviously a really smart guy, makes some good points, but sometimes the angle he takes on it and his, quote, energy kills the point. He did. He lost his voice. He was done. You couldn't put enough water or tea or whatever in the guy. He had nothing left by the end of that sim.
Oh, man. Wow. Well, anyways, congrats to Devontae Adams, captain on this year. This has been a entertaining first half, to say the least. It all boils down to this should be an interesting offseason. I think Deshaun Watson is also in a place kind of to make a point here, set a precedent. If you're not if you're not going to build around properly, or if you're not going to have competent management, then I'll go somewhere who does and lets me, lets me be a part of the process. So could be the same coming down for Russ. Like I said, Rodgers in a bit of a weird position because I think the Packers are so close, but all three of those guys deserve watching. We talked about, the fumble.
Fumble. Green Bay's got it with 12 seconds left and already in field goal range.
Wow. All right. Yeah, and I mean, look, if Garoppolo is going to be a starting QB for New England, does that mean Rodgers is going to San Francisco? Like, lots of dominoes. So,
Aaron Rodgers. It all is just incredibly fascinating, though.
It is. Well, it's like you said. It's they're at a turning point. I mean, they're legitimately, the league feels like it's kind of headed in a bit of a different direction, which I think it's a good direction too. So,
good comment. DeMac Lion Moose. Ducey was just barking like Dino from the Flintstones, and then he puckered out and needed a nap. Dino or Dino? I don't remember.
I think it was Dino.
8th fumble recovery for the Packers DST. Kicking glove says it only took off 45 minutes to wear Ducey out. Yeah, I've never seen him like that. He was deflated.
I mean, as I've said on these shows, on these sims before, like, I didn't really want to see Tom Brady win a 7th. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I feel like, and it's not that I don't appreciate what Tom Brady's done or even what he did this year. I appreciate it. Like I said, I think he might have changed the league in a lot of ways for the better, but I'm like, it gets overhyped so much. Like, Tampa had such a good year, and all people want to talk about is like Tom Brady, and he's the GOAT. He's great. It's a great career, but like focus on like what actually happened here. Give Brady his due, but like, anyways, it's like Tom Brady fatigue. It's fatigue. That's all it is. It's Tom Brady fatigue.
It's absolutely Tom Brady fatigue. There are just so many people outside of New England, some now in New England, but most outside of New England, obviously outside of Tampa, that hate Tom Brady because of, he's probably beaten the hell out of your football team at some point in time.
Yeah, that's a fair point too.
And, a la Ducey, being the Jets fan that he is.
Yeah.
Or, like you said, just fatigue. Like, it was Patriots fatigue, and now it's just become Tom Brady fatigue in the same way that, it was Yankees fatigue or.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whomever, like, pick your dynasty, right? So that is not abnormal. That is not unusual. That is totally explainable and understandable on the part of people. But I said to Ducey, as we've, 21-14 reached the half, I said to him, like, you understand though, even, yes, the defense was fantastic. The defense won that championship in terms of the game itself, the Super Bowl. But you know why we're talking about Tom Brady so much? He just won his 7th Super Bowl. Like, this is never going to be done again. It's just not.
Absolutely.
This is not going to and who knows, he might not be done. Like, he might win another one or another 2, but like there is not another individual that is going to come along and achieve what Tom Brady has. There just isn't. So that deserves to be celebrated, and obviously he is so popular, in the national media space for the most part. There are exceptions, the Kellermans and Baylesses and Wrights of the world, but they're,
those guys. But those guys are like,
I mean, they're
just like talking pieces on
exactly.
small people on bigger networks.
Right.
Networks still, in a lot of ways, those guys contribute more to this whole thing than just the main mass media, because that's what gets everyone talking, those guys. Right. So I mean, they're all ridiculous, obviously. Even some of what I say is I don't want to say it's ridiculous, but it's like Kaufman said. I mean, the guys won 7 Super Bowls. Of course people are going to talk about it. Like, you can have your viewpoints, but like, it deserves to be talked about. So
Well, and let's not forget too. I'm probably underselling or ignoring this. You know how many the NFL in particular, well, NBA as well, but those two sports are just littered with former players who now work in the media, which is great. Like a lot of very smart football minds out there providing their analysis, but many of them in the NFL are former Patriots. Whatever the network you want to look at, there are a lot of former championship winning Patriots that are working in NFL media who played with Tom Brady, who are out there pumping his tires on a regular basis as well. So Brady's getting celebrated across the media, within that NFL space, that football commentary space, that probably wears people out too.
It does. On that note, I'll talk a little golf.
Hey, real quick before you
Because Taylor in the chat asked me to, and I'm a man of the people.
Real quick before you move on to the chat and the golf.
Okay, go ahead.
How big a heart attack do you think Roger Goodell had today when he saw Tom Brady chuck the Lombardi Trophy from one boat to another?
That was pretty weird, to be honest. Like,
you can tell Brady's won 7 of these when he's willing to throw.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. It was pretty funny, though, I have to admit. Like, even as someone who's not, like, the biggest Tom Brady fanboy, I thought it was pretty funny. It was kind of cool, like a boat parade, too. I thought it was unique. I mean, I thought it was cool. So, glad everyone had fun. Hopefully everyone, that doesn't become, like, a super spreader event down there. I don't know. Maybe there already is, but I don't know what's going on in Florida these days. But
hopefully not.
Anyways, it looked fun. The world could use a little fun, obviously. So.
Yes.
I thought that was actually pretty funny. Yeah, let's talk a little golf quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Like I said, gonna be it's gonna be rain. It's gonna be wind this week. I like going down a little bit off the top. Patrick Cantlay is gonna be super high owned. I think he'll get some pretty decent ownership on guys like Molinari and Day too, but there should be a little lesser owned. So I like going a more balanced build. Let's see here. Yeah, targeting guys with good track records at Pebble Beach is a thing. We've seen Phil come here in 48, 49, pick up a win. So experience matters. Definitely emphasize course history a little bit more here. Guys I'm looking at in the 8K range, Noren, Harmon. Matt Jones is going to be really popular, so I'll probably end up fading him. I think Max Homa is a pretty good play too. And I mentioned Rafa Cabrera-Bello. I like him as kind of a pivot. Doug Gim, kind of like, but again, probably going to be popular. I really like Kyle Stanley in that 7K range. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. It's a weird week. Like, it's a weak golf field. So if you have specific questions about players, guys, in the next, 10 minutes here before the game ends, definitely throw them out. But, right now, I'm leaning a little bit more balanced. Want to go, probably going to start with Molinari and maybe another golfer, and then look for some really low-owned pivots, like Rafa Cabrera-Bello. Yeah, it's a two courses in play the first 2 days. Definitely, so Spyglass Hill, a little bit more covered with trees. Pebble Beach, wide open. So if there's wind, you probably want to go take golfers on the Spyglass Hill. But, definitely if you're playing the wind, make sure it's probably going to be windier in the afternoon. So morning players should have an advantage for showdown. But again, you want to check the forecast like tonight. I haven't looked at it today. I looked at it yesterday, but. Johnny Vegas is 7, Sean, because I think he's kind of sucked all year. It is pretty cheap, though. I don't mind him as a GPP play at all. This is kind of the week where you take Johnny Vegas at 7K, to be honest. Siwoo Kim, yeah, I think he sets up well, absolutely. Phil. I don't even mind Phil this week, man. What was that, Coffin?
Won there 5 times.
Absolutely. I don't even mind him this week. I don't think that many people are going to play him because he's 8,600. And like I said, this week is just all about trying to get some low ownership because it's going to be this event always has crazy winners anyways, like Ted Potter Jr., Vaughn Taylor. Nick Taylor. So I think Zalatoris for me. I'd rather play Zalatoris than Berger this week. Let me put it that way. I think I'd rather play Zalatoris than Casey or Berger this week. So I do like Zalatoris. I'm kind of into fading Berger and Casey. I definitely, you probably want to get some exposure to Cantlay. He's playing really well, but I would play Zalatoris over Berger and Casey this week. That's kind of where I'm sitting. That's for David.
And just for David.
Just for David. Nobody else can play Zalatoris. I'm not really into Varner here, to be honest. I think he's played a little bit better, but poor weather, I generally try and stay away. He doesn't have a great short game. What's going on in this game? Deshaun Watson's only attempted 10 passes.
Are we getting back to football?
Yeah, I don't want to leave you out too long.
That's okay. I was just listening. (21-14) game halfway through the third. Sean says, "Hey, Koff, Jeff, what if players flock to Mahomes at reduced cost?" I think that might become a thing. I mean, it was with the Patriots, obviously, for years. People wanted to play for Belichick with Brady, tomato, and took less money to do so. I mean, we saw Le'Veon Bell, obviously, go to the Chiefs. You could call that sort of a start. Fact of the matter is, and our buddy BK has outlined this plenty on The Sims, with what the salary cap structure is coming up for Kansas City in the next few years. Frankly, guys are going to have to take less in order to play there if they're going ring chasing, because that once these bigger deals kick in, especially the Mahomes contract extension, then they're going to be in some real cap hell for a period of time. And that doesn't mean, hey, they can't win. They're going to have loads of talent. You still, for the next few years, have Hill and Kelsey. But there is going to be a time in the not too distant future, still very much in Mahomes' prime, which is really only just entering, which is a scary thought, where they're going to desperately need guys to come in at a reduced cost. Watson here just avoids a safety very nearly and took the ball all the way up to 28.
Yeah, they are going to be in a little bit of cap trouble for years to come here. I mean, it's going to be tricky for them, man. I still think the Chiefs are going to be a really good team, like, for a long time. Like, I don't think they're going to fall out of contention or anything like that, but I think it is a bit of an eye-opener that, if Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce aren't, like, fully in sync, and you do have a defensive line and get pressure, like, they're not unbeatable, right? Like, you could see a team, like, I think after the Super Bowl, people could see a team like the Chargers with a really good quarterback and some good pieces making a run. I think that's legitimate. I like the coach they hire too. So defensive coach, maybe that is the right hire right now for that division.
Kicking Club says, by the way, Jeff, did Pat Mayo friend you today as well? Kenny was really excited on the previous sim that he got a follow on Twitter from Pat Mayo today. You've had that follow for a long time, though. You've had Mayo in that back pocket for a while.
That's right. I think I did follow Pat before he followed me, though. So yeah, I got the Pat Mayo follow one day. It was like 6 years ago, but
we'll follow back.
I mean, look, Pat likes to have crazy, insane people on his show, so maybe, he saw Kenny's work and he's like, this guy can get me some ratings.
Give this guy a show on the Mayo Media
Yeah,
Network.
Exactly. On the Mayo Media Network. That's right. That's
imagine Ducey and Cust hosting a show together. What a world.
Honestly, I mean, Tim Anderson might make, be too sane for Kenny. I mean, to be honest, like.
And Cust. Sater Hater says Mayo in the back pocket can lead to some dirty pants. You got me.
69 or under, hey, Sean? It is a tough week for under 7K. I kind of leaning towards playing Kevin Chappell. Don't really like it. I think Davis Riley is probably, if you don't want to play Chappell because he's quite frankly been terrible, Chappell just plays well here every year. So Davis Riley, I think I'd probably play Chappell this week, honestly. I know it sounds a little crazy, but this week's going to be crazy. Is this game taking forever? I guess because we had so many points.
No, it is. We're
I thought we were in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Aaron.
Jonathan says, any NASCAR advice? Need our guy Pierce Dietrich for that.
Yeah, play my guy, Martin Truex Jr. Is it Truex or Truex? I can't even remember.
Truex.
Truex?
Truex.
You know, because you have to do the shows with Pierce.
David says, Brady may be the best in many opinions, but my favorite is Elway, which totally fine. Like I mean, that's one thing to very quickly on the whole like Brady's the GOAT conversation, which, you know, Jeff, I think will concede his resume, but, you know, will not say he's the best quarterback or the most talented quarterback, or he'd take him to win one game or whatever it was, you know, Jeff was spouting on about the other day. We were having.
He's not the best football player of all time.
Fine. I mean, not fine, but fine. You know, we're not going to do that again. But David, what I was going to say to that is, that's okay. Like, have your opinion. Like, Tom Brady doesn't need to be your favorite quarterback just because he is or isn't the best quarterback. Like, I love Tom Brady. I have a Patriots bias. If I weren't a Patriots fan and didn't, you know, effectively grow up with 20 years of dominance, I realized, I guess I was already, you know, early in college when he entered the NFL, so it's not so much grow up, but experience half my life of Brady being a Patriot and winning all those championships and reaching all those Super Bowls. I feel pretty strongly that I would, no matter who I rooted for, that I would still say Brady is the best, but I guarantee he wouldn't be my favorite. So totally get you, David. Get it even more if you're a Broncos fan. Picking Elway.
Elway didn't get his Super Bowls till late. I mean,
he lost his first three.
Gives some hope to a guy like Rodgers, possibly picking up a couple late in his career.
Mm-hmm. How old was Elway when he retired? I know he won those last two.
I want to say 40 or 39, but I'm not 100% positive on that. I guess we can look things like this up, can't we? This is why they made Google.
Jordan says, guys, wait till the next sim with Brady versus the Pats. I think maybe, just maybe, we might get some Brady talk. You think? You think Glash is coming in armed and ready to discuss Tampa Bay on the heels of that parade today? He's going to have to oil himself down in the eventful day for Glash. Watching that parade on TV.
He's going to have to take a cold shower before the game. And another one after, watching him play in the Sims.
Oh, man, this guy.
It's all good.
I love him so much.
I can appreciate Glash. He's just a pure, unadulterated fanboy. It's great. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
I can at least deal with that. So Elway retired at the age of 38.
Okay.
1999.
So Rodgers is running out of time to pull an Elway.
Yeah, I mean, if technically, although, you know, the way the guys are playing, how late they're playing now.
Yeah.
Did Elway 88? Oh yeah, okay. So he didn't retire like after winning the Super Bowl. I think he played one more season after that and then retired.
I thought he it's funny. I remember him retiring a champion, but maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
Maybe I'm reading this wrong. You know what? I think I am reading this wrong. He did retire after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
May 2nd, 1999, and he won in the 1998 season. So The kids are going insane. I think that means that. Yeah, I think that means that. Yeah, he did retire after winning the Super Bowl. I'm sure the chat will correct me here. Did Elway retire after the Super Bowl, chat? You guys know.
I mean, just go to the Pro Football Reference page. This is very easy.
I made the mistake of going to Wikipedia, so.
I'm gonna look it up for you real fast. This is gonna take me 2 seconds. All right, his last year was the '98 season, and in the '98 season, he won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So you're right.
Yeah, he won '97 and '98. So 2-time defending champ and walked away.
Sean, Sean had a golf question. Rather than I'm playing at 6,200. I'm playing Michael Kim. I got no idea what Chris Baker's up to these days, except like missing cuts. So I'm gonna play Michael Kim. He's actually hitting his irons better again. Nick Taylor's actually playing pretty well there, Tyre Woods. So I don't actually hate it.
Watson. From the 27 down to the 44. Tater Hater says, Koff, how old are you? I'm struggling to figure out if you're 42 or 19. Somewhere between those two. Closer to the former. A little younger wouldn't be bad, though. David says, yep, my only 2 Super Bowl wins. So we've established David is a Broncos fan.
It's worst franchises.
Yeah.
It's worst franchises to be a super fan of. Thank God you're not another city that starts with D, Detroit.
That was another thing that just made that. Like Stafford of all guys that Ducey brought up. That he was going to go there and take the guy who's won nothing in his entire career in Detroit. I'm not saying that's all on him.
Yeah.
But like a lot of what carried the Bucs to where they went was bringing in a guy that had a history of winning and knew what it took to get there. You know,
right.
Having that leadership and the intangibles that come along with it. Even if you want to say someone other than Brady could have done that in year 1, which I don't believe, it certainly wasn't a Matt Stafford, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, it. I mean, I have more respect for Stafford than most people because, again, the team game thing, Detroit being such an incompetent franchise, having, other than Calvin Johnson, like no good defense forever, no good lines for a long time. So I think Stafford is underappreciated, but even I'll admit, like I said, I mean, sure, he probably could have won the Super Bowl, but I don't think you can just say. It's just too big a stretch to say Stafford comes in here and accomplishes all the same things because
during a pandemic, no less.
Exactly.
No preseason, no off season, no Brady Brown, or Gronk Brown, Fournette, and we're not going to do the whole conversation again. But
yeah, it's just
ridiculous.
It's
3
a bridge
minutes
too
gone
far.
by here in the fourth. It really is. 21-14 Green Bay. Alana says, "Wait a minute, did I miss the cheesehead? Yeah, I got to get that. I should get that. I'll go in post game."
And look, the thing, and this can be the last thing we say. Oh yeah, get the cheesehead. Go. Oh, okay. The main thing that really sticks a fork in that argument is, like, the Bucs had almost the same team last year with Jameis Winston, who everybody continues to think is a good quarterback.
That's what I said to Kenny. Kenny said it's a totally different team.
What is different about it? What?
I said it's basically the exact same team.
Yeah,
he's like, White. They brought in White. Okay. That's
okay. They still had most of the same D-line. I mean, unless I'm like missing something else they brought in. I guess they drafted Antonio Winfield, didn't they? Whitfield, maybe that's something. They shored up their defense a bit. That's fair. It's not that big. It's not enough to say, oh, it's such a different team. Their team, I'd say their team got better. Like, I think some of their players played better. Like, their secondary played better this year than last year. But
sure.
But it wasn't that big a personnel change. No way.
So Steve says, I'm glad you said this, Steve. Steve says, at what point do you guys, and this is probably more me and Glash than you, at what point do you guys stop worshiping Tom Brady? He's a human. It takes more than just one person. I get it. He's great. How long do we have to continue to hear about it? Here's all I will say to that, Steve. And this is not even a Brady thing. This is just a sports fan thing, to me. I think you keep hearing about it because we are witnessing history. How often in sports, I don't care who you root for or what sport we're talking about, is we got a rushing touchdown here, and which Johnson found his way in?
David, isn't it?
David Johnson. Touchdown Houston to all but tie this game. We need Fairbairn to come in for the extra point. We are witnessing something that has never been done, that will never be done again. It just won't. We are seeing something that is truly, I mean, not to continue to just beat my head into the same wall, but we are seeing something historic. And I think, I mean, in what walk of athletics, among the four, all right, I'll take out hockey. The three more major sports, because hockey is more of a niche sport, obviously huge in Canada, but in America, more of a niche sport. And, tennis, golf, they don't have that same popularity. Soccer, more of an international sport. You kind of default to like NFL, NBA, and less so now, but years ago, Major League Baseball. When you see something in real time that is happening that is never going to be touched again, you obsess over it, don't you? I mean, I think you do as a sports fan. And again, this isn't me like Brady worship as a Patriots fan. It's Brady worship as a sports fan. It's, I am just so fascinated by this guy who has just been an enigma to Father Time. The fact that, he could keep doing this until he's 45 or 50 years old, and there is no end in sight. And we're seeing a guy who has won 7 Super Bowls and appeared in 10 of the 55 in history. How many more is he going to win? They're looking to run it back next year with largely, sorry Kenny, the same team from this year to next year. That to me is just so fascinating. I mean, are you going to tell me there isn't LeBron worship that happens right now? I mean, LeBron worship is even greater than Brady, if you ask me. Because I think because of social media largely, we follow and consume basketball in a way that we don't football.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, there's a community nationally that is just more entrenched in basketball than is in football. I think those sports generally, in terms of the fan base, have very similar demographics, but there's a fandom there that exists for the NBA that isn't quite the same as that of the NFL. And maybe it's 16 games versus playing upwards of 100, including playoffs, over the course of the season for basketball, and so there's just so much more that's constantly happening. But the LeBron worship, and I'm not saying it's wrong, by the way, is off the charts. And he hasn't accomplished nearly as much as Brady, really. Like LeBron's not out there setting all these records, not yet. He will by the time he's done, but not yet. He hasn't achieved that yet, for the most part. And
he's achieved. Okay, he's achieved.
No, I'm not saying he hasn't.
You're just talking about championship again. You just bring it back. You just
no. I'm not just talking about. I'm not just talking about championships. He's not the NBA's all-time leading scorer.
Okay.
Brady's the NFL's all-time leading almost everything in terms of quarterbacks. Now LeBron will be these things by the time he retires. He will, because he's not going anywhere anytime soon either. But he's not there yet, is what I'm saying, in terms of those statistical categories.
LeBron also is a bigger figure than Brady because of, you mentioned part of it. Social media, I think, is a big thing. I think we talk about basketball more because of that. Whereas football gets boiled down to 6 months of the year, and then 4 months, the guys, they just don't have as big a presence. The other thing is, LeBron is also a little bit political, right? So there's more discussion about him with other things rather than just basketball, which I think is great. I think it's good. figuring that game should speak his mind as long as it's sensical and stuff, and he does. So,
which Brady, by the way, does not do. Brady
no, he doesn't at all.
Out there for anything
Yeah,
in a
and that,
social way.
and to be honest, that's another reason why there's more Tom Brady haters than.
It's true.
Yeah, and he's not the only athlete who does that. Like Tiger Woods is very similar. Tiger's becoming a little more soft in that stance, but not much. What do we got here?
Mockingjay Glash is punching the air right now because he just wants to talk Brady on the 10 p.m. sim. One more hour.
I'm not going to let him.
Wait.
I'm not going to let him. I'm just going to be like, no, done. We talked about it all. I'm just kidding. He can say whatever he wants.
Bad Boys of
Oh, a
Podcast.
little.
You guys can find it in your hearts to talk about Brady just a bit in Madden After Dark.
Did he get the first thing? Don't see that from Rodgers much, just taking off and running. 3rd and inches. Houston's out of timeouts.
Hey, hit the like, by the way. We're closing in on 300, and overtime potentially is not far away. We'll see. 3rd and inches, as you noted, 21 all game, 20-yard line.
Kenny has good tennis takes. It's like the one thing. It's really weird. I don't know why he's so interested in tennis, but he's got good tennis takes.
It's a good one from David. Is your Siri in Brady's voice? My Alexa is Tom Brady, like the Michael B. Jordan commercial.
Okay.
30 seconds left. Another run. Wow, he's going to break free. Gets out to the 5. Aaron Jones, timeout.
How did they even take a timeout? Just let the clock run. Kick a field goal. Take a knee and kick it. Let's get out of here, boys.
Edmund says, sick and tired of being sick and tired listening to you guys talk Brady all week. Enough of that. The guy just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll get it all out of our system here. Hopefully
This
by
week.
the weekend.
Yeah, this week. And then, come the weekend as Aaron Jones throws himself into the end zone for the go-ahead and potentially game-winning touchdown. First of the day for Aaron Jones. It's going to help a good chunk of people as he is popular. Aaron Jones, 60% owned, 20% in the captain spot.
Yeah, still not going to get my lineup into the cash at all in the free
larger free
roll,
roll.
but I'm 27th in the league, so pretty good. Pretty good. Lazard even caught a pass.
Pretty good.
Where are you, Koff?
Out of 181 entries, pending stat adjustments, I am currently 78th. We have a three-way tie for first at the
I
moment.
thought you were going to say like 170. That's not
No. Middle of the pack, for the most part.
Oh, middle of the pack, Kaufman, eh?
That's what they call me. What do you guys think of Koff? Middle of the pack. CJ says, Koff, the whole team won the Super Bowl, not just Brady. Nope, that is not true. It was one man. One man did it, and that is it. I recognize it's a team sport. I mean, do we not talk about LeBron winning 4 championships in his 10 trips, or MJ going 6-0, or of course it's a team game, but this isn't Tiger winning a Masters or Serena winning a Grand Slam, or those are individual sports. This one's not, but we still personify guys when talking about championships in an individual life. We do. It's just the way it works. But yes, you're right. Like, Ronald Jones also has a title. $20 seconds left. Houston out of timeouts. 1st and 10 from the 28. All right, Watson thinks about taking off instead. Throws off the back foot and deep toss incomplete. About the 20. Obi-Wan says, thanks for the donation. Well, if he's talking about the last-minute NBA contest, my lineup is crap right now. We'll see if that turns around over the course of the evening. A lot of good options tonight, and I just have a hard time setting this line. Really good. 2nd and 10. Well, he's going to complete it, and that's a shame because time is going to run out.
I'm out.
Celebrate that first down all you want, fella.
Yeah.
Game over.
Well done, friend.
Lewis says, middle of the pack for sure, Koff. You are middle of the pack. So we're, yeah, 3-way time for first currently. Very nice. Where it says, Koff, the thing is, how much can one say about a guy who has the personality of a wet dish towel? He had a decent game, end of story. The defense won the game. Brady was just part of it. There are so many things I have to say about that, Bert, that we just don't have time for. But this proclamation that is existing this evening, that Tom Brady has just been along for the ride, like, is killing me a little bit inside. It's so like I am a little bit inside wasting away with this suggestion. It hurts.
All right, you'll be fine.
Rodgers 264, 3 touchdowns. They all came in the first half, and the man missed out on the Bundy, and you hate to see it. Watson 169, a couple of touchdowns to his credit. We didn't even talk really about what his future is, but figure we got a while to do that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Jones 15 for 51, and that game-winning touchdown on the ground. David Johnson, 12 for 47, a touchdown. Duke Johnson got back to the line of scrimmage 3 times.
Yeah, wow. Congrats.
Devontae Adams, 7 for 127 and 3 scores. I think inevitably the Krusty Koff player of the game, sir.
Yes.
He
Goes to Devontae.
was excellent. Fells 4 for 19, a touchdown. Cooks 3 for 75, a score. MVS 3 for 50. Fuller 2 for 49, it appears. I mean, there were no...
Oh, I'm going to give it to Funchess for sure.
Oh, yeah. 1 for 13. Devin Funchess.
What was he? His ownership was way up there, wasn't it?
Had to be.
Always is. I can't even find him on the leaderboard. So.
Shockingly, I didn't play him today, even though I almost always do. I guess it's a good thing I didn't. Devin Funchess, 32% owned, which is actually lower than I would have expected. 6.6% in the captain spot in our smaller contest. 2.6 points. Just the 1 for 13. He also had 3 rushing yards.
Okay. All right. Good game. Fun. Good chat.
Robbie Noble says no props for winning. What's up? Yeah, Robbie Noble tied with Mean Machine and Harpo for first. It's a walk-off, baby.
Shout out.
Good
job, friends.
Good for you, Nobes.
Good for you. Super duper.
Nice. Thanks, Koff. Peanut Head looks great. El Bongo says, okay, I'm leaving now. He's got cheese on his head. Alana says that barely fits the frame. It's great. I'll slouch down a little bit right here. Jordan says, Koff, all the history talks is relevant, but you really have not given the Tampa defense their due. Jordan, I don't know how much more I can talk about the Tampa defense. I really don't. I have talked so much about the Tampa defense. I absolutely believe that I have given it its due. I mean, what more can
All
I
right.
do?
Stop poking Kaufman's.
What more can I do than
the bear?
Which I've already said 7 times, that the defense won the Super Bowl.
Tom Brady's great.
Not Tom Brady.
Deserves all the credit.
I don't know how
everyone on the team should give him his Super Bowl ring. Let's just let Kaufman go in peace.
All right. Well, very good. Madden After Dark is on the way in 45 minutes. Brendan Glasheen. I might even have to tune in for this one just to hear if he can successfully avoid Brady tonight, just for funsies. But Moose will be along. Want to thank the rest of the crew that is sticking around for the next and final sim of this Wild Weather Wednesday Dream Stream Day. That is, of course, producer Mike Daniel, our technical director, and Jim in Game Ops. Thanks all of you for hanging out in the chat as well. I will return, well, in seconds, but beyond that, I will return for Sims, let's see, tomorrow at 2 and 4. 2 and 4, Giants Dolphins with Zach Thompson. And then, Kenny and I are back together for Browns Cowboys at 4 o'clock. Let's see if we can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. It's going to be great. Oh, yes. All right, Moose. Pleasure, buddy.
Yeah, I good. Yeah, I had fun.
I did.
Looking forward to tomorrow. I might be tuning in for real on that one. So.
Or at least go back on the YouTube stream and relive the 6 o'clock from tonight. In fact, if you listen to it on double speed, I bet he'll sound doubly crazy. It'll be great. You can get it done in half the time. Thanks, Moose. We'll let you go, buddy.
Okay.
All right, this is where I guess I throw it back to myself. Thank you all for being with us here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. Again, Madden After Dark coming up on the way, 10 Eastern, 45 minutes. Brendan Glasheen and Moose, the aforementioned, he will take Moose Air in order to get him to virtual New England. It will be Tampa and New England, the Patriots and the Buccaneers. This game featured in it's available to you, part of the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest, a $5 entry getting you a shot at a $1,000 top prize, and the free contest for the showdown, $250 prize pool with $25 to first. Now, all of that being said, a little bit earlier, we heard from our friend Pat Mayo. We've been talking about him as well. We heard from Pat as he gave you his favorite DraftKings plays for the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am that is coming up here in really a matter of hours at this point. So now that you have your DFS advice handy, you should really probably get your betting picks in line. Let's talk with our friends here from the Tour Junkies.
So the shortest guy I will take is Daniel Berger at 18-1. I don't mind that. You know that I am one that's not going to shy away from, taking some of these shorter guys. So I like him at 18-1. I like Paul Casey also at 20-1. I think that's a decent bet as well. But my favorite there is Berger. So there you go.
Well, a name that I talked about on our show in terms of DFS that I'm kind of interested in jumping on is Jason Day. And Colt even brought him up as his potential outright at 30-1 right now on DraftKings. If he gets down to even 25-1, I think I'd still consider throwing something on him there as an outright. Obviously, he has a tremendous record here at Pebble Beach. And listen, he's started off 2021 not great. Miscut at the Farmers. He shook the rust off. A lot of guys in their first event back, and we even warned about that on our show. A lot of guys will do that. Their first event back, and it's not good. But last week of the Waste Management gained 2.5 strokes on approach in just the 2 rounds that he played because he missed the cut. So the irons were fantastic. But when you look at his record at AT&T, it's incredible. 4th place last year, 4th place in 2019, runner-up in 2018. 5th place in 2017, 11th place in 2016. Tell me when you want me to stop. 4th place in 2015. So, I mean, since 2015, he has 5 top 5s and an 11th place finish since 2015. Like, incredible record at the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So, 30-1 right now and possibly 25-1 is very tasty for Jason Day. For that reason, I feel like I want to stop here and also say I think Will Zalatoris is overpriced. He's overpriced in the betting market on DraftKings. Currently, he's at 25-1, 5 points shorter than Jason Day right now. And I love Will Zalatoris, and he's got a lot of promise. But the kid hasn't quite found himself even in a final group, I don't believe, late on a Sunday on the PGA Tour trying to contend. And he comes to Pebble Beach, a place where history tends to matter more so than at other events on the PGA Tour. And he's shorter than Jason Day. And he's shorter than, another guy I like Francesco Molinari. I think you like Molinari as well, who's moved from overseas to Los Angeles, familiarizing himself with West Coast, with POA. If Pebble Beach gets a little windy, a little gnarly, turns into kind of a grind sesh, which it has and can, I think Molinari's an interesting number there at 33-1. So those are kind of the shorter names I like.
Yeah, I'm with you there on Molinari. I think that 33-1 number is a good number. I also like Max Homa. He's at 55-1. He's a guy. We talk about Colt Knost and having him on the show. He loved some Max Homa. He plays with him a lot, and the guy is super talented. He's been playing extremely well lately. He's had a few bad rounds on Sunday when he's been in contention lately, but I do like Max Homa at 55-1. Also like Brian Harmon at 70-1. I think he's just one of those guys. This is sort of a good course fit for him, not terribly long off the tee, which you don't have to be here, good ball striker, good iron player. I like him as well. And then James Hahn also at 70-1. He is another one that I like this week in the DraftKings Sportsbook. So, and he's been in pretty good form as well.
I'll add in that 50 range, at 55-1, I believe right now. Let's make sure. Yeah, 55-1, Henrik Norlander. And I see this number getting shorter as well. Henrik's a friend of ours. We just had him on our podcast a couple of weeks ago, and he said this: I actually play better 3, 4, 5, 6 events in a row. He likes playing a lot of golf and feels like he gets better. 90% of the players that we've talked to in the last 5 or 6 years have said the opposite, that after about 3 events, they start to kind of fail and get, they need a break. Henrik's saying no.
All right, the PGA Tour heads back to California this week for the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Players in this field have been dropping like flies, including world number 1 Dustin Johnson. Here with us now to break down DFS strategy for this event is RotoWire's Len Hochberg. So without DJ, Patrick Cantlay checks in as the highest ranked player in the field at number 11. He's got the highest salary on the board at 11.3. Why is he worth rostering at this price?
Yeah, Emerson, hello. And it is it's been a crazy week of evaluating and reevaluating, and Pebble Beach, one of the iconic golf courses in the world, it sort of deserves better than what it's gotten this week. It's just a piece of land, but for golf and golf fans, it's very special. It really deserves better. And this is a historically weak field, and it was before Dustin Johnson pulled out, as you said, and that left Patrick Cantlay at $11,300 as the top guy. DJ was $700 clear of him. Cantlay has played this tournament 4 times. He's done okay. He has only one top 10, and that was a 9th. He was 11th last year, so he's doing okay. Yeah, the field is worse this year, but it's never been great. So this really is shaping up as a week where you can really find a balanced lineup, an argument for a balanced lineup. Even though Cantlay is clearly the top guy in the field, I will stay away from him, though I wouldn't argue if you liked him.
Yeah, we should mention too, the Pro-Am portion of this event has been abandoned, obviously, due to COVID-19 protocols. The only other golfers here, Len, in the 5-figure range are Paul Casey and Daniel Berger. So if you got to pick between those two, who's your guy?
Yeah, there's a lot of comparison here where they're similar. Casey has played this tournament 3 times. He has 2 top 10s, including a runner-up to Phil a couple of years ago. Berger has played it twice, top 10s both times, including 5th last year. Both are playing very well. Again, my thinking is that there are so few top guys and the field is so wide open that I could see going without either of these 2 guys as well. If, last week Casey was in Saudi Arabia and he had to fly back to Pebble Beach. Granted, he wasn't flying like we would fly. I don't think he had any trouble finding space in the overhead compartment, but maybe because of that, I would give a slight edge to Berger this week.
I mean, he wasn't flying Spirit?
No, no, he was flying whatever, his own airline or something, NetJets.
Slightly cheaper at 9.9 is early PGA Tour Rookie of the Year frontrunner here, Will Zalatoris. How much do you like him? Or are you looking at better alternatives in the 9K range?
Yeah, well, he's just an incredible story, and he keeps being an incredible story. He had another good week last week. I mean, everything else was lost amid Brooks Koepka and Jordan Spieth in Phoenix, but Zalatoris, he had another top 20 last week. Actually, a bad week for him, a top 20. He's 99. He's the top of the 9,000s, and he is ahead of Jordan Spieth at 97. Jason Day, who always does well at this tournament, at 95. Fowler, Molinari. It's incredible what Will Zalatoris is doing. He's even a San Francisco guy originally, so he's probably familiar with the conditions that they'll be facing this week. I do like him a lot. I don't know if I like him best of all the 9s. I kind of like Molinari sneaking up on some people, but Zalatoris is a good play this week.
Yeah, you mentioned the weather conditions as rain and wind and the forecast. Whose playing style you think could benefit them more, like in these conditions? Maybe make them more valuable.
Well, not only the players who play well in these conditions, and I'll get to that in a moment, but the weather for Thursday and Friday, when the golfers will be playing either Pebble or Spyglass. Thursday, rainier, very calm window. Friday, much windier. I think the players are bothered more by the wind than the rain. So try maybe looking at guys who are playing Pebble on Thursday on the calmer day. Some of those guys are Spieth, Day, Fowler, Cantlay. Some of the other guys on the other side, Phil, Casey, Berger. So that might be a consideration and might even be a strategy if you're playing like a one-day game on Thursday or Friday to look at guys who are playing Pebble in the calmer conditions. That said, some of the guys who play well in weather, the Brits, the Europeans, Paul Casey comes to mind. Ricky Fowler is known as a great wind player. He's having some other difficulties this year. And Brandt Snedeker, who's won this tournament twice, he's always been a good bad weather player and a good bad weather putter. But it is fascinating, all the different variables because of the dicey weather this week.
Yeah, I heard you mention Phil still hitting bombs, but those aren't going to help him here.
No, bombs are only good if they hit their target, as they say in the Army and in golf. So, I think he would be best if he toned it down a little bit, and he can this week because it's not a long course by any means.
Hook us up with your favorite value play, talking under 7K here.
Yeah, this is, there are so many bad names in this field, but still, when you figure out that there will be 65 in ties, maybe 70 guys, that's almost half the field will make the cut. There will be a bunch of guys in the low 7s and in the 6 who will make it to the weekend. Jim Furyk, $7,400, great greens and regulation guy, just hits the ball straight, doesn't hit it far. He can do well this week. He can make the cut this week. Sam Ryder at $7,000, who finished last year missing 9 of 10 cuts, somehow has made all 3 this year, including a top 10 at Torrey Pines. There are some similarities, certainly on the greens, between Torrey and Pebble. He could be a good play as well. And $6,700, Davis Riley, Korn Ferry star. He won twice on the Korn Ferry Tour last year. He had been idle since October, but came in last week and made the cut at Phoenix. That is not easy to do. He's got some tournament golf under him. I like him to at least make it to the weekend this week as well.
All right, finally, Len, do that thing we like. Give us your pick to win. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, I'm guessing I say nobody is going to win this week. That wouldn't be an acceptable answer. But yeah, this is a real challenge. But there's a player who used to be a really good player who's starting to become a good player again, and that's Francesco Molinari, former top 5 player in the world. He has fell on hard times in 2020, really didn't play a lot, didn't play well, but he's coming back. He played the last 2 tournaments he's played. He has finished in the top 10, including at Torrey Pines, which has some similarities. He's $9,300, might be a little high for a balanced lineup, but he has never played Pebble Beach, but he did this Pebble Beach tournament, but he did play the US Open last year and he tied for 16th. I think he could sneak in and surprise some people this week. Francesco Molinari at 9,300.
Len Hochberg, good seeing you, brother.
Thank you, Emerson. Good seeing you.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging out with us here on the Dream Stream on a Wild Weather Wednesday. Just the one Madden simulation left to go before you can call it a day for Hump Day and move on, obviously, to your Thursday plans. And hopefully all your lineups out there doing well, be it in these Madden simulations, NBA, NHL, or whatever else you might be out there playing. Now, we have told you quite a bit about our big play of the day. Let's tell you a little bit more about it right now. We have asked you to hammer the over for this Sunday's Valentine's Day matchup between Los Angeles and Denver, and you guys, well, you certainly came through. We said that for every 1,000 bettors, we would drop the point total by 1 point. Thanks to you guys, that total for the game is 0. It's 0 right now, and you can still head over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can bet now, and if 1 point, even 1 point, is scored in Sunday's LA-Denver matchup, you win. Sounds pretty reliable if you ask me. That's going to about do it for me, but you do still have more coming up on the Dream Stream, as mentioned. Madden After Dark is on the way with the all Tom Brady Bowl. It's the Buccaneers and his old Patriots matching up. Madden After Dark here on a Wild Weather Wednesday. Jeff Ulwick will return, and Brendan Glasheen as well, as you will have Phonics and Moose guiding you through that one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Starts in about 25 minutes. Make sure you get those lineups in, obviously. Windy Tampa will be the home for that game. So right back to Raymond James Stadium, assuming Tom Brady is recovered from today's boat parade. And coming up in the meantime, before that does roll around, there's still more content for you here to be watched on the Dream Stream. You will hear from me once again with Steve Buchanan. We chatted earlier today about some MLB futures, so let you know where the good bets are to be placed, be it for MVP, Cy Young, teams to represent their respective leagues in the World Series, and even a champ. You can get some good odds nice and early through the DK Sportsbook. But right now, RotoGrinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth is going to join us, take a little look-see on the weather that could impact, theoretically, the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am coming up this week, only hours away. So get ready for that and get ready for Kevin. In the meantime, make sure you stick around. Madden After Dark comes up 10 Eastern. Looking forward to it, and I will return here to the Dream Stream tomorrow. Everybody have a great night.
If we're talking to this guy, it must mean Mother Nature is disgruntled here. RotoGrinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth joining us now to talk some golf, and you're going to help everyone make it rain. You see what I did there?
Yes. Way to get that DK plug. Generally, though, we're not going to see a whole lot of rain, at least not during golfing hours. But let me give you an overview of the forecast to start. That sounds
okay.
Good?
And this is for the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am this week, everyone, in Cali. And yeah, there does seem to be some unpleasant weather creeping around, Kev.
Yeah, so we're going to see rain moving through. It looks like late on Thursday, maybe Thursday afternoon, but more likely Thursday night. And then that should clear out by early Friday. Also going to see some winds in general. I think Saturday afternoon looks like the windiest time frame. So if you're doing the showdown slates on DraftKings, you got to like Saturday morning more so than Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like golfers just hate wind more than anything else, any of the other elements. How does this kind of weather typically impact golfers?
Yeah, well, rain is kind of a double-edged sword, right? If it rains while they're golfing, you can get pauses, delays, that's no good. But if we see rain coming through overnight, like we're going to Thursday night, it can actually soften the course. So when you get out there Friday morning, you have a slower course, those approach shots, those putts, everything's a little bit easier, a little bit slower out there. So in that case, I think the rain could actually help on Friday. And then you mentioned it, wind is just, if you get a 20-mile-per-hour sustained wind, you're done. You're trying to bomb at 300 yards and there's a 20-mile-per-hour crosswind, you're in the rough every time. So the wind is the biggest issue.
Yeah, you mentioned how sometimes a little bit of the rain can help, but what about DFS players and for bettors here who are getting in on the action? Like, how can they use this weather to help them to their advantage?
Okay, so there's two ways to go about this. And I think the easiest way to do it is just get early Thursday morning golfers. You go with Thursday morning. That's the nicest weather of the entire tournament. So Thursday morning, it's dry. There's no winds. It's perfect. And then, like I mentioned, showdowns take Saturday morning over Saturday afternoon. There is a fancy way to do it, and there's a little bit of nuance here. It requires more work, more research. But in general, if you can get people Thursday afternoon, but early afternoon, don't go late afternoon. You're going to run into some issues there. Early afternoon Thursday and late morning on Friday, that's probably the best weather combination you can get. But again, you're really cutting it close there. There's some really razor thin margins that we're going to be working with. But either early Thursday to play it safe, or if you want to get fancy, Thursday afternoon, early, late morning on Friday.
And I know you're always tweeting out, all the latest with all of these tournaments and events. So where can people find you to kind of stay up to date here?
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, the weather changes. We're predicting weather a few days out. Things change. So I do always tweet. It's at Kevin Roth WX. If it's sports and it's weather, I'm your guy.
All right, Kevin Roth, you're good people, dude. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me on.
He's Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. And guess what, folks? Baseball is on the way. We're only about a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting. It's amazing, I know. But that means it's a good time to take a look at the DK Sportsbook and see about team futures, Bukes. Is there one team in particular that you feel really comfortable about betting on right now when it comes to winning the division?
Comfortable? Probably not. But if you're looking for some value, I think the best one on the board right now is the Washington Nationals at plus 480. Look at their offseason. They were pretty busy this offseason. They added some bats to that lineup, which is pretty prolific to begin with. Josh Bell in the mix, Kyle Schwarber to the mix. They added John Leston to the rotation. Don't know what that's going to accomplish, but at least it was an addition to that rotation. But you look at the front end of that rotation, as long as they stay healthy, as long as they continue to hit their ceilings, Max Scherzer, Steven Strasburg, Patrick Corbin, that is a deadly three-guy combo that they're going to have to deal with all season long. So at plus 480, love the value on that one.
You can get plus money right now on any team to win their respective league. Let's start in the National League. Of course, the defending World Series champion Dodgers, they are plus 175. Where are you putting your money as far as the team representing the NL in the World Series?
Look, we're going to hear about this team plenty, but the Padres at plus 385 before the season begins is hard to ignore. I mean, obviously, they've been the talk of this offseason, adding Yu Darvish, adding Blake Snell. They even added Joe Musgrove, which is kind of a trade that we didn't hear about too much, but he easily could step into so many other teams and be the number 2 guy. So getting him into the mix as one of the back end guys is massive. This is somebody who only threw 39 innings last year, but still struck out 55 guys and had a 14.4% swing and miss rate, which is a new career high for him. Getting someone with that much upside in the back end of the rotation is going to be huge. Those two teams are going to be battling it out all season long, but I love getting the Padres at plus 385.
Other side of the bracket, of course, the American League. The Yankees plus 260 to represent the AL in the World Series. Now, I don't know. You could decide how you feel about putting your money there, obviously, but is there somewhere else you'd rather lay down some cash?
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Like, it would be weird for me to say that the Yankees aren't the team, because of course they're the team. I mean, that rotation has a ton of potential, but that's the key word, potential. I mean, how is Corey Kluber going to fare here? This is somebody who's only made 8 starts over the last 2 years. What about Jameson Taillon? He's coming off his second Tommy John surgery. How is he going to respond? For me, I've been a big White Sox backer for the past year. I'll be on them again at plus 380. I absolutely love what they've done with this team. I love what they've done to the bullpen. They grabbed Liam Hendricks, who's going to be the closer for them. That's huge. That bullpen's going to be strong. Obviously, they have a core power lineup they're going to run out. Not crazy about the manager at all. I hope that doesn't come to be a big factor during the year, but I think the White Sox plus 380, that's obviously the team to watch, but I don't think I had to tell you that.
It's not just team future bets. There's player future bets as well. You can look at most valuable players, Cy Young winner. You can go in either league. So let's start on the mound. A Cy Young favorite for you on the DK Sportsbook for futures odds, both leagues.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Tyler Glasnow here. And then maybe that's not a name that's going to jump out to you immediately, but plus 950. This is somebody who ended last season 3rd in K percentage at 38.2%. When he is healthy and he is on the mound, he is absolutely nasty. And we, talk about guys like Shane Bieber, Jacob deGrom. When we talk about strikeouts, believe me, I absolutely understand there. But Tyler Glasnow in his first year with the Rays 2 years ago was almost untouchable. He had some injuries that he dealt with last year, had some issues with home runs, but through a full season, I think we could really see what Glasnow can do. And he's someone that I could think would be a dark horse in the AL Cy Young race.
Who's your favorite MVP bet? Either league.
Oh, man. Fernando Tatis Jr. plus 850. I mean, come on. I mean, this is a guy who we haven't even seen play 162 games yet. In the 2 years that he's played, 143 games played. In those games, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases, isolated power in those 2 years, 272 and 295. Last year, his wins above replacement was at 2.9. That was the best amongst all shortstops and the 4th in the entire major league. This guy is going to be a player. Obviously, he's surrounded by an immense amount of talent on the Padres. I think he is someone to watch for MVP this year.
It's all about winning. World Series here. You gave us your league favorites. Who's a good long shot to go out and win the whole thing?
The Blue Jays at 25-1, I think, is a really enticing number. Look what they've done during the offseason as well. One of the biggest names is now with the Blue Jays, George Springer. Very quietly added Marcus Semien to the mix as well. Mix those guys in with all the young talent that they have, like Bo Bichette, Gavin Biggio. Like, that is going to be a team to fear. The bullpen has improved a lot too. Tyler Chatwood's on there. Kirby Yates, a nice low, high upside guy that they can add to the bullpen. The rotation is the biggest question mark here. Kind of feels like a cast of misfits, from the Christmas, the Misfit Island. That's what it feels like their rotation is. But if some of those guys can actually come through and hit the potential that the Blue Jays think they have, that's going to really be a team to watch. Now, will they make it all the way? Obviously, we don't know. But at 25-1, there was a huge amount of upside to watch for the Blue Jays this season.
He's Steve Buchanan. You've seen him on MLB Network, and he is kind enough to grace us with his presence on the Dream Stream as well. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you for the humble brag.
All right, welcome in everybody for Madden After Dark to wrap up Wild Weather Wednesday. We've got two teams that are just not relevant in today's news whatsoever. The New England Patriots and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeff, we got to do Moose calls. Let's just get that established first. Who would you like to be your Moose player? Moose?
Tom Brady.
Really?
Just kidding. My Moose player, let's see here. I want to take one of the big guns from Tampa. I'm going to let you take the Tampa side. I'll take Asia. Devin Asia.
You know what? I'll go to the tight end on the other side too.
Okay.
he will have a jersey on, not shirtless like he was today. In 85-degree Tampa, Rob Gronkowski.
There we go.
All right.
The
So
future
we will go
and the
with
past.
We'll go with
Flashing
Gronk
together in the Moose Call.
and Devin Asiasi for our Moose Call player.
Asiasi.
Everything feels just so right in Simland. We're together for our Madden After Dark midweek. I've been looking forward to this. I'm really excited.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
Got a great matchup too.
Oh, I never noticed the matchup. I mean, oh look, who's at quarterback? Thomas L. Brady. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, good for him. Good for you. Good for everyone.
The Patriots. What's that say? We're still here. They are still here. They do exist. But they will try and give Tampa a run for its money. And look, we're back at Raymond James Stadium. We were just there 2 days ago for Leaderboard Live, and we're right back where we began our quest this week. Oh man. So let's go. Pats, Bucks, Windy. Hope you're all strapped on in, as they like to say. Keep your hats on tight. Put a little extra tightening on it, put those hoods on, do whatever it takes to stay strapped in.
Yep.
So
this will be a good one, folks. I captained Tom Brady in honor of Glass Sheen, me doing the Madden After Dark. It's 10.7% owned, so 89% of you losers didn't captain Tom Brady. I'm like Kaufman. I only like Super Bowl champions, so. That is who I went with for my captain. I threw Newton in there. I did the ceremonial Gronk. It looks like a lot of people went with Gronk just for S's and G's. 65% owned Gronk. I put in my boy Asiasi, and I threw Fournette in there, and then went with Ron Suckup. So that's my line.
Jared, thanks, buddy. I just adjusted my Zoom settings for my lighting to be better. Glad to have Fantasy Hawk here. Fantasy Hawk and I are good. We just, we lost him, and I told him we'd move on after that sim at 4. So good to have Fantasy Hawk. The Hawk came out of hibernation, has a pulse.
Did you and Fantasy Hawk have a disagreement?
No,
Tom Brady based?
The simple way to put it, I got really worried. Right after the Bucks won the Super Bowl, he just disappeared for a couple days. Really interesting how that works. So, but he's back. He didn't want to handle it. The old Twitter handle for me was BJ_Glash. That Fantasy Hawk didn't want to hear any of that as it relates to Thomas Edward Brady. Bucks have the football first. Those silly Patriots, they deferred.
They deferred their right to use Tom Brady as well, so.
That too.
Joke is on them.
Big discussion the last day or so. Of course, Monday, Tuesday, you're reacting to the game, unpacking what happened in Boston. All the chatter is, all right, so now what? The Patriots are not getting Russell Wilson. They're not getting Deshaun Watson. They're not getting Matthew Stafford. And oh my God, they might bring back Cam Newton. There is some talk about Cam Newton being back. So, it's a long way of saying they didn't have a plan.
Yeah.
Their plan failed, which was Jimmy Garoppolo, and they had to move on because of, we thought they were committed to TB12, but not the case.
Yeah, going to be an interesting offseason for New England. See what they do this year.
Bad boys at Pop, I'm with you. I put Gronk in the captain spot, my Moose player.
There's Scotty Miller on the first catch.
And then, let's see, looking at the rest of my lineup, I have Brady, Newton, Evans, Fournette, and McCoy. So it's good to have you guys here. One of our original Madden After Dark commentator teams. It's great. As Brady's going to sling it. Look at that arm strength.
Wow.
My
God.
The old man can sling it.
Oh, man, Tom Brady, how do you like that 7 Super Bowl ring, Brendan? How do you like them apples?
Okay, Jeff, Have you seen like pictures of Brady today on the boat in Tampa?
Oh yeah.
He looks like he's 30. It's unbelievable.
I know he does.
It's
unreal. Pathetic. It's terrible. It makes everyone feel bad.
He did have a very relatable moment, and there's Mike Evans, bam, to the 3-yard line, nearly squeaking in for a score.
Very relatable moment that he had 2 wine spritzers.
I mean, we've all been there. We've all had that kind of day,
we've all been there. We've all been
kind
there.
of night. Who is that quarterback? So he was on the quarterback boat with Gabbert. I'm not even sure who that dude is. Who's helping?
I have no idea. It's maybe the quarterback coach. That's probably all the quarterback coach did is just like carry Tom Brady like to and from practice. He probably didn't do much coaching. So that was probably the most he did all year.
Oh man, though, I'm like, this is cool. I'm sorry. I was like, that's awesome. Like,
It was honestly, and no, I said this to Kaufman. I thought it was a pretty cool parade to have a boat parade. You know, chucking the Lombardi Trophy between boats. The next guy who tries that is 100% throwing it in the water, though. Like, you know it. Like, if that had been anyone but Brady, that thing was going, like, down at the bottom of the ocean. You know?
Yep.
Can you imagine if, like, Jameis tried that?
Oh, my God. Intercepted by an octopus that leaped
Yeah,
out of the
exactly
water.
right. Hammerhead shark.
Oh, thank you, Kaufman. Ryan Griffin. Ryan Griffin. If you knew
was that
what he
who it
looked like.
was?
That's
Was that
who
who was holding?
That's who was helping Brady off the boat.
Dude, that's like his job. His job is like Ryan is to be like Brady's like chauffeur. He probably drove Brady to practice, like legitimately. It would honestly being the backup to Tom Brady is probably, and I mean like probably like the best job ever. You don't do anything. You get to just surf off his accolades. I'd be Tom Brady's chauffeur. Getting to go to like boat parades, getting lit in the middle of the day. Great
Think
job.
of how much of a
It's like a top 5 job. Tom Brady's backup, or third string is even better.
Legit. So Ryan Griffin and Blaine Gabbert.
practice.
I mean, he does become pretty good friends with his backups, but this is totally different
Exactly.
from the last 6 years in New England when it was Garoppolo and Brissett, 2 young guys. At least in this case, like Gabbert's been in the league for much longer, and then Ryan Griffin.
Yeah. You gotta like Brady. That's the thing about Brady. You know, if you're threatening in the least bit, he'll send you to Siberia or whatever, which is what he did to Brissett and Garoppolo. But if you're Ryan Griffin, it's all good, man. Like you join the crowd, you get to soak up the accolades. So I mean, great gig for Ryan Griffin.
Ryan Suckup with the field goal.
Super
That's
Bowl
disappointing.
champion Ryan Griffin, Brendan.
Super Bowl champion Ryan Griffin. And Super Bowl champion Ryan Suckup, 7.3% in the flex, kicking a field goal. Choker, don't. We're almost at 300 likes. Thank you all for being here. Yarrow says, Moose drank the Brady Kool-Aid. I'm sick.
I'm just having fun. We honestly, God, we talked ad nauseum about Brady, I think today. So why not have a little fun with it? I thought the parade was cool. It is interesting I think that, the more interesting of these teams right now for next year is going to be what the Pats do. I talked to Kaufman a little bit about it, but you're saying there's chatter they might bring back Cam? Like, was that serious?
I'm not joking. I'm not saying that as like no, there's legitimate thought. And read into this what you want. So a lot of teams, once the score went final on Sunday night, put out hype videos on Monday morning.
Right.
Cam Newton made the Patriots hype video for the previewing into next year. Now it was at the end. It was like a few seconds, so maybe it's just trying to be nice. But he's nowhere to be
maybe they
found.
just lack of options too, right? Like who else are the Pats going to put in their hype video?
Look at this play. N'Keal Harry all the way to the house for a touchdown.
I guess they could have put N'Keal Harry in. Jeez.
N'Keal Harry, this is what they did in real life. They put him like at tight end. This is a tight end route that N'Keal Harry just ran. Wow. And yes,
Very nice.
Producer Michael, good point. The Cowboys did the same thing with Dak Prescott, but nowhere to be found in the video. Barry says, didn't see any win there. N'Keal Harry. Hey. What a play.
Still got to hold out hope for N'Keal Harry if you're.
Oh, but this is it, though. This is year 3 as a first-round wide receiver.
Yeah, this is it. You're right.
I mean,
doesn't happen this year. It's all over.
Some folks are already done with them, so I don't know. The guy has the build, but he just doesn't seem to have the play sense to figure it out. But
he's been banged up too. So
yeah, year 1 for sure. He was on the pup list. Harry in this free showdown, 29% in the flex, 2.6% in the captain spot. Rick Lewis says, question, how is Scotty Miller like 1,800? Is he talking about in this contest? He was $1,800? I didn't even notice that. Damn. I'm looking. Oh yeah, he was. Wow, Scotty Miller was even cheaper. $1,000 to roster.
Yeah, crazy.
Wow. Good on you if you played Scotty Miller, I suppose. I mean, he's got a catch for 17 yards. He is the wideout 3. That's I didn't even notice that. That's pretty nuts.
Cheap.
See if it pays off for him. Brady complete over the middle, and I think that's O.J. Howard, the tight end 2, also the fullback. So N'Keal Harry, 71-yard touchdown moments ago. Also, guys, in the chat, Twitch, YouTube, anything golf-related, throw it in there. Jeff has moved on from the football landscape. He's covering all things PGA. So,
true. They were dropping
words in his mouth, but he'll happily take questions if you like.
We're dropping questions, and yeah, if you got more, absolutely. Talking a little bit of golf in the last one.
CJ71, first time playing Fortnite. Smash Lanta, Alabama Jones, Fooligan over on Twitch. Those guys forming a nice little family, talking about their NBA lineups. Here's Fournette, tripped up. Tater Hater 420. Scotty Miller is going to get locked down. That's a Tater Hater guarantee.
Tater Hater. We went over this. I can't remember if it was with you, but like, well, there's like nothing offensive about taters. I just don't get it. Never understand that name. The least offensive food. Tastes great. Is that Gronk?
He lost his trait, so yep, it is Gronk. There he is.
Oh, wait, you gonna give us a moose call there, pal, or what?
Oh, chip the drum.
Look at this guy. Yeah, get that up in you.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. All right, so we've got your.
Oh no!
Oh, talk roll. Here we go. First golf-related item. Nick Thomas.
Okay.
My dad worked at Dustin Johnson's house yesterday, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Sweet.
He said, okay, I don't know if that's inappropriate, so I'm not going to read it. Mark Vantelli, what's up? Damn, I was excited to read a, advice-related question.
Yeah, it sounded like good inside info we were about to get, but, maybe it's not the kind of inside info we actually need.
I can't trust Nick Thomas. Actually, last week or the week before, he took my first and last name in my avatar and pretended to be me in the chat.
No.
Yeah, that guy. Jason Myers, you guys are really into this game. Sure are. But Tom Brady not off to a good start here. It's now 4th and 4. Suck up coming out for another kick.
A little bit too much avocado. Something, if you know what I'm saying. Avocado-based, liqueurs. Here we go. Suck up. 50 yards. He had a big field goal in the game. The big game. Big field goal in the big game. He
missed that one, though.
He did, didn't he?
It looked good, I thought.
That 52-yarder he hit though actually did not that the Chiefs right off the crossbar, big doink. That 52-yarder he had really did seal the game. Not that I don't think the Chiefs were going to come back anyways, but that one did ice it. If he had missed that, the Chiefs would have the ball in midfield. You never know.
Nick Thomas, no, I'm not mad at you. It's just a great way of remembering you. I mean, how can I forget you now? You're the guy who did that. That's how I remember you. RP 707. Who is the Patriots coach in this game? Belichick's too cool to sign up for Madden. Maybe 1 year removed from Tom, he'll do Subway sponsorships. Maybe Bill will decide to be in Madden next year. His way of lightening up with the potential free agents. Who knows? Also, Tom Brady reassured all of us on Twitter. He said, nothing to see her, just a little avocado tequila. So good.
Big day for Glash. Love to see it. Oh, no. Don't love to see that. Cam Newton getting pressured, just like Patrick Mahomes was pressured all game by the Tampa Bay defense.
That Tampa Bay D was pretty damn impressive, right? I mean...
Yeah, also speaks to, the Chiefs' issues going forward.
Yes, fair to bring up.
Going to be in the market for some cheap but quality O-linemen, I think.
When we worked together on Sunday night, and you know this from doing anything fantasy-related, sportsbook-related, in the midst of a game, difficult to kind of formulate your take. You have to kind of let it process for a few hours, and then maybe you wake up the next day and you're more ready to go and you look at some stuff. While the protection wasn't great and Kansas City had issues up on the offensive line, don't you also wonder, oh boy, Cam Newton.
Oh, he got him!
Bam! Julian Edelman!
Yeah, Tom, I can have fun too!
In your face, Brady.
In your face, Tom! Ha ha!
Wow! 45-yard touchdown! Good for Julian Edelman.
Good for you.
Good for the virtual Edelman. But don't you also wonder, okay, couldn't the Chiefs have maybe adjusted their game plan a little bit more? Because we were talking about that at halftime. They got to come out and score to begin the second. What do you think?
It's a lot of deep drops. I mean, look, I'm not an NFL coach, obviously, and everyone knows that by now, but it did seem to be a lot of deep drops. I mean, I think we were talking, screen passes. I think we were all expecting to see more screen passes, more quick hitting, stuff to Tyreek Hill to alleviate the pressure. And it just never really came. And I don't know. Maybe they just couldn't do it. Maybe they were trying to do it, and the Bucs were taking it away somehow. But it really did feel when are we going to see this stuff? When are we going to see an Andy Reid screen that just goes for 50 yards and completely makes the Bucs look dumb? The Bucs are just so fast to the ball that I think that was part of it. And I think it really just caught the Chiefs off guard. I just don't think they were quite prepared for how quick they were to the ball and how quick they were to break things up like that. Nothing could develop, it just seemed like. So, yeah, maybe it was a little bit of a lack of game planning, or just, like I said, the Bucs just taking them completely by surprise. But it was a little strange, I admit. I was expecting more. I mean, I really was, so.
Yeah.
I think everyone was. I mean, they didn't score touchdowns. I think it goes without saying. People were expecting more. What's a catch? Evans.
21-yard reception, end of the first quarter. Lots of fireworks early. There was a boat parade today in real Tampa. And here virtually, the Patriots are firing the cannons. Here at Raymond James, Cam Newton, some deep touchdowns. One to Julian Edelman, 45 yards. And N'Keal Harry, 1 for 71 yards. DK Simfan, back me up on this. Last week or the week before, we saw Cam Newton against the Baltimore Ravens have one of the best sims of his life. So he's actually played well lately. And I've done Patriot sims. So I don't know what it is. I mean, let me look at the game.
I do like Cam Newton. there is something to be said for continuity, right? Continuity purposes. Like if you bring back Cam Newton, it'll be a second year in the Pats offense. You got to think, I mean, if he can stay healthy and he gets a little, and he has a good offseason, like he can't get much worse from a passing perspective. They can get a little bit of weapons with him as well. I mean, I think the continuity aspect and the rushing upside that he brings, like it's, you know, unless you're going to go out and significantly upgrade, you know, I kind of get just sticking with him for a year, I guess. I'm not saying that's like their best option, but I kind of get it at least if it does end up happening for a year. I don't know. I mean, we've seen teams go to Super Bowls with worse quarterbacks, right? So obviously I think the Patriots have more deficiencies to worry about. Not that quarterback isn't the most important position, but you know, if you're weak everywhere, you've got to build you know, from within first. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, but that list isn't long, right? Like if the Pats were to somehow make a run with Cam Newton next year, that would be like Peyton Manning end of the road in Denver kind of stuff.
It's pretty close to that. I don't disagree. Like I think they should go out and get like a Marcus Mariota. I think that would be. I think I even said that with you. I think that would be like a really interesting fit. A younger, it's a more younger, sort of more versatile version of Cam Newton. Looked pretty good throwing it when he was with the Raiders in his short period that he had last year. So that's what I'd rather see them do. You know, probably not going to get Sam Darnold because it's the Jets and they'll trade him in division. But a younger quarterback, like I think Mariota would be really interesting. So it probably won't come to fruition just because most of my ideas don't. But well, they don't. I mean.
They don't. Evans, I agree. There's a good energy in the sim. Chris Godwin rising up, reaching for the stars for a first down. Oh no, they'll get second and inches at the 45. Julian Edelman, 40% in the flex, 5% in the captain spot. Shout out to producer Michael. We've got Daniel on the ones and twos. Jim riding solo, updating the scores. It's great to have you here for Madden After Dark. Wind Sim to wrap up Wild Weather Wednesday. Brady fires complete to Evans inside the 40. Gain of 6 for Evans. James has a question about golf. Ches Reavy, you into him?
Ches, big gulps, Ches plays really well in the West Coast and on Pebble. Like he hasn't been super sharp, but he actually really hasn't been that bad either. Like I think he missed the cut by like one shot at the American Express. Actually, it looks like he missed the cut by like maybe a couple strokes last week. So he hasn't been great, but he hasn't been terrible either. I don't know. Dude missed 4 cuts since last 5 starts, but I said this on the first sim with Koff. I don't mind going after a low-owned player like that this week because it's going to be bad weather. You got the course rotation, the waves. That's kind of the kind of player I'm targeting. So for GPPs, for a cash game, I would use Kyle Stanley in that spot. And I do like Kyle Stanley more as a pure play. But like you can mix Ches in as a GPP play, I think. I think he's actually probably a good pivot. Course history plays really well here, typically. So yeah, if you don't want to play like a popular Doug Gim, I think Ches is good. Like I said, my play in that range is gonna be Stanley this week, though. I might mix in like a Brandon Grace or something like that.
All right, there you go. 2nd and 8. The Pro Reads X Factor is lit, and Brady is sacked by Patrick Chung.
Yeah, Pat's missed him this year. It's another
one of their opt-outs.
The opt-outs, they had a lot.
The last we heard on that front, Devin McCourty spoke during the Pro Bowl, typically the Pro Bowl week, that all of the opt-outs will be back. At least that was the plan. That was McCourty being the mouthpiece for the franchise. Oh man, Brady, what a pass. Is that Scotty Miller?
Got it!
Sure is.
23 yards.
2 for 40. Big time. Tater hater, Godwin back to being good again, since it's not the big Sims. Talking about this past weekend. Oh, Shady McCoy stopped at the 4. There's Devin McCourty. Smash that like button, guys. We're up over 300. Eric Rodriguez. Patriots are going to sign Trubisky as Newton's backup. Oh, my God. I part of me thinks that they could go get Trubisky.
Do it.
I know you would say do it.
Trubisky has talent. He's got potential. I'm telling you, you put Trubisky with the right coach, you could get results from that guy.
Oh, boy. O.J.
There's
Howard.
a touchdown.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, is that O.J. Howard? Oh, no. What was going on there? Okay, he didn't get in.
So he's the fullback 1.
Right, because he's the fullback. That's what happens. So we got an O.J. Howard carry.
Oh.
He didn't get in. Right, because he's not the tight end 1, because Gronk's now the tight end 1. Yeah, so.
Right.
Everybody's tight end bird.
Mo says, just got on and heard Glash say, oh, Brady, what a pass. I did say that to Scotty Miller. So you'd be low-key rooting for the Patriots if they got Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, man, I'd love to see it. Love to see Mitch get a chance. It's tough, though. I mean, he'd be going from one kind of bad offense to another, so I don't know. I have more faith in Belichick and McDaniel, though, than I do in Matt Nagy. So.
Going for it on 4th and goal.
Oh, he got it.
Scotty Miller.
Wow, Scotty Miller. It's his audition for next year. You guys don't need to bring back Antonio. You got me, Scotty Miller.
Starfighter, right on cue. I asked earlier, no one answered last sim. Glash, hello. How in the hell is Scotty Miller 1.5K at captain? Oh, I hope you played him.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. So good on you if you played Scotty Miller. All right, so the Bucs have made this interesting.
Yeah, man, we got a game here. Last game was good, too. A ton of points in the snow. They did the high five thing. That was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, they're allowed to have fun. Belichick.
Blame the coach, sure.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Could have eased up a little. But, you know, that's why you learn. You never know. Tater Hater calling out people who didn't think Scotty would play well. Rick Lewis says, captain, baby. Scotty too hot, he played Scotty. OSU, Scotty at 1K, too easy. Sideways Universe, nice. Ryan says, that's my captain. Attaboy, Ryan. All right. Julian Edelman, a little limp in his step. Tired after that long score earlier.
What do you think? Is Edelman like locked into the Patriots, or is he like what's his contract status? I don't even know.
So he signed, I think he's got 1 year left. It was like a 2-year, $11-12 million deal. But
Right.
God, I think he wants out. He is so jealous of those guys down in
I'm
Florida.
pretty sure he wants out. Yeah.
And like he was hurt, and I think he's a pretty good pro, meaning he was going to play his butt off.
Yeah,
in
for
every
sure.
game. He wasn't going to complain. But I don't think he'd mind moving on and trying to win. Let's see. So he's got 1 year left on his current contract, and then he'll be an unrestricted free agent going into next year. But he does have a potential out. So we'll see what they do.
Okay. That'll be something to watch. Wouldn't shock me if something happened there.
I can't imagine him being back, but I would imagine he wouldn't mind being.
He should go to Green Bay.
Oh yeah, like one hellhole to the other in terms of the weather and.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I was just thinking. You know, you go to one, go to the other too.
Oh, true. Yeah.
What a great fit for Aaron Rodgers, though. Hey, to have him and Devontae Adams.
Good call.
Like, that would be crazy. Like that would actually be like a really, really nice duo to have.
Yeah, and you know something too? Edelman has taken such a beating the last few years.
Yeah, he does has a lot. He does have a lot of wear.
I think right. So to your point, like I think he might want out because it's like I want to go somewhere for the last maybe year or two of my career and be on a winner. So it's not like he's got just because he's 32 or however. No, pardon me. He's 30. He's 34, 35. He's maybe got a year or two left. So,
yeah.
Bonzo says the tablet guy is a free agent after this season. Yeah, thank you, RP. Spotrack. Edelman, 2-year extension that runs through 2021. Oh, yeah, Mars Brightburn. Tommy was having a good time today. Good for him. Big, bright smile on his face. Chef Duke, this is the best I've seen Edelman play in a sim in a minute. He's got one catch, but true. I mean, he's normally not cashing in the end zone. CJ71, I'm talking strictly about the weather, man. That's all. Here is Newton on 3rd and 8. 2 long touchdowns, 1 to Harry, 1 to Edelman. He will throw and complete for a first down. Way to come back to the football, N'Keal Harry.
Good job, friend. He's having a good game. God, the Patriots could really use him to just like take a step forward next year. Yeah, that would be a big thing.
Yeah, the chat is saying this too. I wouldn't be totally shocked at this stage based on how Brady's been able to recruit to Florida if Edelman just winds up there and Belichick takes a pick. But, folks, keep in mind, maybe Bill gets super petty and says, no. Because he traded Gronk there for a 4th. In that case, Gronk was not going to play and not come out of retirement unless he was outside of New England. So Bill took a pick. As a result, I think Edelman would still play. He wouldn't sit out for that reason. So I think Bill might be like, no, I'm not sending you there. Green Bay, I mean, I could see that. Maybe another contender elsewhere.
Yeah. I think that would be a cool fit.
I mean, wouldn't Edelman, there was talk about Edelman the first 2 weeks of this past season as Dalton Keene, the tight end too, makes a catch for a first down to the 17.
Potentially getting traded or something?
No, Edelman was like, oh, I mean, he kind of had something to prove. That was a storyline out of training camp. Like, oh, Tom Brady made you.
Right.
Can you do it without him? And after that second game against the Seahawks, when he went for like 100 yards, he was leaping all over the place. You're like, oh, like Julian Edelman's motivated.
Edelman's an athlete, man. I mean,
so I don't know. There could still be a little something like that instilled in him, and that and you know who you'd get it from? Brady. So I don't know. Who knows? Patriots are moving up by 4, 49 seconds to go in the first half. Your guy Asiasi has not done anything here for us.
No, he's been slow. Not gonna lie.
Chef Duke is like, where's Michelle? Cam? Oh boy. Mo has a question, says Glash, so you're rooting for Brady and not your Patriots? No, I'm rooting for the Patriots. I was also rooting for Tom. If that makes me a bad fan, so be it. I don't really care. I think as adults, we can do what we want and root for who we want. Like Jeff likes to root for Mitchell Trubisky. That's okay. But I have said, if the Patriots, which they will host the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady next year in Foxborough. And we got a flag, but also maybe a touchdown. Edelman? Oh, please put it on the defense to give a Julian Edelman a second touchdown.
Yeah, roughing the passer. It counts. Put it on the board.
Wow. Take that, bros. All right, so Edelman's got 2 touchdowns. No, I mean, when the Pats play the Bucs next year in Foxborough, go Pats. I'll root for the laundry. I won't be that guy. I don't think that's unreasonable. Meager66 says, as long as it's active rooting. It's a good one.
Classic.
Actively, metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking, Tom Brady won the Super Bowl, not the Buccaneers. That's why we celebrate him, Jeff. Oh, it's all good. All right, we've had like one Moose call here. It's been a pretty good game though, back and forth.
Yeah, good game. Yeah.
I would like to see Edelman get out of there. God, now that I've created this Edelman to Green Bay theory, I would really like to see that happen. That'd be great. And then he goes and wins with Aaron Rodgers. And they drive snowmobiles for their parade.
I mean, maybe, I don't mean to take away from who else has been with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers' tenure, and I really don't mean to come off, and I'm going to, so that's why I'm prefacing it. I don't mean to come off like Julian Edelman can teach him how to win. I mean, but maybe a little bit, like.
Oh, but no, look, I mean, I buy into that. I think, and I admitted this to Coffin, I think part of the reason why Tampa was good is Brady brings in a winning culture. He got guys in there. You know, he's regardless whether you like him or not. I mean, he obviously had a hand in the personnel and getting people together. I think you get a little bit of that at least with Julian Edelman, a guy people will listen to, and Aaron Rodgers, won't have to be the only kind of veteran guy in there, which he kind of is right now. So I'd love for them to get out someone like Edelman, man. God, that would be a good fit. Do it.
More so, and of course, it's not a talent question with Aaron Rodgers, but more of like a dude who's there that gets it. And I guess it kind of takes some pressure off Aaron Rodgers to not have to feel like it's all on him. If he's got a guy in the room
exactly.
Hey, Jules, can you go talk to Devontae? And then I don't have to worry about Devontae, meaning he doesn't have to worry about Devontae, but it just takes something off the mind of Aaron Rodgers, if that makes sense. Just to kind of divvy up the responsibility.
Yep.
Because I don't think it's very fair how we all kind of barge on Rodgers. I've done it, but I think he likes the credit when he gets the credit. See the MVP discussion, he counts his MVP trophies. It's like, dude, you do your thing to win the game and maybe have someone else kind of help run the room, is I guess what I'm trying to say. And then Edelman's a good one. So.
Yeah, great one. He needs someone like that, right? So we'll see. Like I said, and we were talking about Aaron Rodgers in the last sim too. We touched on a lot of QBs, but it feels like the Packers are going to have to make a move like that to really placate Aaron Rodgers this year, because the draft thing and snubbing him was such a slap in the face, and now we've seen Brady go to a new place and have some control and say in personnel, and look how quickly it came together. You just feel like Aaron Rodgers sees that and he's like, why am I wasting away here? He probably has thought that for a while, but now I think it's time that he actually does something about it, right? So we'll see. Like I said, this offseason, man, going to be really interesting for NFL. So anyways, Edelman with the Doste touchdowns. Doesn't look like anybody else has any receiving much.
We have one Moose call, and shout out to Daniel. If you see the YouTube feed, he's got the moose antler with Madden After Dark written over it. It's pretty cool. Nice little touch. Yeah, it looks nice. You'll see it when you pop it up. So let's see. Looking at the free public showdown, we have a 6-way tie for first. Scotty Miller in the captain spot. That was like a no-brainer, the more I think about it. Then again, he could easily have not showed up at all. 2-way tie first place in our free roll. Oh no, look at this matchup. Mute. Maybe folks did mute tonight. That's okay. I would understand why. For me, at least. Scotty Miller in the captain. Brady, Newton, Godwin, Evans, and Edelman. So, And guys, Jim is manually updating the scores. Mammally and manually updating the scores.
Updating the scores.
So he's riding solo. So I think our ops team, they've made some adjustments, a lot more solo work for these guys. So they take a little extra time for them to get all situated. Craig is asking, is Asiasi alive today? It's a great question. He's done nothing. And he's typically pretty good in these sims. So.
DK host, which one of you is on an airplane or in a new sprinting warehouse? New sprinting. I adjusted my mic settings. Is that better, Starfighter? Maybe my my main mic was off. I don't know.
I think mine's the way I normally have it. I don't.
Yeah. Anyways, could be a YouTube thing. Could be your headphones, Starfighter. You ever think about that? I don't know. Anyways, hopefully it's better. Yeah, where's Gronk? Where's Asiasi? Where are these guys? Where are these punks?
Yeah.
All out on their boats.
Yeah, Gronk's got 1. So Sean Preston needs Sony Michel to score a couple touchdowns. Sony Michel, it's a good one too. Meager says, Meager 66, LOL, Jesus. Remember the mammal debate? That was like 6 years ago. Haha.
The mammal debate when I thought everything was or nothing was a mammal and everything actually was a mammal.
all mammals are animals, or all mammals are animals. I don't know. Something like
all what did I say? All mammals are animals? I can't even remember. All
Something like
animals
that.
are mammals.
Yeah.
Isn't that what I said?
Something like that, yeah. Oh man, that was funny. It was a good
Chad will
time.
remember what I said. It was about as dumb as that. It's just one of those things. Like like biology. I never took it in high school, and like it's just one of those things. You should not comment on things you do not know about ever.
No,
I broke my own first rule. You only make yourself look stupid, folks. Okay, 21-10. Keel Harry close to the bonus. Cam's playing great.
Damon.
Patriots 2021 starting quarterback. Be good for you. Be good business for the Glasheen family. Some great outfits.
Oh, that's a great point. I did bring that up the other day. You know, all these Cam Newton hats that I purchased at thrift stores, for Cam, of course, not me, would have to sell those back if he doesn't come back.
Sell them back. Lightly used for dress-up purposes on Sunday only. I could keep them and wear them.
Maybe.
In real life.
They are helpful for Simland, for sure. Damon says Gronk is still at Disneyland. Could be. Yeah, he was on the float with Mickey and Minnie, celebrating his big Super Bowl. We get a flag here. Tom Ace. This is not Tommy Freeze Pops, but
Tom Ace.
I respect this comment. $100. Cam takes the Pats down the field for a TD here. Who wants action? Oh my God. The chat is going to start its own sports book in the chat. It's going to live in the chat.
Well, you guys go ahead. We obviously can't talk about it, but
we can't. No, so you do that on your own time. But I will read along. Put it that way.
Yeah.
There's Asiasi.
There we go. A moosey second half here, folks. Asiasi. Little out.
Yeah, injured Moose, because he has not done much, so we figured he needs a little help. Ooh, look at Cam, what a quick rollout. Needs a block.
Go Cam.
Ooh, don't fumble.
Don't fumble. That's a fumble like 60% of the time, so good job hanging on to it.
Levante David lights him up, 3rd and 6. Julian Edelman, 2 touchdowns. N'Keal Harry has a touchdown. Tampa's score belongs to Scotty Miller. Here's Newton. He looks, delivers, first down. Tamir Bird.
Birds. Are birds mammals? No, they're not.
Aren't birds one of the ones that weren't mammals or something? I don't think birds are actually mammals. But again, I'm not saying that as a statement. I don't know, and I fully admit that. Who's that? Is that James White?
Some birds, I think some birds are mammals, though. This feels like summer 2020 all over again. Like a penguin.
I wish it was summer 2020. It'd be a lot warmer. It's like Hoth here, where I am right now.
Oh, God, yeah, it's got to be freezing in Alberta.
It is. You guys are getting that polar vortex action too, aren't you?
Yep.
More days.
Mike Bizzle says vultures. Scotty Too Hottie, birds are not mammals. They are birds.
Damon's got it. Mammals don't lay eggs.
Right. Thank you. Always go back to the egg trick. Oh, nice pass. Is that Edelman again? Yes, it is. Mammals also give live birth.
Good addition to the chat, Damon. I needed you in the summer to clear this all up.
Oh, no. You got to be kidding me.
What?
Crap.
What?
I'll tell you after this play.
Oh, okay.
It's just, you know, personal news.
Personal news.
James White. No, it's my NBA lineup. Roby it was a late scratch for the Thunder.
Oh, God. What are you, Kaufman now? Dude.
Well, no, I'm playing Kaufman. I'm only winning by 6 now. Koff played him too. Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, there you go.
Let's go. Wow, that's a huge break. We both played him. Beautiful. I didn't even notice his side of it. I was like, because he probably knows. That's why he doesn't work these late sims anymore. Late swap. I'm joking, but not really. But perfect. He didn't play him either. Or he did play him. Koff played him, I played him. Excellent. Cancels out. Sorry, Luchi Rivera. 3rd and 10 for Newton. Oh.
Adam, it looks like a little opening, but...
Wargo says, gentlemen, birds are not mammals. Penguins are birds. Penguins are not mammals. Birds, including the penguin, are animals. This chat, man, I love this chat. 50-yard attempt is good.
Do penguins lay eggs? I think they do, don't they? I have no idea, though. Just asking for real.
Starfighter says whales are mammals. That is true. Once upon a time, they died. They died the land and had legs. What? Whales had legs?
I don't know about all that, but they are mammals, pretty sure.
What the hell is
can you imagine if whales could just like come on land and like start walking, cruising up through the highway? It'd be a lot of mammal.
There's a whale in the sea in SpongeBob that walks, but that's under the water. So
Dustin confirmed that penguins lay eggs. So
what the heck?
The chat is like my Wikipedia page. Is like Wikipedia for me. Like.
Smash Lanta, duly noted, because he says if Glash paid attention to the Twitch chat, he would have known that by now. Talking about the Roby news. I know, I'm trying to watch 2 chats at once, sorry. Brian, where is Asiasi? He's got 1 catch, that's it. There's Mike Evans. Out to the 36. Brady has 229 passing, which is kind of nuts. He only has 10 points on the board. Maybe it was 190 something passing, actually, now that I think about it. Lucci says, I hope you lose, Glash, but by 1. It could happen, for sure. Looking that way. Come on, Tom. Nice ball, Tom. Nice ball to Godwin. That's greatness right there. 31-yard gain. Bam. Godwin's got the bonus. I think I was right. Brady was up over 230. So Godwin's got a bonus already. How's your lineup doing?
It's actually a good question. Let's check it out here after this play.
All right. OJ Howard.
OJ. He's been a fantastic producer for the Moose Call at various points. Oh, it's not looking good for Team Fantasy Grind here, guys. I'm not going to lie. 139th. Brady's done okay. 250 yards. Cam's done okay. Gronk, no. Asi, no. Fournette, no. Hard no. What's Fournette doing in this game? And then Suck Up with 4 points.
Fournette, though, in comparison to like Sony Michel, was a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
For this particular matchup.
I mean, he's averaging 9.9 points per sim, but he does have actually like a weird game log where he goes for like a decent game and then it's like nothing. So he scored 29 touchdowns though. That is a lot. Wow. Anyways, not so much today. 4th and 19. Wow. Brady really showing his age here.
Are healed. 2323. Mammals are warm-blooded vertebrates. Vertebrates have backbones with hair. Come on, Glash. There's your dice. I mean, you put on the spot, you do second guess yourself about what you learned back in the day.
You can't remember it all. I mean, you like as a mammal, you know, you try to remember the important points, you know, state capitals, you know, stuff like that. But again, biology was just one of those things. Like science, like I checked out during that class, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just scraped past science classes in high school, so I ain't got no idea what's going on with like stuff like that. So I'm basically useless, is what I'm trying to say. But sports stats, you know, you hit me up with those. I remember things from 1990 and stuff
Right.
like that. So
Exactly. Hey, it's Asi.
There we go.
Michael Rogers, you guys do sports for a reason.
That's right. That is true. We are on a virtual Madden sim for a reason. This is our wheelhouse, not the mammal, you know, debate thing.
Oh, we also need a buzzword. Mike Bizzle has suggested mammal.
This isn't Jeff Ulrich, the science guy. Mammal. Are goats mammals? They are.
Yes.
I hope.
You want to know something embarrassing? One time I used the donkey emoji thinking it was a goat. So my cousin named her fantasy team last year Donkeys Are Goats to make fun of me. I put I was in Israel for a trip, for a work trip, calling lacrosse, and I took a picture. I took a picture with a donkey. It was the opposite. I took a picture with a donkey, and I used the goat emoji, being like, and I added Tom Brady, but it wasn't a goat. It was a donkey. So, donkeys are goats.
So you didn't know the difference between a real life donkey and a real life goat? What is wrong with you?
I was thinking that the emoji could serve the purpose as a donkey, but it was the goat emoji. I don't know.
What is going on there?
It was it was a tough day. I'm being honest. It was a very
sounds like a tough scene.
was a moronic moment. I've had many of those.
I know my dad uses the emojis in like just the most like wrong contexts all the time. I just tell him like, don't use emojis outside of texting with me, please. You'll give someone the wrong impression one day.
Jack Daniel says, "You jackass." Stefan says, "Sometimes when I'm alone, I like to sit in the corner of my room watching the dream stream and pretending to be a carrot." What?
Oh boy. Okay.
Jeez.
Didn't take long to get off the rails here. It's all right.
All right. So I think we should do, unless anyone has a nomination, Mammal for the buzzword sounds good.
I'm
2
good with
touchdown
that.
sim. Still a good energy here. Still feel good about a good finish. Jimmy B, stop it. All right, Patriots ball up by 14. Cam with the fake. They'll run it with Michelle. Not much doing. Oh, man. Scores updated through 3. That's the message from Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Producer Michael. We have Jim from Game Ops. Good crew with us. Wilder is in first place in the Free Public Showdown by 0.25 with Edelman and the captain in the free roll that we created. Oh, no. Look at the matchup. Mute. We got a 2-way tie for first. We've done Mammal before, guys. Well, we can do it again.
Yeah, we did Mammal in like June. It's due for another one. We've definitely done it before, but let's celebrate Tom Brady's being, mammalness with the word mammal tonight.
Yeah, he's his own. He's a creature of his own, really.
It's probably an alien in real life or something.
Yeah. Cam, that was not pretty. Got 400 plus watching on YouTube. Twitch, we've got about 50 folks watching. Care Bear. Low IQ commentators, says DK SimFam, the DK SimFam account on Twitch. All right, there's a punt. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Mammal.
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 Mammal. Mammal. Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal. Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal. Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal.
Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal.
Brady is a mammal.
Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal. Mammal.
Birds are not mammals.
Mammal. Birds are not
Except for some of
mammals.
them.
Mammals.
Possibly.
Penguins aren't either.
They're
Mammals. Mammals. Mammal. 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 All right. It's a lot.
No mammal.
All right, come on, Tommy. Down 14.
Yeah. Let's see how big. Let's see if he's actually the GOAT here. This is decided. This drive in Simland.
Snipes on YouTube says, "This is my nightly entertainment on a school night."
Hey man, good to have you in the DK Sim fam. You guys are having a good night in all seriousness. Through February's always just terrible month. Cold, football's ending, but then the Masters is coming up. Hockey and NBA still.
Richard says, "I can't believe this is what I'm doing with my life. Watching Sims, 1 hour at a time, trying to win 10 cents, hearing Mammal jam down my earlobes."
Meager 66. I usually listen to Madden After Dark on my AirPods, but I always love to put it on the regular TV speakers for the buzzword because the life loves it. Jeez. Oh man, we are really changing lives. For better or worse. Are we Moose call? Did we miss a Gronk catch? Crap. Yeah, Gronk caught a ball. Just catch another one? Sure did. All right, all caught up on Moose calls. 5 of them. Gronk has 3. Asiasi with 2. 2nd and 3 for Brady. Pro Reads X Factor. And into the stands.
The heck is going on with my Twitter? It's in Spanish.
What'd you do?
I don't know.
That's random.
That is really random. Okay, that was bizarre. What the heck, man? Here we go. Okay, we're back. Sheesh. I've never
Gate
seen
of
that
9. Brady has hit the bonus. Is that Tyler Johnson? It was Johnson. 8-yard catch. Chris, happy birthday. And Chris, on his birthday, tied for first in the free roll. Nice job, Chris. Curtis 1 and CRB 5669 in first. First and goal from the 3. Brady looking. There's a flag. Got rid of it. Holding on the offense. Yeesh.
Yeesh.
Back it up to the 13. Don't forget to stick around. We'll give you the schedule for tomorrow. 6 more Sims coming your way on Thursday, February 11th. Wild Weather Wednesday will be over. Some of you like the sound of that. So they're definitely going to throw. Brady completes.
Oh, got him.
I think that's Miller again.
That's Scotty. We're having a good game. Yep, Scotty 4 for 52 now. Obviously has a touchdown as well. He has a touchdown, right? I'm not misremembering that.
Yeah, he had the first score.
Yeah, he's got the only Tampa Bay touchdown.
Let's see, James in the chat. My wife has gone to Florida. First thing I thought to do alone, watch the Dream Stream.
Love that, man.
2nd and goal. Brady, get rid of it.
Oh.
God.
I played Super Mario Brothers for like an hour today. That was amazing. It's the first time I played video games in like a year.
Wow. You have that downtime now with no football?
It's yeah, a little bit extra downtime, I guess. Like on Wednesdays, maybe. I don't know. Really, the last 2 days I've not had any time, so because it's all golf. But.
He was out of bounds, Tom. 4th and goal. This is it here for the Bucks. I mean, they're in trouble. But in real life, plenty of celebration, so they're just being nice. Come on, Tom. Make it fun.
Make it rain.
Oh, he throws a pick!
Oh, no.
Right to Steph Gilmore!
Oh, wow. It's a tough scene here, folks.
Wow. It's too old.
Some serious Patriot revenge going on.
It's too old.
You shouldn't have gone against the family, Tom. Shouldn't have gone against the DK Sim fam.
Is he like a preacher now?
Do you think Brady will get retired in the Bucks jersey?
Stop
What if he won another Super Bowl? That would actually be an interesting discussion. And then just to stick it to the Patriots organization.
Oh my God, he retires as a Buck.
Do they have a choice to retire as one team or the other? I know they do in other sports, but I don't know if football does that.
Yeah, he's got a choice.
Okay, there you go.
Well, what do you mean? They're going to tell him what to do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the rules of the NFL Hall of Fame are. I know other sports, like, the players kind of up to them, but I don't know if the NFL has that rule or what, if they just decide for them.
Jason Mack says, of course, I'm flirting with the money with Brady as a captain. He decides to throw it straight at not one, but two defenders.
Redonkulous.
All right, maybe they're not done yet. 3rd and 4. If the Pats don't get it.
Yeah, could get some. Yeah, probably can get one more Brady drive. Garbage time.
Oh, I am not going to win NBA tonight. That's a shame. I stink. All right. Let's see. Wilder is still holding on for first in the public free showdown. Two-way tie, first place, Curtis and CRB. Still leading. Hit that like, guys. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. We would appreciate it. Hit the like, hit subscribe on Twitch. Be sure to follow us. Yeah, I think that's a good point by the chat, both chats, that you have to, like, Brady would have to sign, like, a one-day.
Oh, okay. Well, that's to retire as. Do they just go in the Hall of Fame then with their last team? I have no idea. Anyway.
Well, I think that's their point. Like, he would just sign a one-day deal.
Right. Yeah.
Like Witten. So according to Lewis Daniel, Witten do a one-day contract with Dallas?
Yeah, they do that a lot. I know. Well, I mean, yeah, Robert Kraft. It doesn't matter what Bill Belichick thinks. Robert Kraft would certainly do that for Brady. So. Never go against the family, Tom.
Tom, miss you. Tom, come back. Godwin. We'll bring Godwin in too. We'll pay him whatever he wants.
Godwin's a free agent, isn't he?
I have a feeling he's not going to be back there. What do you think? They've got a lot of guys to pay on that defense.
Yeah, they do. That's what happens when you win the Super Bowl. You have success. Everyone wants a piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, Godwin is more replaceable, right? Like, you probably bring Antonio back for cheaper. Scotty Miller's there to develop in-house. Gronk said he'll probably come back if Brady comes back. And O.J. Howard, too. Yep.
Go ahead.
O.J. Howard's still on that team.
Yeah.
I would guess they might move on.
They're not going to sign Fournette either if they're smart.
Yeah.
He's gonna want a big contract. I don't know about big, but he's gonna want some money.
He wants something.
He got $3 million this year.
The Jets will probably give him like, $10 million over like $10 million per year or something dumb like that because they're the Jets. So yeah, he'll get a little bit of love from someone. And realistically, they don't need him because they have Ronald Jones. They got Keyshawn Vaughn, who's like a fine third down back, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they really don't. I know Fournette played well in the playoffs, but realistically, like if you just put Ronald Jones in his spot, the outcome's probably the same. So yeah, they don't really need Fournette. Arians might bring him back. Who knows? Maybe he'll take like a 1-year contract. I don't think he will, but if he was smart, he would just go get paid from wherever. Actually, you know who could sign him? The Steelers. That'd be a really good fit.
Godwin to the Steelers?
No, Fournette.
Oh, Fournette. Okay. That's a good call.
Terrible.
That's a good call.
James Conner's terrible. Penny Snell really isn't good either.
Brady, end zone, touchdown. Gronk.
Oh, Gronk smash.
Oh, boy.
Shooting up now, folks.
Spanish is your ally, Brendan.
Oh, Tampa is yours. You can bring Gronk with you, fulfill Tom Brady's destiny. The 7th ring. Keep him
He's got
close.
397 yards, man. It's actually a pretty good game for him.
Keep him close. Mahomes will be coming for him.
The Gronk Brady stack, man, paying off. Too bad the rest of my players are terrible. Right now, the winning lineup in the free roll is Scotty Miller. Yeah, I should have got into the Scotty Miller cheapness from the captain. Brady, Newton, Godwin. Godwin's got 20 points. Mike Evans and Godwin over the bonus. I don't know how that just flew over my head, but it did. And then Edelman's got the 2 tutties, obviously. Wait, does he have 2 touchdowns? Yes, it does.
Yep. Imagine
Onside
this onside kick works.
Does not.
No dice. No dice. All right. Couple kneel downs, that'll do it. All right, DK Sim fam, no dice. Fournette ended up biting me in the butt because he had 2. Did Fournette even run the ball?
I honestly do not think he did. Like,
he has 2 catches, 6 yards. He doesn't even have a rush attempt.
Did he? Yeah, he did end up getting points, but like legitimately, that is like the weirdest thing ever, isn't it?
Wow. And they were in close a handful of times.
Well, they didn't even give him 1 carry. Like, that is beyond weird. I mean, this did happen like 10 games ago against Arizona. He had 0 rush yards too. So 5 games ago. I don't know, man. Maybe the sim is just anti-Fournette. Pro Ronald Jones sim. Anyways, that is definitely weird. And look, Fournette is 100% the babysitter Billy Ward, not my kid guy of the night. So get that out of the way.
Wow. All right, cool. And the player of the game, Tom was pretty good for an old man. 397. Evans hit the bonus. Gronk had a touchdown, 5 receptions, 84 yards. You mentioned Godwin, too. He had a pretty good game.
I'll give it to Tommy Boy. 25 points was over season average. I was going to give it to Edelman. Actually, him or Edelman? Let's see.
Ooh, good call.
You know what? I'm going to give it to Edelman. He more than doubled his average, over 25 points. Him and Brady scored basically the exact same. So Edelman gets it. He was more of a value, too. The Edel goat. Julian Edelman, Green Bay Packer, the start of next year. Let's all hope and pray, folks.
So Tom's Microwave says he has 5 carries but no yards. So he had a couple carries. He just didn't get any yards out of them.
Didn't get any yards.
Looking at
it's terrible.
The game center will just show his rushing total, not his attempt.
Yeah. No, for sure.
God, that's bad. We'll get this. We get the stats right here.
Glad that Tom's Microwave is in the chat to correct us either way. So,
right. So thanks to the chat. Yeah, here it is right here. 5 for 0. Started wondering though. I'm like, wait a second. Maybe he didn't even carry the ball. McCoy had 3 for 2. Wow. OJ Howard had that handoff. That's true too. Evans 7 for 101. Godwin 6 for 116. Edelman 5 for 88. 2 scores. Gronk 5 for 84 and a score. Miller had 5 catches, scored a touchdown. All right. Good stuff, guys. Also,
people talking Spanish to me in the chat now.
Yes, the minute you mentioned that, folks changed their YouTube chatting to Spanish.
I don't know what happened, why that happened. It was really bizarre, man.
That's
never
funny.
seen that happen. That is
funny.
a great Madden After Dark symbol. Yeah, whoever made that, presented by Moose there. That is A++.
That's Daniel right there.
Anyways, Gracias chat. Milamo Jeff, Telamo Brendan, Me Gusta Sims, and Tom Brady.
All right, here's the schedule for tomorrow, and then we're going to get the heck out of here. Tomorrow, you'll start the day in Simland at noon Eastern. You'll have Emerson and Christian with Titans at the Cardinals.
At 2 Eastern, Giants at Dolphins with Koff and Zach Thompson. Then at 4, Browns at the Cowboys with Koff and Kenny Ducey. I'll be here at 6, Colts at the Rams with
The Rams.
Brandon Cristal for Colts at Rams. 8 o'clock, Lions at the Falcons with Jason Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops. And then I'll join Tom Carroll at 10 for Madden After Dark, Vikings at the Chiefs. Mars Bright Burn says 4th grade Spanish, LOL.
I'm glad that was at least a 4th grade level. I mean,
right. At least that's 4th grade. The biology was.
Hey man, you got 2 years of university Spanish looking at you down the pipe here. Okay. B+ right here. 2nd year university. All right. I got through. I got by. Moose knows how to learn the lingo.
Kyle, good luck, buddy, on your test. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you, everyone. Producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Jim as well. Jim working solo, updating those scores tonight, manually and mammally. Jeff, when are you back in Simland? Friday?
What day is it? Wednesday?
Yeah.
I'm back Friday.
Friday. We'll be together Friday at 4.
Just tune in all stream and you'll eventually see me.
There you go. Perfect. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. Another day of 6 Sims here on the Dream Stream. Good night.
Mm-hmm.